morning, everyone. My name is Deneen White, and I'm going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. I am so excited to have you. So, before I introduce myself, let's set one thing straight. If you're watching us on Facebook, that's cute, but how do you expect to get discovered by an agent? If you're watching us on YouTube, they can't see you. You can see them, they can't see you. The whole point is for you to be seen. So this is what I want you to do right now. I want you to use your fingers and type in VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, I want you to type VIPigniteSummit.com, and then I want you to come over here and join us live on Zoom. All right, guys. So give it up for yourselves, first of all, for showing up this morning. I need you guys to promise me something. If you're here live on Zoom, I need to see your energy. Okay, I need to see your energy because how many of you have ever been on one of those Zoom calls and you see a bunch of black boxes and you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Who am I talking to? Okay, so first thing, if you are here and you are live on camera, I need you to bring the energy. Here's why. I'm going to commit to give you every ounce of my energy over the next 2 days. I am here and I am playing full out. And I need you to give me the same energy. I promise you this isn't going to be one of those boring Zoom calls where I'm like, yeah, so let's talk about the theory of blah, blah, blah. Okay. It is not going to be that. We are going to be super interactive. I'm going to ask you guys questions. I'm going to have you guys responding in the comments. I'm going to have you guys going on to school and being responsive there. Okay. It's really important for you to play full out because you know what? There's a version of you in 5, 10, 15 years. I like to call that my future self, your future self, who is going to thank you for being here this weekend. Okay, so it's really important that you play full out because there is something that you want. There's a reason that you're here, right? How many of you are here because you want to be even more successful? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want to be even more successful, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're here because you want to learn and grow, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you are here because you know that you could be doing so much more with your life than you are right now? That sounds like you raise your physical hand. How many of you know there's more for you in this life? That's why you're here this weekend. Okay, I want you to understand that. You made a decision to be here. And now maybe some of you are like, I didn't even know what I was signing up for. Why is she shouting at me? It's so early in the morning. Maybe some of you were like, you know, it's gonna see what this is all about. I bet you it's nothing, but I'm just showing up. How many of you know that you made the decision to be here? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I mean, you literally had to like fill out a form. You literally had to you jumped through a lot of hoops to be here right now. Okay. And I want you to make the best of your investment of time this weekend. Okay. So let me go over what I expect from you. And then we're going to get into our weekend. So first of all, this is a 2-day event. And for my people that were here before 10, before 11, we're going to go over it again. Okay. This is a 2-day event. So if you understand that, type 2 days in the comments. That means you are going to be here for 2 days, for Saturday and for Sunday. Okay. And you are here until we're finished both days, okay? Inevitably, around 2:30, 3 o'clock, someone's going to be like, how much longer is this going to go on? It's going to go on till it's done, okay? We have a lot of information that we want to present to you. This is a boot camp. How many of you have ever been to boot camp in the military? I can't raise my hand, okay? I know some of my people here are veterans. When you go to boot camp, you go there and it changes you from what I hear. Okay, it changes you. That's the goal of this boot camp this weekend. We are here because you know what? Only the strong will survive until 6 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you one of the strong ones? If you are, type yes in the comments. If you're one of the strong ones, type yes in the comments. I know you guys are. You're starting off strong. I love it. Okay, I got a lot of strong. Oh. Kevin can bench 400 pounds. That's insane. I'm not getting into a fight with you, Kevin. My gosh. I think I can bench press like 50. I don't know. Anyway, that's not why we're here. All right. So you're here for 2 days. you're going to become interactive. When I ask you guys questions, I want you to respond. If you can understand, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And let me tell you something too. I don't do that just because I want to get whiplash from seeing all the comments go by or have to keep going back and forth. The reason I ask you to respond, the reason I ask you to type things in the comments is for you. It's not for my ego. It's not for my edification. It's for you. Okay? Because I want you to be a different person by the end of this weekend. And that's not to say you're not an amazing person. I'm sure that you're a phenomenal human being, but I want you to be you version 2.0 by the end of the weekend. That's my promise to you. Okay? That's why you're going to take lots of notes. That's why you're going to be interactive in school. Okay? That's why you're going to be interactive in school. Let's see here. All right. So this is what we're going to do. Give me one. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to take you guys into school, and I am going to show you guys what I want you to do. All right, so let me take you into school. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show you guys what school is all about. Okay. Well, hold on. I'm on the wrong screen. Hold on 1 second. Okay. There we go. All right, here we are. So let's go into school. And you're going to see me look this way when I'm on school because I am going to be sharing my screen with you guys. All right, so this is school. How many of you guys are in our school community? If you are, type school in the comments. SKOOL. Okay, so what we're going to be doing over the next 2 days is we are going to be interacting here in school. Okay, you are going to see different messages pop up in school, and what you are going to do is you are going to follow the directions. Okay, let me explain something to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to be monitoring how much you interact in school. Okay, and what we're going to do is we are going to, oh, here we go. This is the first one here. Okay, just give me 1 second here. Okay, so what we're going to do is this. We are officially started here in the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. So what you're going to do is I want you to go into the school group and I want you to post in here, okay? So what it's going to say, let's see, did you read Finding Fame? Who are you? And what is your goal for the weekend? It's very important for you to set a goal for this weekend. And here's why. Because if you're just going somewhere just to like kind of be there, then what are you getting out of it? Like if I go to the gym, I don't go to the gym just to chill and like lift a weight. When I go to the gym, I have a goal. I want to meet a cardio goal. I know I want to work out a certain part of my body. I have a very specific goal for when I go to the gym. I want you to be that specific this weekend. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into school. Again, if you can, keep two windows open. Definitely keep the Zoom window open, but I want you to go into school and I want you to start filling these out, okay? So Trudy, let's give Trudy a round of applause. Trudy read Finding Fame and has already learned so much. Her name is Trudy. She lives in Australia. She wants to be a model. Her #1 purpose for being a bootcamp. By the way, guys, she lives in Australia, okay? It's Sunday for her and she's here with us, okay? Just putting that out there for you. Her #1 purpose for bootcamp is to learn more about modeling and hear from the experts. Kevin's typing in the comments. He's coming in hot because he doesn't like to be left behind, okay? But what I want you guys to understand is what we're going to do is we're going to be monitoring this. And at the end of day 1, we're going to be awarding 2 prizes to people. We're going to award a prize to 2 different people. The first person that we're going to be awarding a prize to is the person that's the most interactive. What does that mean? That means that when you're seeing these things come up, you're not only posting, but you're liking what other people are saying. You're commenting. You're being supportive, okay? Because here at VIP Ignite, we want to help you be successful as an actor, as a model, or as a musician, but we also want you to be a community because I have a question for you guys right now. How many of you have the best support team ever? Like your friends, your family, they're like, yeah, you're on boot camp this weekend. Go you! How many of you have that? How many of you don't? I know my family, they think I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. My sister's like, why do you work every weekend? Why do you do this? Why don't you take a day off? Why don't you blah blah? Like, why? Like, why don't you just go get a regular job? I'm like, because I'm here to change the freaking world. That's why. Okay. But you know what gets me up in the morning? It's you guys. It's knowing that I'm coming here and I'm helping you guys become even better than you were when I first met you. Okay. That's what our community does. So make sure that you're coming in here and you are, excuse me, you're coming in here and you're making comments. Look at this. Let's go in and let's compliment a couple people. All right. Kevin Stanton is a model actor like Arnold. Okay. Bradley, I have read Finding Fame. I'm Bradley McGowan, soon to be a musician and model. My goal for this weekend is to soak in all the knowledge I can and focus on success. I love that. You guys are awesome. Keep them coming. I'm going to be coming back between each presentation, and I'm going to be reading what you guys are saying, and I'm going to share it with you guys. So make sure that you're super interactive. Oh, one more, and then we're going to keep going. Latisse Bacon. My name is Latisse Bacon. I'm from Georgia. I'm 43. My peers, family, and all this KS. I should be a model, and it took me long to realize I am somebody. I am challenging myself for a new me. I love that, Latisse. That's awesome. That's why we're here this week. Oh, Kyle, one more, and then, oh my gosh, now they're coming in hot. I love it. Kyle was like, Deneen, I only have one screen. Somehow Kyle's still posting in the group. I love it. All right, I'm going to come back, and between sessions, I want to be reading all of these, okay? So make sure that you are interacting, okay? How many of you like hearing your name called out? I know I do. So make sure that you keep interacting, okay? So now, oh, I'm going to take another sip of water. All this talking really makes me thirsty. Bradley's like, please take a sip of water. Take a breath, Janine. You need to breathe. Actually, why don't you guys do that with me? If you have water, if you have some kind of liquid, I've already had my coffee, so I can't do shots of coffee with you all today, but everyone take a drink. Okay, so now we're going to be interacting in school. Something else I want you guys to understand is this. I'm going to be asking you guys to move too, okay? This is not a pants-free party. So we're gonna have some dance parties, we're gonna shake it out, we're gonna do the Running Man, we're gonna be interactive, we're gonna be up and moving, okay? The reason we're gonna be doing that is because the more that you move, the more that you'll retain the information. Like if you have to memorize something, instead of being like sitting here and staring at it and be like, okay, this and this. If you walk around and you move, you actually help to sear it into your brain better. So we're going to be getting up and moving. Okay. So does everyone have your pants on? If not, turn off your camera, go put on your pants and then come back. Okay. This is not going to be boring. I promise you guys at the top that this is not going to be a boring boot camp. Okay. All right. So now what I want to talk to you about is the way that you process information. Okay. Because I know that for some of you, this is something that's brand new, okay? And there are some of you that you got the email from Alicia, you're like, and you were so excited, or you're like that person who you get a notification, I want a trip to the, you want a trip to the Bahamas. How many of you are emotional? Like I get so excited. I get so excited. So you're like, yeah, let's do it. Right? And then there's a part of your brain that's like, hold on, Deneen, calm down for 2 seconds. Let's think about this. You want to be on Zoom for 2 days? Like, it's Saturday. You can go to the beach. Maybe you can catch up on some writing or reading you have to do. Don't you have work you should be doing? So the first one is the emotional, wah! Then your logic kind of sets in. What if you waste what if it doesn't work? Like, what if? How many of you have that what if that's always talking? What if? You're like, whoa, there. Well, hold on. What if? And then you're like, that fear comes in. Oh my gosh. You want a trip to the Bahamas? Oh my God. But I read online that the Bahamas are really dangerous. And there's a hurricane coming, and hurricanes hit the Bahamas all the time. Why would you even want to go to the Bahamas? No, don't stop. And then you have the other part of your brain that just kind of is like, it just helps you move through your life. How many of you have all like those 3 things going on at all times? right? You're like, "Whoa, I'm so excited." Hold on, like, why am I so excited? Hold on, stop it right now. It's danger, danger, Will Robinson, danger. Maybe you've gotten on one of these calls, on a Zoom call with a company, and they promise you the world. And you're like, okay, let's do it. You're excited brain. And then you did it, and then you're like, what do you mean? But you said, maybe you've gotten scammed before. We understand that. I've interviewed thousands of talent over the last 6 years. I've heard stories that would curl your hair. We understand that, okay? But what I want you to understand is that at the end of the day, you control your thoughts. You control what goes on in your brain, right? Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you took a shower this morning or last night? How many of you had to think about every part of your shower? Like, you're like, okay, hold on. So I'm going to take off my clothes. I'm going to step into the shower. I'm going to turn it on. Then I'm going to wash my hair. So I'm going to put this amount of soap in. I'm going to lather it. Okay, now I'm going to rinse my hair. Okay, now I'm going to put conditioner in my hair. I'm going to let it set. Okay, now I'll wash my body. I'm going to wash this arm. I'll wash this arm. How many of you actually had to think through every single part of getting a shower? Then you rinse off and you get out and you're like, okay, I'm going to grab this towel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start like this. And then I'm going to switch hands. I'm going to start like, how many of you thought through your shower? Like you had to think through every part. Did anyone have to do that? If that was you, type a one or one in the comments. How many of you, when you go to take a shower, you don't even, like, you go in, you take your shower, you come out, you don't even really remember what happened, but you know you're clean? If that's you, type a one or one in the comments, right? That's called your subconscious. Your subconscious actually runs most of your life. And for a lot of people, your subconscious is literally, since the moment you arrived on this planet, since the moment you were born, your subconscious has been keeping a ticker list of every single solitary thing that you've done in your whole entire life. How many? No, that's a lot of information. Dude, I'm almost 50 years old. That's a lot. I don't even want to do the math on how many minutes I've been alive, but that's a lot of information for your body to process. So your subconscious helps to control your life. Like, do me a favor, put your finger on your neck here. Do you feel your heart beating? Are you thinking, okay, beat, 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 beat? Are you telling your heart to beat? Or is it just beating? It's just beating. That's your subconscious. So as you're going through this weekend, I want you to think about that. You have all these different things going on in your brain, right? You have, and then you have, whoa, hold on. Slow your roll there, my friend. Let's think this through. And then you have, oh my God, remember that time you got on that call and it was a scam? And then you have your subconscious just happily going through life. Your heart's beating, you're breathing, you can see, you can hear, okay? Your brain is working on so many different levels. And you might be thinking, Denise, why are you talking about my brain? I want you to understand that, again, you can control the thoughts that go through your head, okay? In the front of your brain, you have two different parts, right? These are my little friends. This is my emotional monkey, and this is my logical monkey. Okay. So again, when you got on this call, you're typing in the comments, you were so excited. And your logical monkey was like, yo, dude, chill out for 2 seconds. I know you're excited to be here, but let's see what's going to happen. Okay. So you have the, and this guy's like, whoa, hold on. Okay. And then this guy is like, okay, you know what? Let's chill out a little bit. Let's do this. Okay. Let's just see what this is all about. So you have these two guys going on. How many of you have your emotional monkey all excited? Woo! How many of you are like, whoa, hold on, Deneen. Slow your roll. Let's just talk this through. Okay. After that, you have the fear guy like, this is not real. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hurt. How many of you have that fear guy going on too? It's okay. Where have you been hiding them at? Right behind me, John Norman, right behind me. Hold on, that's John Norman is our logical monkey. Teen, where have you been hiding those animals? I have not seen them. And me, I'm like, okay. Then we have the fear. Oh, don't listen to what she's saying. No. Okay. And then we have one more friend. This is our subconscious. He's like, hey guys, don't worry. I have a memory like an elephant. I've been holding on to everything you've done your whole entire life. I know every time you've said yes to something and you've followed through. And I know every time you started something and didn't do it. So, you know what? You could be really excited, but hold on, remember, you don't like to follow through. Or maybe your logical monkey is like, okay, you know what? This time we're going to do it. We have a plan. Oh, really? Well, that's not what I remember because you've said that a lot. Okay. So the goal over this weekend, oh, hold on. We have our little, you should be scared. And the elephant's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should be scared. But you know what? There have been a couple of times we've done things and they haven't been scary. So maybe you need to calm down too. All right. So what I want you to understand is throughout the course of this weekend, it's my job to help you reprogram your elephant. Okay. Because you know what? There have been times you've been super, super excited about something and you haven't followed through. How many of you have started and stopped the diet, started and stopped a workout plan? We all have that. Okay. But over the course of this weekend, you are going to have time to start reprogramming your subconscious. It's going to be something as simple as when I ask you to put something in the comments, doing it. Following, you told me at the beginning of this call that you were all in. That means that when I ask you a question, you're going to type it in the comments. How many of you can understand that? If you were like, okay, let me reprogram, let me be a person of my word, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay. This weekend is about you taking control of all of these things. This weekend is about you taking control of how you manage your emotions. Okay, well, follow through when you get excited. Hold on, let me be logical. Let me come up with a plan. We're going to give you a plan over the course of this weekend. Okay, and fear. Oh, I know something's going on. Well, you know what? What we're going to do over the course of this weekend is we're going to show you how you can logically take a look at opportunities that come your way and know whether you should be afraid or whether you should move forward and be excited. That's what this whole weekend is about. Okay. So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you are excited to be here this weekend? How many of you are like, yeah, Denise, oh, I'm so excited. If you're excited, show me your excited faces right now. Let me see how excited you are. And if you're with people, just let them know, you know what? I'm excited to be here. I'm doing something for me. I'm doing something for me this weekend. All right. So I'm going to put my little friends back because I will be playing with them all weekend. Okay. But I just want you guys to know that you have control over your brain. You have control over what you do. And if maybe you are someone who has started and stopped, let this be a time where you make a decision to not do that anymore. Okay? Because over the course of the weekend, you're going to meet some amazing, amazing people. If you see me looking down now, I have notes. All right. So over the course of this weekend, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to start talking to you about people who work with us. And they've gone through all of the emotions. They were like, oh my gosh, yeah, let's do this. And then they were like, logically, how can I do this? And then their fear brain was like, no, don't do it, it's not real. But then they kind of started going through the motions. They started being consistent. Type consistent in the comments. They started being consistent with the way that they showed up. And as they were being consistent, all of a sudden they found their lives changing and their subconscious started saying yes more than it said no. How many of you understand that? Okay. And I want you to say this with me right now. I can do this. Type that in the comments. I can do this. Say it out loud too. I can do this. I am going to be successful. I am going to be successful. I'm going to share something with you guys really quick. Is it okay if I keep sharing? Are you guys getting something out of this? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you now, every time you get excited, you're gonna see a purple monkey jumping around, or every time you're like logical, you're gonna see the brown monkey chilling you out, right? I want you to understand something. This is how I see each and every one of you right now. I had a professor once in college, and when I showed up in the class, the professor said to me, okay, well, he said to the whole class, not to me particularly. He said, okay, I want you to understand something. Right now, you have an A in this class. I was like, yeah, that's awesome. I start out with an A. That's amazing. Okay, right now, this is my baseline for you. My baseline for you is that you are successful. And this may be the first time in your life you've ever had someone tell you that. This may be the first time today you've ever had someone tell you that. But I want you to know that I see you right now as successful. You got up this morning, you made a conscious decision to click on that Zoom link. You're sitting on this call right now. You saw me playing with monkeys and you're still here. Thank you for that. Okay. But you're here because you know that there's something out there for you that you have yet to achieve, that you want to achieve. You know that God put you on this earth for a reason. So you are successful. You're here. If you can hear the sound of my voice right now, what I want you to do in the comments is write, I am successful. Type that in the comments. I am successful. And I want you to also, if you have a pen and paper, I want you to physically write that down on a piece of paper in front of you. And I want you to keep that in front of you for the entirety of this weekend and beyond. And one day you and I are going to meet in person, and I want you to show that to me. I want you to show that to me because I want you to know that you're successful. I believe in you. I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't believe that you're successful. And I want you to understand that because it's really important that you start with that baseline of, oh, I can one day. No, you are. Oh, maybe. No, I am. The way that you talk to yourself is very important because this guy, your subconscious, hears everything. So just to give you a little physiology or anatomy, the front of your brain is where the emotion and logic lives, right? So this is the front of your brain. Your lizard lives in the bottom part of your brain. That's the fear center. And this guy is most of your brain. Your subconscious doesn't know whether you're lying to it or telling it the truth. Your subconscious has no concept of time or space. Your subconscious is just always going. So if you start telling yourself, your subconscious, your elephant, I am successful, he's going to go, oh, wow, I'm successful. That makes sense? So the way that you speak to yourself is very, very important. And over the course of this weekend, when we're asking you questions, I want you to answer positively. And this isn't some woo-woo, oh my gosh, positive thinking is going to get me all the way. I could talk to you guys about manifestation and all that. That's for another call. That's for one of our Wednesday or Thursday calls. But the way that you talk to yourself is very important. So I want you guys over the course of this weekend your baseline is I am successful. Type that again in the comments. I know for some of you, like no one's ever told you that. Yes, the reptilian part of your brain. Thank you. Make a good one. Type it in the comments. I am successful. That's our baseline. All right. So let me go over what we're going to be doing this weekend. Okay. So the first thing we're going to be doing is I'm going to go over a couple stories of people that have worked with us that have gone through all of those emotions. They've gone through all the motions and the emotions, and they decided to take action. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about them. We're going to also be at noon, we're going to have one of our good friends come on, and she's going to talk to you about the secrets behind the scenes, the untold story behind creating characters that live in the hearts of millions. How many of you want to be an actor or a model or a musician and you want what you do to impact people for generations to come? That sounds like you. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you are like, okay, Tini, that's streaming a little bit too big. I just want to get on set. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I want you guys to understand that everything you do, everything that you say, the way that you participate is leaving a legacy right now because your future self Your subconscious is listening. After that, we're going to talk about what you qualify for. How many of you have ever been told you're too old, you're too young, you're too tall, you're too short, you're too skinny, you're too chubby, you're not just not enough? How many of you have ever had that experience in your life? Okay, we all have. We all have. But I have good news for you. The entertainment industry is inclusive. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, how tall you are, how short you are, how big you are, how small you are. It doesn't even matter where you live anymore. Actually, and to all of my more refined people like myself, being a little bit older is actually a benefit now in the entertainment industry. We're going to go over what you qualify for as a model. We're also going to talk about unlocking the transformational power that will change your world and those around you while creating influence and impactor as an actor or model. How many of you are here because you have a strong why? You want to do this because you want to make a change in the world. Maybe you don't even know that yet. Maybe you're like, you know what? I just know I want to do this because when I was going through a rough time, I watched a movie and it totally changed my life. Happened to me so many times. Or you know what? Whenever I'm feeling down, I listen to Andrew Day's Rise Up and I'm like, yeah, I got this. Okay, that's my personal story. Okay. But I want you to understand that being a part of the entertainment industry is going to be leaving an impact. So we're going to talk about that today. We're also going to talk about having a millionaire mindset. Because you know what? You have one of two mindsets. You either have a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. Our goal by the end of this day is that you have a growth mindset. That means that you know, not you believe, you know that everything you do is going to make an impact. You're going to be learning, you're going to be reading, you're going to be doing different things by the end of this day because you want to grow, you want to impact the world. We're also going to have one of the our favorite agents, Mr. Ryan Colby, come on today because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Fashion Week castings actually start on Monday for New York Fashion Week. So he's going to come on. He's going to talk about auditioning and casting, and we're going to have him explain to you why your agent is your best friend. Okay. And then at the very end of the day, we're going to be talking about Truth Management, which is our mother agency. And we're going to talk about the guide to castings and bookings and booking work. How many of you are here because you want to start booking more work? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want to book more work, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Well, good, because you know what? You are in the right place. You are in the right place. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over some of our success stories with you. I want to introduce people to you that work with VIP Ignite, that work with Truth Management, who are people that are making an impact. Okay? They're people who know that what they do makes a change in the world. Okay? And Jemima, if you can post the first aha moments. What I'm going to have you guys do too is aha moments session 1, Jemima. So what I'm going to have you guys do too is if you've gotten any aha moments so far, I want you to go into school and I want you to be posting them as well, because I want to know that what I'm saying is impacting you. And I want to know like what you guys are learning and growing. Plus, don't forget, there's also a prize in this for you. So again, we're going to be sending out a prize to the person who comments, who is the most interactive in the school group today, as well as the person who gives us the biggest aha moments. Okay, so don't forget, there's something in it for you as well. All right, so let's do this. Let's switch our gears. I want to talk to you about some of the talent that we work with that have made a great impact and who are doing amazing things. Okay, so let's do this. All right, so. All right, can you guys see my screen? Someone give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Awesome, thank you. All right, so the first thing I want you to understand is that every one of our success stories started on a Zoom call just like you are here today. So first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for being here because every one of our success stories started on a call just like this one. So this is Brandon Hunter. He started working with us about 4 or 5 years ago. And when he first started working with us, he was a full-time student in Montana. He was there playing football. Okay. He knew that he wanted to be a model. He knew he wanted to be an actor. He had some great aspirations, but he was still in school. So he dipped his toe in. He came to one of our events in Las Vegas and he met his current agent there. So I want you to understand something. It doesn't matter where, if you're in school, what it is, you have to be in the right room with the right people. So Brandon was in that room. He took a little while to get kicked off in the industry because, again, he was going to school full time. He was after he graduated from college, he went back to get his MBA. He lived in Reno, Nevada. So, and he had this girlfriend who was kind of holding him back a little bit. She's like, I don't want you to leave. But he was like, you know what? This is something I know I need to do. So Brandon Hunter, again, it took him a little while to get started. But once he got started, now he splits his time between Los Angeles and New York. He's walked New York Fashion Week multiple times. And he also has a huge opportunity. He's going to be traveling internationally this fall. How many of you are like, wow, you know, if Brandon can do it, so can I. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. This is Masharad. Today's actually his birthday. So Masharad, if you're here, happy birthday, we love you. So this is Masharad. He's one of our inner circle members. He started working with us a couple years ago and he lives in San Francisco. He is a full-time student. He's a philanthropist. He loves giving back to the community. He actually oversees public gardens in San Francisco. So people don't have to they don't have to suffer from being in a food desert. He literally is transforming San Francisco. But when he started working with us, super shy, super introverted. And he accidentally said yes to an opportunity that we gave him to go to Chicago. And he went there because he said yes, right? He said yes, and he knew he had to follow through because that's his pattern. So he went to Chicago. He met a coach who helped to build up his confidence. Now, Masharad has walked New York Fashion Week, met a couple, like the last 3 seasons, I believe. He has an agent that he met through VIP Ignite. He's doing amazing things. He had an agency overseas interested in working with him. And not only that, but he went through an audition where there were 20 people doing short films. So he did one audition for all of them. He landed 4 out of 20 short films because of what he learned through VIP Ignite, because his confidence was boosted up. If that sounds like you, if that sounds like something you know you can accomplish because you are successful, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And here are Brandon and Masharad. This photo here is with Isaac Mizrahi. How many of you have ever heard of the huge designer Isaac Mizrahi? They met him at the official party of the New York Fashion Week. This is them with a huge producer. And this is a behind the scenes of a casting at New York Fashion Week. How many of you could see yourself in these pictures? Brandon and Masharad are really amazing, but how many of you could see yourself in these spots? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. This is Natasha. When we first met her, she was already signed by a huge agency in Los Angeles. And she's, again, another one of our inner circle members. And when she first got on the call, Alicia was like, to her mom, she was like, she's already signed to a huge agency. And her mom said, you know what, Alicia, I know she is. But I know that if I put my daughter in front of even more people, she's going to do even more things. She is 16 years old. On the left here, on this photo here, she's doing a voiceover for a national auto insurance brand. Pretty cool. You can see her here. This is her in a showroom in Miami. She had the opportunity to model for a showroom in Miami. You don't just walk into a showroom, huh, I'm here. It's not like walking into Target to go buy your really cool water cup. No, it's like she actually got invited to the showroom. She had the opportunity to model clothes. Like, this is a one-of-a-kind shirt that she's wearing, one-of-a-kind dress. All because her mom knew that she needed to meet more people. Natasha is now signed to one of the biggest theatrical agents in Los Angeles, who you'll meet tomorrow. How many of you know that if we put you in front of the right person, that you can kick butt, that you can get them to say yes? That sounds like you. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. It's all because she said yes. This is Adi. She's another one of our inner circle members. When we met her, she had just gone through a conservatory in New York City. She didn't get the results that she wanted out of it. She and her mom got on one of Alicia's calls, one of her open calls, and they were like, we need more. Like, I know that if we could put her face to face with the right people, things would change, that she would accelerate. She actually has an agency in Milan that's interested in working with her because she was in the right place at the right time. Started on a Zoom call just like you. How many of you would love the opportunity to travel to Milan to model? That's the opportunity that she had because she was in the right place at the right time. This here is Mireya. So earlier when I was saying to you guys, oh, hold on. Maybe you're here because you just want to try it out. This is my logical person here, Mireya. So when she first started working with us, she was like, Anthony, I'm just going to try this out. I think it'll be cool. I'm just going to try it out. I was like, okay, let's just try it out. She's like, but I want you to, I only want to be a model. That's all. I don't want to be an actor. I just want to be a model. Like, okay, you can do whatever you want. If that's what you want, let's try it out. She got on a Zoom call just like this. There was an agent on that call. She was on camera. Her lighting was good. And there was an agent on that call. And the agent said, reached out to me, hey, I'm interested in this. And Mireya reached out to her too. I was like, okay. She called me after the call. Denise, there's an agency that's interested in me. What do I do? I was like, you take the meeting. Like, what? Like, what? So the next day she goes to the meeting. She actually does a huge video. Oh my gosh, I was just in this meeting. They offered her a contract. She called me again. She's like, Denise, what do I do? Like, you signed the contract. You signed the contract. So she did. A couple months later, I love football. Okay, football is my love language, my favorite sport. Mike and I are watching the opening night of the Patriots. And I'm just innocently watching football. And all of a sudden I start screaming. And Mike's like, what's wrong? Like, I think the police were about to call the police. The neighbors were about to call the police on me. I was like, we signed her. We signed her. A couple weeks after she started working with her agent, she and her husband, who, by the way, didn't want to be a model, all of a sudden are now in a commercial for NFL apparel. Since that, she's gone on to be in a Starbucks ad, a Verizon and Apple ad. If you have a hospital near you, you've probably seen her on one of their flyers because she is on so many flyers for different pharmaceuticals. When she first started working with us, she was a church secretary that made around $30,000 a year. The last time we talked to her agent, they won't book her out for less than $35,000 a job. Her most recent commercial where she had to act, she got 6 figures. 6 figures for 2 days of work. Let me ask you a question right now. How much would you earning 6 figures for 2 days change your life? In the comments, let me know. Actually, go into school and in your aha moments for session 1, look, how much would that change your life? It changed her life. This is what I want you to understand. Every one of our success stories, they all started out on a Zoom call just like this. And they've all gone through the emotions. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Hold on, let's pull it out our friends again. I'm so excited. Yeah. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. And Logic's like, okay, hold on 1 second. Slow your roll there, friend. How are we going to do this? Let's figure it out. Okay. Okay, we're going to have to come up with a plan. How are we going to get the plan? Well, we're just going to do it. Let me tell you something. The whole reason that you're here is because we have a plan. We have a blueprint for success. How to take that, logical monkey. We have a blueprint for success. We have over 10,000 success stories. If I could, I would go through all 10,000 of them with you. But I think you guys want to hear from some other industry experts, right? Would that be cool? Is that okay if we do that? But this is what I want you to understand. Every one of those people that I spoke about, they could be you. They could be you in 3 months, 6 months. But let me ask you a question. Are you willing to be here for the next 2 days to play full out? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Are you someone who is going to be going into school and sharing your aha moments? Are you willing to be a part of a community of people that want you to be even more successful? Because that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. That's exactly what we do. All right. So I think now might be a great time for me to bring on the one and only Alicia Kabak. How many of you want to hear from Alicia Kabak before we bring on our first guest speaker? If you do, type Alicia in the comments. Alicia, Alicia, Alicia. So before she comes out, I'm going to read you some of her accolades. And then she's going to come out. And you guys, we're going to set the expectations. Okay. I'm not letting her get on camera until I see you guys freaking out. Like you just won the biggest sporting event of your life. Like you just won the lottery. Like you just won a trip to the Bahamas. Okay. So I'm going to introduce her and then I want you guys to freak out. Okay. Because she's had coffee today, but your energy is going to give her the boost that she needs. Is that okay? Okay. Bradley, I love your smile. You're not allowed to leave anywhere. You have to stay right in that corner. Okay. And Kyle too. All of you guys. This is amazing. Okay. So let me introduce Alicia Kabak to you. She's the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched several seven-figure businesses. She has executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, she won a Tony for Best Play. She has she had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the Amazon award-winning book Finding Fame. She is also co-authoring a book with, have you guys ever heard of Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank? She's co-authoring a book with him. We're going to be with him next month. That's going to be so cool. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, Les Brown, just to name a few. She is a Fox News music expert. Bradley, that'll excite you. See, when you get on my calls during the week, I can call you out. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. How many of you want to know the person who manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege? She splits her time between Orlando, New York, and Los Angeles. She has helped over 10,000 talents successfully get signed and booked work through VIP Ignite. She has been in business for over 2 decades. She is a 4 years running 2 Comma Club member from ClickFunnels and a 10X award winner. All right, everyone, give it up for the one, the only Miss Alicia Kabak. Hold on. Faith Ann, I need some more energy here.
Yeah. Hey, hi guys. How are you?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm good. The coffee's kicking in. It makes me very happy. I'm so loving the studio. I sometimes work from home, so this is really cool. I like the lights. Oh my gosh, so
it's a nice shirt you got on.
Oh, you got the memo. Hashtag twinning. But I'm really excited to be here. Hi guys, how are you? Oh my gosh. Okay, good. So what a great day. I'm loving these like animals. I'm glad my 3-year-old is in here because he would want to take all these home with him. We just might. You never know. All right. But we have an amazing weekend. And you know what? I was in the other room and I was listening to you going over some of our success stories. And I kind of really want to place this in your minds. Before Zoom, do you remember a world before Zoom?
Barely.
Okay, well, I remember it. We had 4 offices. We had 3 in New York City and an office in Philadelphia. And then we opened up a satellite office in South Beach. That was a lot of fun. I really miss that office a lot. But back in the day, you would have to fly to come into one of our offices. That means you would have to spend your own money, your own time, traveling, trying to find parking. Oh, right? That's a lot. So how many of you guys are really glad we're on Zoom today? Right? I love Zoom. I totally love it. But I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think this business got easier or harder now that it's accessible on Zoom? As far as show business, somebody type it. Do you think this business got easier or harder now that we're on Zoom?
Oh, that's a good answer.
Well, it's definitely easier just to hop out of bed. I'm here, right? I heard you talk about like not a pants-free party and I'm wearing shorts. So, but it got like 5 times harder. And here's why, because location no longer matters. I can tell you, living in New York City, living in LA, living in Miami, that was typically your competition. But now that we're on Zoom, it's open to the entire planet for like one role. So this weekend, this is going to be a really immersive experience. Deneen, have you ever seen Mary Poppins?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, Mary Poppins is one of my favorite movies of all times, but there's this like super amazing part of this movie that like completely changed my life. And even when we do Zooms, I want you guys to understand this. We're not just like dipping our toe in the water. I'm like, yeah, and I know you guys probably got the email about like how like I'm tough, but like you want me in your corner. We're like just pushing you in the deep end because this weekend you're going to get a chance to talk to huge agents. We're talking about like SAG after licensed agents in Hollywood. Hollywood. That is the dream. That is like the Super Bowl of acting. Who manages cast members from Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, Tim Burton's Wednesday, oh my gosh, Stranger Things. Did you know she manages Kevin from The Office? One of my favorite shows ever. But going back to Mary Poppins, there's a scene where Bert, I don't know if you guys have seen it, where Bert is like drawing this carousel and or like this like park, and then the kids say, "We don't see it." And then all of a sudden Mary Poppins pops in, right? Like she normally does. She just steps right in. They all hold hands and then they jump into the picture. Sometimes you can't see because you're too close to the fire, right? But we're going to take you inside the world, not just of VIP Ignite, but the network that we built for the last like 2 decades. 2 decades. Let me say that again, 2 decades.
2 decades.
I did a live audition the other day. I probably shouldn't tell the story, but I'm going to. But I was on the line the other day with somebody who spent like 15 years of his life trying to become an actor. And you know, I almost feel like a doctor sometimes. I'm like, oh, well, I don't know how to quite help you. Like, what kind of prescription I give you to solve your problems, unless I know like what hurts. Like, why are you here? What is it that you were hoping to accomplish? Why do you think it's not working? And what have you done? Right. So, like, I'm able to kind of assess the situation. And he's told me that he's joined every website under the sun, and I'm not going to name all of them. I call them the bad boyfriends of the industry because I'll tell you a secret right now, and I know it's early. There are no real castings on websites, kids. Not the ones that you want. Okay. Like if you're looking for starring roles, guest starring, co-starring, like series regulars, they're not on websites. You need an agent. So I said, okay, well, that's one of your problems. You joined every website. So I was trying to add up like how much money he spent. And he's like, I've wasted so much money. I'm like, you've wasted time. Not to mention, and I want to see you all type this, the money left on the table, not getting real opportunities. If you agree with me, type 100%, because that's what I need you guys to know. You are never going to get access to these types of people unless you're here at VIP Ignite. And the fact that we're doing this for free, here's the reason why. I'm so tired of people taking their dreams to the grave. I'm so tired of people in your life that love you telling you you can't do this industry. Why not you? How dare you let somebody's passion like get outweighed by somebody else's fear? And we talked about that. I know I don't know all the characters yet. I promise. I will.
Tell me all. Which one? You want logical?
I want logical and I want fear.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that really plays a part. Like you're asking advice from people that have never pursued a lot of times jack shit. They're afraid, right? Yeah, that whatever she said. These are cute.
This is our logical.
Hi, you're cute.
Hold on.
But I want you guys to think about it. Like, unless you're really jumping into the picture and you're surrounded by top people, who are you asking advice from on your dreams? Are you asking them from the winners who have accomplished great things, or the losers that sit on the sidelines that critique everybody else for trying? Somebody tell me, do you listen to the winners or the losers? And again, you're here this weekend because we're going to give you 16 hours. And this is not me preaching. This is me telling you the truth. When I spoke to that guy, I think it was Thursday. I'm all confused on days. 15 years, he've wasted that much money on websites. And then he showed me his pictures and I started giggling. I said, no, are these really the pictures you're using? He said, yeah, they're professional. I said, my dog goes and gets professional photos. Anybody with a camera can say they're professional. So I want you guys to think about this. And I get asked all the time, and I know we mentioned this, like, when can I book work? When do you want to book work? Let's go. If you guys are ready, type let's go, because that's why you're here. You're tired of the websites. You're tired of paying for pictures that are usually really shitty, or pictures that no one's ever going to see other than you and your friends and your family. A lot of times it's based on ego. But if you're really trying to get into this industry, it is a formula. And if you guys don't see this sign behind us, we're really freaking good. So I know I come out with like the guns blaring, right? But like, this is how the business works. And you don't get to work with people from like Shark Tank unless you're really good at what you do. How many of you guys are really glad that you're here right now? And I want to know that you are all in. And this is what it means. I'm not asking for this kind of commitment. I'm asking for a real commitment from you. You're going to be on here all day today until we're done and all day tomorrow. Because here's why. You're waking up this morning, right? We're still awake. As far as I know, we're still alive today. But we're literally creating destiny. And I want you guys to think about this. No one had to move to New York. No one had to move to LA. No one had to go to Yale School of Drama, Stella Adler, USC, Berkeley, Juilliard. Those schools charge $80,000 a year, and you're still left out in the dust. You are here. We literally created the right place at the right time. And we're giving you access to not only school and also part of Finding Fame, our book that's still #1 on Amazon, by the way. Yes. Thank you. But that's what it's about. It's about your destiny, and you're choosing to be here because you're ready to rein it in. So if you're ready for it, type I'm all in, make a commitment, not to me, unless you want to, or to yourself, because you're here because your dreams are too big to play small. Who am I? Thank you for the coffee this morning. It was so good.
Costa Rican.
It
Really
was
the best.
Costa Rican. Yeah. Do I scare you, or do you guys kind of like this? For those of you that have ever been on my calls, I think you kind of need this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. They love it.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I'll just be back in my corner.
Well,
Thank you
probably
for
gonna wanna-
coming. Thank you for leaving.
you're probably going to want to say hi to our next guest.
Oh, is she here?
She is. So,
Oh,
all right.
fancy.
Are you
Yes,
guys
I love
ready?
our next guest.
Are you guys ready for our first guest speaker of the day?
I'm
If
gonna
you
make sure
are,
my cell phone is turned on silence. Because I have a 3-year-old who knows how to FaceTime now.
yeah, he does.
He calls
All right.
her, he calls everybody. Haviland, you're on my list too. He may call you.
Just
If you see a call from Caden, just say, hey, bud.
hey, what's up? All right. So are you guys ready to meet our first guest? Let's
Yay.
add spotlight.
Oh, look
Oh.
at her.
Oh, she looks so amazing. Okay, I'm going to introduce her, then we're going to unmute her, and this is going to be amazing. So, Hovland Stillwell is our first guest speaker of the day. She is an actor, a singer, a producer, a director. On Broadway, she was a part of the original cast of the revival of Fiddler on the Roof with Rosie O'Donnell and Harvey Fierstein. She was in Les Mis with Daphne Rubin Vega and Lea Salonga. She has performed live on the Oscars and the Tonys. She has released 2 solo albums. She has performed, produced, and directed plays, musicals, and concerts in regional theaters and venues across the country. She was seen in Selma. She was in Crime Story on Amazon with Mira Sorvino. She was in Magic Mike XXL. She was in Santa Jaws. She was in Unreal, CSI New York, Single Ladies. She's currently in the LGBTQ series BIFL, now in its 2nd season. She starred in the upcoming film Feathered with Dot Marie Jones and Bruce Dern, which she produced with her wife. She executive produced the upcoming thriller Under the Influencer. She is company members at Los Angeles, LA's Celebration Theater. For voiceover, she has done voiceover for dozens of brands. She has done the animated characters Raquel in Barbie, Life in the Dream House, Monster High and Ever After, Miraculous Ladybug, video games. She's done Bug Snacks, Epic 7, Fallout 4, Far Harbor.
We're going to be quizzing you on all of this, so I hope you guys are taking notes.
Session 2. Let us know what you took. She also graduated summa cum laude from NYU. Everyone, give it up for the one and only, one of our favorite coaches.
Ooh. Hi, everyone. Hi, Deneen.
Hi,
Allie. How are you?
Hello. Welcome. How are things on the West Coast? I know it's early
Oh.
where you are.
Yeah, but it's, I'm an early riser.
Yeah,
It's
That's because
beautiful.
you get
It's a
shut
beautiful
up.
day in America.
it is. It is.
I'm so happy to be here. You two look so cute.
Oh, thank
Thanks.
you.
You're
Yeah,
like so a fish there with all your awards and your shirt. And like,
represent.
Yeah,
I love
branding. It's all
it.
about
We do.
branding.
That's what we do. Michael Fomkin's really good at like the lighting and stuff. My home office looks nothing like this, but I love coming here. I'm like, well, look at these lights. I'm like doing selfies and
yeah, you have great lighting. There's a lot of nice like fluorescence in there and
yeah,
beautiful.
crazy. It's crazy. Well, it's nice to
Nice.
see you. All right, guys, you are in again. NYU. That's a hard school to go to, just so you know. And it's also very expensive. Now, Haviland, I have one question for you. When you graduated, did they ever just say like, hi, I'm going to introduce you to top casting directors, agents, producers, Grammy winners, Tony winners, Academy Award winners? Did that happen?
Not exactly. I mean, I will say that because I was in New York, it
Yeah.
was more like, I mean, I had the same opportunity that like everybody there had.
Right.
There were certainly like, you know, there were advantages to being in New York at the time, but
Right.
I think I was able to take advantage of those opportunities more because I was like very much a go-getter. So I didn't like some of my classmates were very talented, but like didn't necessarily like really go after the opportunities. Like maybe they didn't have the self-confidence or, they just kind of maybe just I think it was mainly like a confidence thing, just being like, well, I don't know, kind of playing. I don't know if you guys have heard of like playing small, kind of like when you don't, I know you guys really press here like having a mindset of success and having a mindset of like believing in yourself and all of that.
It
And I
helps
think
a lot. Yeah.
I've always very much, even when I am having moments of like doubt or whatever in what, because we're all human, none of us are like, yeah, I'm ready to go all the time. Sometimes you're like having an off day or whatever, and you have to keep motivating yourself. So I think just, any opportunities I was, given or introductions that came to me, or just if I was in a show at NYU and like a big casting director came to see the show, it wasn't like, somebody at school was like, oh, because you paid all this money, like, here you go, this casting director is going to hire you. Like that wasn't, but I knew that. So I knew that like I had to take those opportunities and be like, great, I'm in a place where I'm in front of these
You're
people
at the
who
right
can
place at the right time. Now you have to take action.
yeah. So like if they're there and they're seeing me and I know that, it's like, great, I follow up with them. I like, I start like working a relationship there because
Right.
now, they know me as an actor and now, so it kind of like went from there. But yeah, definitely, definitely, I don't think anybody, I mean, I don't know, I'm sure people expect, but I didn't expect, because I mean, I grew up in the business too, so I didn't expect that kind of the fantasy that like you're going to be, discovered and like everything's going to be fine from there. That just is like an absolute untruth. And it's just like, just wipe that from your mind right now, mostly because I think that messes with people's head.
Right.
I think that they think, oh, well, I'm beautiful and talented and I work really hard and all this stuff. So if I'm just sitting
That's
in
just
Los
part of the
Angeles in a
forming.
Starbucks for a certain period of time, like if I don't get discovered and whisked away to my life as a movie star, like what's wrong with me? Instead of thinking like that isn't how it works, so like you have to just keep being confident and like not buy into like the kind of like honestly kind of like unhelpful fantasies, more like action based, confidence based, mindset based, working hard, being focused, and like loving what you do. And truly, I think that comes across like, if you're acting, you're modeling or whatever, that I think when I see people, audition or whatever, that comes across I mean, you guys can probably, I have, my energy right now, I'm clearly very passionate about what I do. And even about coaching, I'm very passionate about it. So, my energy through the screen, I could just be like, yeah, I was in some stuff on Broadway, like it's kind of, you know what I mean? But I'm like really into it. And I think that is helpful in, your life, in not just in like creating characters, which is what I'm going to talk about, not just in getting jobs, not, that kind of thing, but in actually just enjoying your life. And I mean, ultimately, most of our lives is just living with ourselves, regardless of whether we're, on a Zoom, call or in, on a set or in a recording studio, like we're just living with ourselves and like we need to be happy. So like you got to love what you're doing regardless of like what the
You guys
results
feel her
are.
passion? Do you
Yeah.
guys feel her passion? Because I want to say one thing, even when we were talking and you were on camera, your body language and your passion exudes before you even said a spoken word. How many of you guys see that? And I want you guys to think about if you were a casting director, would you see that from you right now? How many of you guys think you could do better? Right? Everybody. Well, I'm really excited you're here, and I hope to hear some really cool voices from you, because I always try to pull them out of you. I'm like, Raquel,
Oh yeah.
go.
I brought my character, I brought my like signing things because I know
Yes.
Yes.
like when I bring show and tell.
Yeah, and we're very visual people. So we love it when not only do you do the voice, but then you hold it up and we're like, oh, that makes sense. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I love you. Okay.
I love you.
Oh.
So Janine, you wanted me to focus today on kind of like sort of like a behind the scenes view of like creating characters who then kind of become like epic, right? Like
Yes.
they kind of take on a life of their own, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, let's do it.
Let's do it.
So you guys, I see a lot of familiar faces. And so those of you who I have coached and I coach regularly, hello, and I'm excited about what's to come. Got a couple of like really fun things. Finishing up a class this week and then starting 2 new ones for the fall. So that's really, I'm really excited to work with you guys. So, but those of you who are new, hello. So like Deneen and Allie were saying, I've worked in a lot of like different facets of entertainment. I've been working pretty much my whole life. My first like paying job, I was 8. So, it was like, I think I was paid like $100. Like it wasn't like, oh my God, big money. But, for an 8-year-old, I was like, whoa, this is incredible for just getting to act. So I wanted to talk today about just creating characters and kind of, the process of that, which we get into in my acting coaching a lot, as those of you who study with me, like that's a huge part of what we do is we get into really analyzing and studying creating characters. But I've had the real privilege and honor of playing characters. I've played many characters. I've done a lot of movies that have never been released. That I thought at the time, I mean, this is what actors we always talk about. We're like, you never know, because you'll get cast in something and be on set and you'll be like, oh man, this is going to be like a huge deal. Like, this is going to be massive. It's going to be like #1 on Netflix. It's going to, all this stuff. And then like, it's never released, or it's released and like, it has no marketing and nobody sees it, or it can be something like, for instance, Barbie Life in the Dream House that I got that I was excited about because I had really just started doing voiceover at the time. And it was one of my first jobs as a voice actor. But also because I grew up playing Barbies and I'm really into the Barbie brand. And so, that was exciting for me. Just like the kid in me was like, oh, this is so cool to be like working at Mattel, but I had no idea at the time that it was like gonna be a thing. Like even the other actors, like everybody there were like, oh, we're doing this little kids series, that's really good and really fun. But I had no idea. And really at the time, it wasn't as big of a deal as it became when TikTok started. And when TikTok started and like the sounds started happening, and then it's like all the people who were like teenagers and younger in my life, this is like when TikTok first started and like not all of us were on it. And they were like, that there's like 3 million comments on this thing with your voice. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? So I think that was kind of like, it kind of really did. That's just one big example of like something that really took off and took on a life of its own that I had no idea at the time. This is Raquel, by the way. Hi, everybody. So Raquel is really fun. I love her. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about that because I think there's sometimes when as an actor, like I always think of like auditions as really an opportunity, right? Because, you never know, right? Especially now, so many things are on tape. Like when I started, there were no taped auditions. Everything was, you went in the room and met somebody. Or, often you just went in a casting office and sat in, like you're doing a normal job interview kind of. It's like you're sitting like in a casting office with a casting director or assistant, like reading. And then if you're, then you find out and you get a call back and you keep going. Or in the case of theater, it's usually in like a small room. My first audition for like Fiddler on the Roof, which was my first Broadway show, was just me and a casting assistant and I went in and did sides and I sang a song. And then like the next call back, there were 50 people in the room, so it kind of just, there's lots of different scenarios. So the thing is, like, I try and remember in my head now is when I'm doing a taped audition, I still have to have the mindset that 50 people are watching it and that any one of those 50 people could like change my life. You know what I mean? And, also they could be like barely paying attention, So I have to still think like, even though I'm just in my little, office where I tape my stuff, it's like, okay, it's me and usually my wife or whoever I'm having read with me, but I'm like, okay, the impact of this being forwarded around, could be much bigger. So I have to really think in that way. On the business side. On the creative side, I still just have to treat it as though I've already gotten the job and I'm doing my very best interpretation of this character as I possibly can, given the circumstances. So we talk about in my class a lot, like, what are the given circumstances, right? So as far as like, you, the actor, and you, the character, what are the given circumstances? So for an audition, the given circumstances for you, the actor, are like, okay, I've got, 24 hours to get these 5 pages of sides, learned really well, developed really well. And ultimately at the end of that 24 hours, I'm just giving 24 hours as like it's usually like a day or two, I've got to get it edited, uploaded, got to get my slate done, all of that kind of stuff. So backing up, I need to really study it. I need, I have all of these things I have to do in the given time I have it. Once you get cast in something, same situation, if it's a TV show, a lot of times, TV shows I'm auditioning for, usually, unless they're like a series regular and they're casting weeks in advance sometimes, I'll get an audition Monday that's due Tuesday that may like start shooting Friday, so it's like you'll get it and you're like, okay, I've got to move really fast. So once I need to assume in my head, which this is challenging because then you really want the job, right? But I have to assume in my head, like, okay, I'm playing this character potentially Friday, and that's 5 days from now. But between now and then, I have to like gun for the job. I got to get the job. So those are my given circumstances as an actor, with the job at hand. With the character at hand, then it's like, okay, try and forget about all that stuff and just look at it as a creative, because all of the business stuff is so important, is so, so, so important. But like when you're just dealing with like the script, you need to just deal with the script, right? So I always say, like, respect the writing first and foremost. Please respect the writing, respect the script. People are so disrespectful of writers, and like if it weren't for writers, like nothing would exist, like writers are writing the story, it's coming out of their brain, right? So I always look at like, what are the given circumstances? Am I auditioning for like, for instance, like I audition a lot for, Grey's Anatomy or Station 19 or, SWAT, or like any of these shows that are kind of like epic. They've been on a long time. There's an existing cast. So I go, okay, the existing circumstances of like, let's say Grey's Anatomy. So like, that's a show that's been on 20 years. Okay. Like many of them are established characters. They have established storylines, established fans, etc. So I'm not pulling something out of nowhere, right? I am fitting into the world of Grey's Anatomy. And I need to show first and foremost to whoever is going to watch that tape that I fit into the world. So I'm not going to go in and do like the Neighborhood performance, right? You guys know that show, like a big broad comedy. I'm not going to go in and do like Veep or something like that, that's like a big broad comedy, when it's Grey's Anatomy, that's much more super real, super fast, kind of thing. So just the same that, like, if I'm going in for like Veep or Curb Your Enthusiasm or one of these things, I'm not going to be like, hey guys, I'm doing this really serious scene right now. Like, it's going to be a lot more like it's going to be, there's a different world you're living in, if that makes sense. So beyond that, which is more about like the style, the genre of the show, etc., Then you just look at who is the character, you know, what's going on in the scene? Where does this character fit within, you know, what basically whatever I always say, whatever information you've gotten from, you know, casting, from if you're working with a manager, an agent, whatever information that's available, totally use it, you know. And by that, I mean, you know, sometimes, most of the time with auditions, we don't get scripts. Like we usually just get like a scene or two. Sometimes it's not even if it's like a really like a Marvel movie or something like that. They don't even give you real scenes. You know, it'll be like some fake scene and they'll be like, you're auditioning for, you know, Alextra window girl. Like it'll be some random thing. And it's like the scene is like a totally fake scene. But they've written something to get a vibe of like, how do you handle this? How do you navigate this scene? What does Haviland bring to this character, you know, that's unique and interesting? And is it going to fit into all the other things that casting and the directors and the showrunners and everything are thinking in their head? Many of those things, most of those things, y'all, have nothing to do with you. Okay. So please please remember that. So much of this industry has nothing to do with you. Okay. And so I say this because number one, it will help you to not, it's really hard being a creative. It's really hard doing this as a profession. You are rejected, even though I really don't like that word, but you don't get things much more than you get them. I mean, in my lifetime, I've done thousands of auditions, literally thousands of auditions. So it's, you know, I obviously haven't booked all of those roles, right? In any given week, it's like, you know, I may have, you know, 2 auditions, I may have 15 auditions, you know, and I may book 3 or 4 of them, and I may book none of them. So, you know, because also it's unlike it's unlike other jobs where it's like, oh, if you're, you know, if you're good, you're probably going to get the job. Like if it's in a different industry or something, it's not like that. It's like almost everybody who has gotten the opportunity to audition, because it's such an opportunity now. It's way fewer people now I mean, 10 years ago, even double the amount of people who casting would see for an audition, double at least. Now it's like half. So if you get that opportunity, that's what I'm saying, like absolutely take the bull by the horns and like use that opportunity, you know, make the most of it. So, you know, honor this material. So like, you know, I have had the opportunity to play characters that are like that I know ahead of time are like epic and loved by the world. One example, this happens a lot in like theater, musical theater. I played Fantine in Les Mis. Now that's like an epic role. Like anybody, there's been, you know, probably at this point hundreds of women who have gotten to play Fantine, you know, over the almost 40 years the show has been around. So many people love Les Mis. Like that's like a heart show for them. That means a lot to them. They come to the show multiple times on tours and in, you know, regional theaters and Broadway and the West End and in Japan and like all over the world. So if you are playing a role like that, there's certain parameters. There's certain you know, I'm not reinventing the wheel to go play Fantine. I'm not going to do this completely different interpretation that's like really wild and different. Now, does that mean I'm going to go and just like watch somebody else's performance and just mimic exactly what they did? No. And I say this a lot in class because it is hard when you're doing, you know, scenes from TV shows or plays or something that, you know, you can go on YouTube or TikTok or whatever in many cases and watch, you know, some incredible actor, you know, sometimes many incredible actors play the role that you're doing. It's helpful sometimes, you know, for like reference, you know, for genre or something like that. But ultimately, you know, in a theatrical kind of situation, you're going to go in and, you know, playing a character like Fantine, it's very dialed in. You're going to learn all the material. you're going to study the character, you're going to do exactly the blocking that has been decided most of the time ahead of time with a show like that. And then you're going to ultimately find the pieces of yourself that you can relate to this character with. So, the human parts of it, because at the end of the day, we're trying to connect with each other. That's like the point of art, right? We are expressing ourselves in order to, I mean, for me anyway, and I think most artists would agree on some level with this. You're making your art, you are expressing, and in my situation, my favorite type of art to make is collaborative art. So whereas, there's some people who are like content creators who just make something out of nothing. I can do that, but it's not my favorite. I would much rather work with a team. I would much rather work with, I would much rather like do the group project and do the part of the group project that I know I'm really good at and I can bring it A++. And I know that everybody else there is going to bring their A++, and then we're going to make something awesome together. That's like chef's kiss. And that comes in the form of, theater, short films, TV, even like TikTok videos or whatever, if they're, and this is something that I'm sort of saying this to empower you guys too, because on whatever level you're on right now, all of you can sign up for a YouTube account or a TikTok or an Instagram or whatever. And all of you have, people in your life. They may not be like professional camera people, or professional like singers or whatever, but this is how it's different from like when I was starting, much different from when I was starting out. And it's like people had camcorders, like, so it's like, it's different than, it was much more when I was like, I don't know, when I was a kid, it was sort of like, we wouldn't have dared to like, internet was around, but it was like, dial up AOL, right? Like, we wouldn't have dared to just put something up online that wasn't like perfect. You know what I mean? That wasn't like, and so it was a little bit weird to me when like Instagram and stuff started doing stories and people were just like putting up videos like off the cuff of them just like singing in their car or something. And I was like, oh my God, but like they're not perfect. Like their pitch is not, these professional people, like people that, and so it's taken me time. TikTok was like a help for me in that way a little bit to like let loose a little bit and be like, it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think anyone's expecting perfection. This is more, I think that's kind of more of like what's fun about it. But that's like content creation, which any of you guys can do. Like tonight you can get off this call and go like make whatever you want, right? Like immediately post it if you want. And that's great. And that's great practice. And that's great to like explore things and play with things, because you do also as an artist, you have to explore, you have to play. That's part of what, in my classes, I said this recently, some of you guys were there. And I said, this is the time you can explore your emotional levels. You can mess up here. You can, mess up. There really isn't any messing up, but like, you can do something that you can fail here. It's okay. This is a safe place. And sometimes you have to try things and make really bold choices. And that's where, if it's not right, or if you're like, that didn't feel right. Okay, fine. Like now, and now we try something else. Once you're in a rehearsal environment, sure, that's great too. When you're on set, you just don't have time for that. I mean, that's why it's part of why it's so competitive, particularly with television, is that, like I said, you're auditioning for something that's going to shoot in a few days, and there isn't time to like do character development or like rehearse with the other actors, particularly if you're like a co-star, guest star, and you're coming in and there's, you're going to go do a scene with like someone who's been doing this show and playing this character for 10 years. They're not going to like, unless they're in very few circumstances, like they're not going to like hang out and rehearse with you before you do it. It's going to be like, hi, nice to meet you. Welcome to our show. Cool. All right, let's shoot it. Like you're just doing it. So that is why it's so important to train outside of a professional, working environment, to train in a professional acting class, coaching environment where you have that freedom to like explore things, so that ultimately when you it's kind of like I had this, I don't know if you guys have ever, any of you have ever done Kundalini yoga. Highly recommend it. It's excellent, especially anybody who deals with any anxiety, which is probably everyone. But my Kundalini yoga teacher would say in the class that basically he kind of like made a joke. He's like, we're basically pushing you to like, you feel like you're going to maybe have a heart attack, so that in real life, when you're feeling that level of anxiety, you've done your yoga practice and you've already practiced that. So you know how to handle it better in like a real life situation. You have visceral, physical muscle memory that knows how to deal with that. And that's kind of what I think. Like I've been in enough training situations that when the inevitable chaotic working situations, which it's chaotic more often than I wish it were, just for all kinds of reasons. Budgeting, things are last minute. During COVID, people were dropping like flies and getting COVID and they had to replace people. It was just it's been very chaotic. So in those situations, it's like, okay, I'm going to get very focused and trust my talent and trust my training and know that I'm going to deliver what I need to deliver. Again, it's not about me. And I say this because actors and models have a really bad rap, and most actors and models, professionals really aren't like this, but it's like there's this stereotype of an actor and model that's like, that they're just like looking in the mirror all day and like, oh, it's all like, I'm just like my driver's gonna pick me up and get me a salad and like my juice. But like really honestly, most people, I mean, I know a ton of actors and I know them from, the level of they're just starting out all the way to literally, I've worked with The Rock, Jennifer Aniston. I've worked with huge, huge, huge stars. And like across the board, very few of those actors are like that. Most people are just like so grateful and so excited to be working and to be doing the thing they love. And, they're there to make stuff and they're there to work and they're there to, make it happen. And, when you get on set and, you're in that environment, you really don't, you realize so much that like the actor is weirdly such a small part of it, that it's like, you just can't go in there like making assumptions like everyone's there to see your fabulous self, right? Which doesn't mean like, a few people mentioned humility. Humility is like, I'm on the fence with that word sometimes. It really depends, particularly with any minorities, particularly with women, particularly with queer people, particularly with people of color. The word humility can sometimes, I don't think, be super great, because I also very much do not want any of you to play small or to think that you are less than or to think that you aren't worthy of being somewhere, or worthy of being, paid for your work or anything like that. So, I think like be humble has been something that has sometimes by some people been used to like keep people down. And I am all about bringing people up. Like, if you guys know me, like I am like, let's rise up together. Okay. Like I want, the opposite of humility though, it's not like, I'm not into like cockiness or like people I'm into know your worth, like be excited, be passionate, and like know and be confident in the fact that you've worked hard and that you're there to like be awesome in whatever situation that is. Like I want people showing up to my coachings, after they've been working on a scene or a monologue and feeling not like, well, I'm humble because I'm just going to play really small. Like I want them to show up being like, yep, I've rehearsed this X number of hours. I've done a ton of character work. I've done a ton of character study. I've, you know, rehearsed it with my scene partner. I've rehearsed it maybe with my spouse or my kid or my mom or whoever. I really worked on this and I feel really confident. And I feel like I'm ready to come in and like, I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to shoot this. I'm ready to show up on set and shoot this. But I also know that I'm in Haviland's class and Haviland is my cheerleader. And like Haviland's going to give me constructive criticism. And also I'm going to get on to you if, you know, you haven't done the work, just simply because I say, you know, it's your time, but it's also my time. So like, I'm here to help you at whatever level you're in. Now, some people literally, you know, some of you maybe have literally never done, like maybe half of what I've said, you're like, I don't really even know what you're talking about. Sounds cool, but like maybe you have 35 questions about like, you've used this term and that term. I don't even know what that means. That is okay, because this is, you know, this is for everybody. I'm starting an intensive class soon that's for people that are a little bit more advanced. Like they've just been working with me a little longer. They've been doing this a little longer. So there's certain things that we don't have to kind of like stop and explain. Like we can kind of play forward on some of the like basic stuff. My big group class is all over the map. There's people who have literally, it might be, I mean, the last class we had, there were a couple people who had never done a scene at all before. First time ever doing a scene. And that to me is thrilling. I love, like, it's a gift to me because I'm like, man, this person is living their dream and like they're trusting me with that vulnerability to, you know, hold their vulnerability and be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's see your work, see what you've been working on. That's terrifying. And I find courage like so cool. Like you can't be cooler than like to be courageous and to believe in yourself. Like that is just amazing. And if you think of like some actors that I think people are like really into, it's often because they do unexpected, crazy things, or even in an interview or something on like, you know, like Colbert or like, you know, Jimmy Kimmel or something like that, you know, you'll see them do something crazy or say something, you're like, man, they're so brave. Like, how, you know, would I be that brave to kind of like say that and not be afraid that it was going to be taken the wrong way, or like that I was going to be sort of made fun of, or, you know, something like that. So being an artist takes bravery, it takes courage. So I applaud all of you who are here for even, you know, honoring yourself to say, yes, this is what I want to do. This is a dream that, you know, for some people, you're like, I've had this dream my whole life. You know, maybe you did a high school play or something like that. And like, you know, then things happened. You needed to, you know, you got into a different line of work, or you had a family, or you just didn't know where to go. I mean, so many people are like, yeah, I want to be an actor, but like, how do I do that? You know? So, you know, we need spaces like this that are like, hey, we're here, we're a community, you know, you need a community, you know, to help you get ahead. So creating these characters, you know, I think it's always really important to think about the collaboration, you know, think about your given circumstances, the script and that kind of thing. But then also being like, okay, now I really understand, you know, this girl. Like I really understand where she's coming from, or maybe I don't fully you know, especially in an audition situation, I don't maybe fully understand because I haven't gotten to read the whole script. But based on these 3 pages that I've read, or 2 pages, or half a page sometimes, or 5 pages, or whatever you get, and the breakdown. Do you guys know what breakdown? Tell me if anybody doesn't know. If anybody, if I say something and I'm like going on about it, if you're like, I have no idea what that word means, just tell me. So a breakdown in short is like a little you know, snippet that would be like on an audition notice or something, that would be, you know, telling you the character's name, usually the gender that they present, usually their age or age range if that's important. Usually it's only important if it's like, you know, they're a parent to someone, or they are in high school, or like they're a grandparent, or something that like physically, if it's on camera, like you need to look like you're that age, you know. And then it'll say things about the character, you know, this is the kind of person they are, maybe they've overcome struggles, or it'll tell you, if you only have that 1 or 2 pages, you know, it'll often say, you know, she just went through a divorce and she's, you know, is going through a really hard time, but, you know, is also litigating the biggest case of her life on the Supreme Court, you know, like it'll say something where it's like, okay, I see what this I get enough information to let me kind of run with it. And then if it's an audition situation, it really kind of is up to you. You got to just take a stab. You got to make a big choice. And hence why I say in my classes, like, come in big and bold, come in making a big old choice. You know, whatever scene or monologue you're doing, like, the more, like, write this down. Specificity, be specific, be incredibly specific. The more specific you are, the better your performance will be and the more fun you're going to have. Otherwise, you're just kind of like in some like murky ground somewhere. And I say this because it's like, okay, let's talk about, I'll pull one of my animated, actually, you know, I'll tell you, like, so I was in this show called Single Ladies that was on VH1 for several seasons. And this is a fun business story because I was cast in the pilot to play, you know, like a couple days, just a one-off, one episode character who was the show was basically, it's a really fun show. It's basically about Black excellence in Atlanta. And it's like these women who are gorgeous and successful and single and young and like, they're, you know, basically all driving Maseratis and dressing fabulously. And like, you know, you kind of through the series watch them like, you know, date gorgeous men and like they, you know, their careers go off and all this stuff. It was a really fun show. So I was cast to play this real estate agent. And I'm like in the South, very Southern. If any of you know Atlanta, Buckhead real estate agent. That's like the Beverly Hills of Atlanta. You know, very bright pink suits and, you know, all this stuff. So I was cast to play this role. Now, all I had, you know, auditioning and even doing the show, even when I got the script and went to play it, it was just like, Anne, you know, her name's Anne. She's a successful real estate agent in Buckhead, and she's showing this mansion to this couple who she doesn't know. Now, you know, on the show, now I read the whole script. So I saw this couple is like, this is the series lead, this who I'm showing, and like her boyfriend. These are the people who are coming to see this house. So that's all the information I had. So from there, you know, I had to say, okay, I need to read the whole script so I understand the style of the show, since the show at that point was not out yet. They were shooting the very first episode. And, you know, then I had to go, okay, all I know is that, you know, she is a successful real estate agent in a very rich area of a very rich city in the South. So, you know, so I had to start going through like, all right, I need to build her backstory. Like, where does she come from? Where did she grow up? Is this, you know, could this be a potential, you know, $200,000 commission for her? Like, is this, what does she need? You know, how badly does she need it? Is she in debt? You know, is this like make it or break it situation where it's like, I really need to sell this house today. Otherwise, you know, I've got somebody's going to take my car. I mean, you know, you can build all this stuff that like none of that's in the script, you know, but it makes it more fun for me. So I was able to do some of that work, and the character's really funny. And I kind of like dialed up the comedy of it because like, you know, it's fun to sort of be like the like really excited white girl. Like, I was like, hey, y'all. Like, it was just really way over the top, and I just kind of went for it. And, you know, then when I got on set, like, they were like, oh, we really like that. Dial it up even more. Dial up the accent, dial up it. And I was like, great. So then I just, you know, very quickly, I had done that character work. And then I was like, all right, like, just keep tweaking it as I get feedback, i.e. the collaboration, which love the collaboration, love the feedback, because it's like whatever you've done, they just keep giving, you know, you keep hopefully getting feedback, and that then you can keep tweaking your performance, because you don't know what's in their head for all the scenes they've already shot, for the characters, the other characters in the show, like what style, you know, they are, what, you know, the level of comedy, like the level of drama, the level of like soapy drama, all of that. So again, was supposed to be a one episode. Now the series lead, who I was working with, really liked me. We became really friendly. And the showrunner, towards the end of it was a long night, towards the end of the first night, was just like, girl, you're funny. Like, I like you. And I was like, oh, I mean, I like the character. She's like, you've written her really. And she's like, no, but this is like, you're running with it. It's great. This is like a good vibe. So I ended up being on the show for 2 seasons because they were just like, oh, that's a great character. And the second or third time I went back, they were like, yeah, we're doing that. We're going to build a whole thing around this character. She's going to become a successful real estate agent, one of the series leads. And so you guys will go from like, you're kind of her boss, her mentor, to like, you guys are now working together. So it went on and on and on to like, showing the house to then kind of mentoring. And then there was like funny stuff about like, we'd be getting coffee and I'd be like asking her like dating advice. And I'd be like, I dated this guy. And she was like, girl, you need to chill. And so it was just funny because I just kept leaning into it. And the more I leaned into it, the more they leaned into it. So it's just the collaboration was like great. And every time I was there, because I had no guarantees, there were like no guarantees in this business at all. So every time I was there, I was genuinely just having such a great time and, there to serve the show, there to make the show the show is already great. So I'm just like, I'm so happy to be part of this and to be offering whatever I do to make it as great as it is and maybe even better, and so, getting that kind of feedback of just, keeping getting asked to come back. And then when the show started airing, to get feedback from people watching the show who'd like come up and be like, are you on Single Ladies? And I'd be like, yes, I am. She's like, they'd be like, oh, you don't really talk like that. But it was like, that was bringing people joy and making people laugh. And it was allowing, you know, it was getting people to laugh. And like, I love that. I love, like, I take my work very seriously, but I try and not take life so seriously, if that makes sense. Like, the things that you can kind of laugh about, you should laugh about. Now my work, like what I do and the level of energy and precision and specificity that I put into my work, I take dead seriously. But that's because I respect myself and I respect the time, energy, financial investment, the sacrifices my family has made for my whole life, and continues to make, for me to continue doing what I want to do. I mean, it's a lot that goes into it, but ultimately, like, when you do it, it's like the greatest thing. So yeah. So, I mean, I'll show you guys some of so one of the things I do in voiceover, people, they have, some of you guys might be into this. This is a thing. They'll have like these conventions and like signings and things like that where people will go, kind of like Comic-Con, but there's like hundreds, maybe thousands of conventions like this, where they'll have actors who've played certain roles come and like do, panels, do like signings, do selfies, like all of that kind of thing. So I've been doing that for a few years. And so I just kind of have, especially my people, you're usually interested in it for animated characters, for me anyway, because I haven't yet been on like Star Trek or, a Marvel film, which, put that out there, guys, putting it out there, positive, let's go. But I have a couple of friends on like Star Trek and they're like, oh my God, the conventions are so fun. Cause that's like, I mean, I do them and mine are like really fun and I love meeting fans, but like, that's just next level. So yeah, so like I'll have things like I'll have things like you saw Raquel. I have many, many of Raquel. This is Audrey Bourgeois, who is in Miraculous Ladybug. If you have kids, if you have little girls in your life who are like under 10, they know this show. This is from Ever After High. If any of you who are young people in here, like under like in your like early 20s or younger, you probably grew up watching this. This is Faybelle Thorne. She's a cheerleader and a fairy. I've played so many cheerleaders, so many. This is Vandala Doubloons. She's both a ghost and a pirate, from Monster High. Also from Monster High, this is Avia Trotter. She's a centaur, which means she's part horse, part human. really fun. She's very bossy, but nice, not a mean person. And then from the video game world, this is from Fallout 4. They made it now a spinoff series of Fallout that I think that it's streaming now. This is the Mariner, who was like such a fun role and like something that totally took off and was like, this is one of those roles that like ever since then, it's like when I'm on set doing doing on camera stuff, like guys always come up to me and they're like, yo, are you the Mariner? And I'm like, yes. So that's really fun too. And then this is Triffany. She's in a game called Bug Snacks, and she talks like this, and she's just a mom from Minnesota, but also she's an archaeologist and loves digging up bones of dead people. So, I have fun. But yeah, I mean, that's what I always have wanted, since I was little, is that I've really always wanted, variety. I have, I've wanted to be able to do a lot of different things and and I have like really, 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 many actors I know do a lot of different things, but like, I feel like probably more than most, I really have like really done a lot of different things. Like really literally the only part of entertainment I haven't done is stand-up comedy, which I will likely never do, unless somebody just puts it in a teleprompter and then I've got you. Um, I feel like, my goals moving forward, I would really like to play a character, a series regular for a long period of time. Like I'd like that. I really enjoyed that with like, especially with Barbie Life in the Dream House, that was like, wasn't consistent. Like we weren't working every week, but like it was several, it happened over a few years. And so the character, like we kept developing it, so that was super fun to like come back to the character. So much of it is just like you go in and you do it once or twice and then that's that. So I would really like, a TV show and I audition for them often. So it's like, again, if you guys like me, be like, come on, Evelyn, let's go universe. It's time. Wouldn't that be cool to be like, my coach is on this show that I see every week. So, so that's one of my goals. Another thing, like, which I feel like this could be at any point, but like, I think I would, I have done a little bit of hosting work and I really enjoy that. And I think like, in the future to do like the Talk, the View, like one of those types of things, like I would have a lot of fun. I love interviewing people. I actually love teleprompter. I've worked with teleprompter a lot, a lot, a lot. And I love just like flying by the seat of my pants, like, reading teleprompter and then you're dealing live with people and you have somebody in your ear, like being like, oh, don't forget to say this, or look to your left, or there's a blah, blah, blah. I really like that. It's probably like the theater person in me. Like I like the live, like you don't have I think probably because I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So when you're live, like you can't really worry about that stuff. You kind of have to just trust yourself, and listen, and just roll with things like trusting yourself, being confident, doing everything you can to prepare, and then listen. I mean, that's really a note for kind of everything. Like, be as prepared as possible, do everything you need to do to make yourself feel confident. And, from there, listen, like take direction, be willing, don't be rigid. I see that a lot. Like, I worked with an actor once who, we were doing an independent film and she just really she had rehearsed her role in a certain way, obviously at home or maybe with however she had done it. And she got on set and it was like, adjustments needed to be made as they always do. Like, but she was like, oh, I thought I was going to be, sitting down this whole scene. And it's like, okay, well, the director's like, well, I need you to be entering from there and coming in and then walking around the table and, ultimately then you sit down. And she just couldn't kind of get out of her head about it. And it was so difficult. And I was just, I kind of felt for her because I was like, oh man, she's like really like rigidly prepared in a way that isn't helpful ultimately, So it's like, yes, prepare, but prepare in a way that you're still going to be flexible, that you're still going to be malleable. It's like if you're playing a sport, right? Like you can practice, basketball hours and hours and hours and hours and you know your stuff, but ultimately when you get in the game, like there's going to be things the other team's doing that like weren't planned, that you maybe, you know, are like, oh, we didn't practice it that way. It's like, well, you're in the game now, so you got to do your best and like react in real time. So so yeah, so that's me. I don't know if Deneen is on and listening or grabbing a coffee, water, a Danish. Um, but I don't know if you, we probably don't really have time for like a bunch of questions, but if you guys have any like specific questions, oh, here's one. When does an actor use improv? All the time. I mean, I'm improving as we speak. I haven't had a script for the past, 55 minutes that I've been talking. I think like improv as the actor, use it when it's asked for. So, oftentimes in an audition setting, especially if it's a voiceover audition and it's for a commercial and the commercial is funny, oftentimes they'll be like, do a take one that's exactly as scripted, and take two, you can like have fun with it and improv. That means like take what's there. Don't go completely off like it's a different character, but take what's there and like kind of roll with it. Um, Also, like, I mean, improv is basically like it's improvising, right? So we improvise all day long, every day. That's what life is we're doing improv. Now there's improv classes and things like that, which any of you who if you've ever been told like, gosh, you're so funny, you're such a funny person, or you have funny comedic timing, highly suggest taking like formal improv classes, which I have taken at the Groundlings, which is kind of like the Groundlings and UCB are kind of like the standards of like the big places. But there's specific like timing and rules and things that just help you hone that craft. Just like what I teach, it's like you could have the best instincts ever as an actor, but like, everybody needs training. Because you're going to run up against something where you're like, man, I'm just not feeling it today. I can't go there with this character. I can't, like, I understand intellectually like what I'm supposed to be doing, but like I'm lacking the technical knowledge right now to help me like perform what I know needs to happen, if that makes sense. So this is where training comes in, because you're like, all right, it's not going to necessarily all be like flying by the seat of my pants. I got to really rely on my training here. Let's see, I'm not sure what that means. Let's see. What character did I do on Miraculous? I did Audrey Bourgeois. My experience doing kids shows, it's really fun. I mean, doing kids shows, you're still working with all adults. So the process is still like honestly exactly the same. You're still working with, the process is like from doing, let's say like, Miraculous, which is totally animated, very G-rated, very high energy, super fun, big characters, to like I did a show for HBO that is hopefully being released soon, where I play an IDF soldier, an Israeli soldier, and like a commander. And it was very intense, as you can imagine, very dramatic, very adult, with all everything violent and very serious and very dramatic. But the process is like the exact same. You're still doing the same process, and the acting process is still the same. It's just you're adapting to genre and rhythm and musicality and all of that. So have I ever done any kid characters? Yeah, I've done kid characters. But I mostly do, I mean, Raquel is a teen. I've done mostly like teenagers. I specialize in teenage girls. And like mystical women. I could do a lot of like, I did like a Harry Potter character named Professor Claude Dromgoole. And she's like, a runes expert. She teaches the kids. So yeah. So let's say, is Danina around? I want to see if there's anything I missed.
I am right here. I've been listening in the background, and you've done an amazing job.
Well, thanks.
No, you definitely went over creating characters and creating a legacy. Let me just ask you a question, and I'm going to ask done this after you're off, but were there ever any moments where, and I know you at the beginning you started off talking about how you're human, right? We're all human, but were there
Yeah.
ever any moments where you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe I should become an accountant or something like that, or has this been something you've known you wanted to do?
Yeah. I mean, not an accountant. That's not my strength. But I was like math, like I like begged to not have to take math class in school. Like, please, what can I do to get out of this? Um, no, I think yeah, I think particularly like I've wanted to do this since I was like 7 or 8 years old. And I've been like very sure, very certain about
Yeah.
that. I think like I haven't really had very many moments of like, I want to just give this all up. It's more like I've had moments of like expansion, hence like how I got into producing, how I'm now getting into directing. Um, I think maybe like during the pandemic, the industry has changed a lot in the past 4 years, like completely changed. So there were definitely moments I think where I was like, oh God, I wish I had just like gone to law school because I know I would be a good lawyer. And like everyone in my family are lawyers. Like I really could have slayed that. But like ultimately, I'm like, I know that wasn't the path that was like divinely planned for me,
Yeah.
like for me, that's like my faith.
Yeah.
Um, but there are things that are like that I think that you kind of just know instinctually. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be deterred by, panic over all kinds of things like, oh,
Yeah.
I've been working and working and I haven't booked anything. Or, so many people starting out, they're like, I've been auditioning for, so many this amount of time, or I've done this many auditions and I haven't gotten anywhere. And it's like, well, but like, do you love it or do you not love it? If you don't
Yeah.
love it, if you don't love auditioning, this is not the career for you.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna audition. Everybody auditions. And then you go and you do, the craziest thing when I was doing Santa Jaws, there were like, and this happens all the time, but Santa Jaws was we were out of town and we were shooting for several weeks on location outside of New Orleans. And there were like, 5 of us who were like the leads of the film. So we're shooting every day. Every single one of us had our ring light and our whole setup with us in our like suite at the hotel because we were all getting auditions and we would shoot for 12 to 14 hours and then be like, can you come in at like 2 a.m. and like tape this audition that I need to get back to LA before the morning? And we're like,
Wow.
sure, of course. Like, it's like you're going and like starring in a movie all day and then you're going and doing auditions because this job is going to be over in a week or 2 weeks and like you got to keep working. So that's what I mean. It's like if you don't and to be honest, I've been doing this now for decades. Like just do I often think like, my God, haven't I auditioned enough? Like I could send them, 1,500 auditions at this point, and can't they just see I like know what I'm doing? But like
Yeah.
it is what it is. It's part of the process,
Yeah.
So so I think that, yeah, I think having like frustration or doubt or anything like that is completely normal.
Yeah.
But it's also like there's a determination and like a deeper faith and knowledge that I have that I'm like, this is what I do. So it's okay. It's okay. We all have bad days, bad moments, it's fine. We can like give ourselves a little break with that.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
Haviland, thank you so much for today. On a scale of 1 to 10 in the comments, let Haviland know how much you loved from her presentation. What did you learn? Like, everyone drop one comment as well. Like, what is one thing that you learned from her that you're going to start implementing today? Because you can amass all of the knowledge in the world, but until you start taking action, it's just kind of like marbles rolling around in your head. You have to start taking action. So
Yeah.
what is something you're going to keep auditioning, take improv, be passionate? That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. Build your confidence and like building your confidence. Like, you should not be doing this if you're not training. You really should. Like, honestly, from like, it is hard enough. The industry is hard enough. Like, make it a little, do whatever and so much of it is out of your control, like all the time. You're like very rarely in control of like even how much you work, how much you audition. So it's like, when you have control, like when an email hits my inbox and it's like appointment for Haviland, and I'm like, yes, I'm like, I have control, some level of control. I can go take this, read all the information, and go and do my very best to get this job, you know, and my very best at prepping this character so that, you know, at the very least, you know, the people walk, well, at the very least, I feel like I've been an actor today and it was great. Like, you know, and beyond that, it's like, hopefully the result of that will be that, you know, the people watching it are like, she's perfect for this. Yes. But, you know, yeah. So preparation, building confidence, and, you know, whatever you need to do. And to do that, you need to surround yourself with people who can help you build your confidence.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Haviland, thank you so much. We can't wait to see you on your next class. This has been amazing. So Dan, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here for us.
Of course. You guys are awesome, and congrats, and have a great rest of your day. And drink water.
Hold on. I got the water. We got the water covered. Everyone take
hydrate.
a sip of water.
Keep hydrating. Electrolytes. Electrolytes are good.
They're in there also. Awesome.
Great.
All right.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye. All right, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you think that Haviland has a blueprint for success? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Let me ask you a question. How many of you think that when Haviland is setting up for an audition, how many of you think that she's done it so many times that her subconscious mind just takes over? Kind of like when you take a shower. How many of you think that when she's setting up her lights and her camera and everything like that, she just knows what she's doing. It's just second nature to her. How many of you want to know more of that winning formula so that what she is doing just becomes second nature? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I want you to think about this. Something I asked you at the beginning of the day, I want you to focus on what the speakers are saying, their successes, but also their failures as well. Sometimes, because we're human, right? How many of you know that when Haviland got accepted to NYU, or when she got the roles on Broadway, her excitement was like, yes, we're doing it. But then maybe her logical mind was like, whoa, hold on. We're going to be acting on Broadway. Like, how are we going to do this? Oh my gosh. But the excited was, just be quiet. We're so excited. We're on Broadway. We're on Broadway. We're in New York. And her logical mind was like, okay, well, let's figure this out. And then her fear kicked in. Oh, I don't know. Should we be on Broadway? Should we be doing that? How many of you think that like all of those things, all those characters were acting at the same time in her head, right? I would be freaking out also. But because she put in so many reps, her subconscious kicked in. And her subconscious like, guys, don't worry. We got this. We have success. We've been doing this since we were 7 years old. We're good. Let's just keep doing it. This subconscious, this is the framework for success because she put in so many reps. You heard her. And I like to ask people this. If I ever interview you, I'm like, okay, why do you want to be a part of the entertainment industry? Wouldn't you rather be an accountant or something like that? It's a little bit easier. But she put in so many reps that for her, it's just second nature. That's what this weekend is about for you. This weekend is about you taking everything that you're learning and putting in the reps. So it just becomes second nature to you. Oh, hold on. My emotional monkey is about to fly the coop here. All right, so I just want to take us back to school for 1 moment. So I've been behind the scenes, I've been listening to Haviland, and I have been following along on our school journey. And I don't know who this, you guys came here because you want to be actors, models, and musicians. And you said you were going to be super interactive. There is one person right now, like, we're in a race here, people. There is one person who has been commenting nonstop. I'm like, who is this person? So if you guys want to know who your competition is for the most engagement, we're looking at you, Elizabeth Poe. Oh my gosh. Comment. So I want you guys to make sure that you continue posting in school your aha moments. We're about to move on to our next speaker. And again, the reason you're posting the aha moments is not because we're going to give you a cool prize, which we will. And after our next speaker, I'll definitely show you what that is. Okay. Before we do that though, how many of you are visual learners like I am? I need to see what's going on. So let's do this. We're going to go into school and I'm going to show you guys. Are you guys ready? Let's see here. Okay, share screen. Okay, we're going to go into school. And there is one person who has been beyond everyone commenting in school, and that is Elizabeth Poe. So let's see here. So this is our aha moments. And I know you guys were very excited about what's going on, okay? But here are some of the aha moments that you guys shared on when Haviland was speaking. The key insight to creating characters is the importance of understanding their backstory and motivations. By exploring a character's past experiences, fears, and desires, actors can deliver more authentic performances. How awesome is that? I love that. My aha moment was when I moved out of my mom's house when I was 15, struggling financially, going from job to job, and never felt right. I realized I want to go further in a career that I can control. Hovland talked about that. You can control. The only thing you can really control is you giving 100%, right? My aha moment happened a few weeks ago. Trudy Moore. I see you guys now. You guys are, oh wait, hold on, she's really reading these. Let me start typing some comments. I love it. I like this one too. Mrs. Ryan Clapham, specificity on character building, being excited to be on set and genuinely having a great time. This is the most fun you can possibly. You're getting literally paid to be on set to act. How cool is that, right? It's pretty amazing. Well, here we go. My aha moment was being specific about what I want to do with my career and character. Okay, you guys are doing great. Aha moment. Respect the script and the writer. They put a lot into it. Be flexible, right? Run with the script. Have fun with it. This is amazing. I want you guys to see like that. And how many of you, as I'm reading the comments from other people, are like, wow, I didn't even think about that. That's awesome, right? Oh, here we go. This is Elizabeth Ho I was telling you about. Whew. Elizabeth, your fingers must be tired. Tap, tap, tapping. High energy class instructor. Island is not old enough. Work smart. Network well. Attend these classes and sharpen your skill set. Apply yourself. Hey, Reginald. Okay, I like that too. Look at this. Like, I don't know who this Elizabeth Poe person is, but I can't wait to get to know you, Elizabeth Poe. Like, look at all these comments, right? And what I want you guys to understand is as you're going through this, right? Take the comments that other people are saying and take them onto yourself. Like, use them as your aha moments also. Okay, so I'm going to be going through these. I'm like literally, yeah. I have to sign on to my own school. I'm on Mike's school right now. I was like, Elizabeth Poe, Elizabeth Poe, Elizabeth Poe, Elizabeth Poe. I was like, whoa, hold on 1 second here. So, and look, Elizabeth Poe is commenting now. So make sure that you guys are being super interactive in school. Mike's going to speak now. I'm going to introduce him to you. When he's finished, I'm going to show you what the prize is. How many of you guys want to know what the prize is? If you do, type prize in the comments. Type prize in the comments. What we're doing too, just so you guys know, is we're going to post the aha, and then we're actually going to post the link about where we want you to put those comments. So keep an eye on the speaker, obviously, but keep an eye on the comments too, because right now what's happening in school, even though you may not be able to see it, is Jemima is posting session 3. This way you guys are going to have the opportunity to comment on that. Does that make sense to everyone? If it does, give me a thumbs up. Let me see. Give me a thumbs up physically. Okay, awesome. Okay, so make sure you're looking in the comments because in a moment, what we're going to do is we're going to share the link to session 3, the comments. Okay, because that's being done behind the scenes while I'm talking to you. All right. Are you guys good? Are you guys learning a lot? Do we need to move around a little bit? Have we been sitting a little bit too long? Do we need to stand up and move? Except for Bradley, because he's obviously driving. You're not allowed to stand, Bradley, unless you park your car and get out. Let's do this. Everyone get up for a moment. Let's shake it out a little bit. We've been going for like a little over 2 hours. And I know for me, if I have to sit for that long, I'm like, I need some energy. Everyone stand up. Just raise your hands, stretch it out a little. Oh, Bradley's out of his car. He's like, I'm participating, Denise. Yeah, twist around a little bit. Shake it out a little bit. Just move around. Jessica's like, she's doing her own dance party. We got a dance party going on in Jessica. Faith too, dancing. Reginald's just stretching. Awesome. All right. Does that feel a little bit better? You feel a little more awake? Okay, good. Everyone take a seat. Also, if you have some water, take a sip of the water. Or in my case, drink your whole gallon. Awesome. All right, everyone take your seat, hydrate. I'm about to introduce our next guest. Are you guys ready? If you are, type I'm ready in the comments. Type I'm ready. All right. So our next speaker is Michael Pumpkin. He is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the US. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children globally from sex trafficking. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His business ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. He is also the co-author of the book Finding Fame, which is, again, like we mentioned, the #1 book on arts and entertainment in the entertainment space on Amazon. He is also a co-author with Michael Gerber for a book that's coming out very soon, I believe this fall, as well as a co-author with Brian Tracy. Everyone, give it up for the one and the only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Guys, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, I love in that school group. I think for a lot of you that may be brand new to it, if you go in their classrooms, there's actually a whole section under there, a ton of content that we provided for you guys. We're actually going to be adding the replays from this weekend into the group. So for those of you, I know you're getting like a fire hose of information, and over the next 2 days, I want to make sure you guys are able to go back and review it and so forth. And I'm listening to everyone's comments and questions and so forth. So I'm actually working on adding some more new content in there for you guys. So keep it coming. So after this session, we'll kind of walk you through school and so forth. Free community. All you have to do is click on the link. Ton of great content in there. Plus, you have a community, right? It's all about having, when you have those questions and you just need somebody to turn to, being able to have that community to turn to get the right answers and so forth. And myself and Deneen and Alicia and a lot of our speakers are consistently in there. I've been checking the comments all day, and Deneen and Ali. So the more you're interactive in there, the more excited you get, the more excited we get. We're definitely emotional monkeys over here. So we're so excited, but I do want to keep this on track just to pay respect to not only your time, but to our speakers' time. So I'm going to pull up my presentation. And let me see right here. All right, so since we got a lot of new people on here, this is one of my favorite presentations. I think this really breaks down a lot of misconceptions in the industry about age and location and qualifications and so forth. So I want to kind of put that to rest so you guys really have an understanding. The most important thing, especially in this industry, is really knowing where you fit in, right? And that's really kind of one of the first initial hardest steps. And once you kind of figure out where you fit in, you're able to then kind of really have a grasp of the industry, and then you're able to start fitting in other different aspects. So we're going to talk a lot about acting over the weekend. Right now, we're going to focus on modeling. So this is called Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Okay. So obviously the world's changed. Haviland had talked about that. And the industry is always consistently changing. It's always evolving, right? The conceptions, the trends, and so forth. The world's always changing. Okay, life is always changing. Things end, things change. And the sooner that you can accept that, the better the life you will lead. So many times people, I remember the good old days, right? Those are people that you have to lean into change. You have to lean into, finding your place in the world, and you have to lean into finding your why and what kind of impact that you can make. As a model, as an actor, you begin to have a platform, you begin to have a voice. So this industry not only can grow into financial success for you, provide for yourself, your family, to live the life that people dream about, but it also gives you the opportunity to make change, to make an impact in the world. Obviously, for all of that, it takes a new mindset. At the end of the day, everything you want to do in life, anything, you want to be a CEO of a company, you want to be on the cover of a magazine, you want to be an Academy Award winning actor. At the end of the day, it's 10% tactics and 90% mindset. And once you realize that, right, we're talking a lot about the emotional monkey, the logical monkey, the subconscious, the lizard, right, the less evolved part of the brain that's been around the longest. That part of fear was designed in a world 100,000 years ago, right, when there was a danger when you went outside. The things today, it's different, right? You're not going to be eaten by a lion, right? Hopefully, you shouldn't be in an area that lions are creeping around waiting to eat you. But a lot of that is really understanding how your brain works, how the decisions work, and that starts unlocking. When you realize and you can start thinking bigger, when you can start realizing, if I surround myself with people who are doing exactly what I want to do, my life will change forever. And you start unlocking that. Everyone on this call, I was kind of going through the people who are on camera, you all have so much potential. The only thing that's holding you back right now is the stories that you're telling yourself, and you yourself having that lack of confidence. And we're going to talk later about how to have unlimited confidence, right? How to learn what the meaning of confidence is. We're going to learn the meaning of making decisions. We're going to go back in time and understand this, even from a biblical analogy, to really understand how you can unlock your full potential. So once again, having a new mindset is going to give you new results. In today's industry, it's all about diversity. It's about different types of models, different sizes, different ages, different ethnicities. The industry is all about what makes you unique. There are so many opportunities now. There are more opportunities in the next 2 years in both the modeling and acting industry than there have been in the past 10 years. There's unlimited potential here when you're on the right lane, right? You ever notice, like, life can be kind of confusing. Things just don't seem to be going right. But then all of a sudden you just plug into the right source. You plug in with the right people, and all of a sudden it's like a highway opens up. All the traffic clears, and you have that unlimited potential to see the destination where you want to go. You have to see where you want to go. You have to see the horizon. You have to point yourself in the direction. This is where I am headed. This is where my life needs to be. This is where I want to go. And you'll figure out a way. When you have the right team, you'll be able to figure out a way. You'll figure out overcoming those obstacles. And again, in today's industry, it's all about what makes you unique. When you look at different magazines and you look at television, start paying attention to the people in the ad. Start seeing the different ages, the different looks, the different types, the different ethnicities. See where the advertising industry is. At the end of the day, it's called the entertainment business because that's what this is. It's a business, right? So when you understand the business, you understand the frameworks, you understand the recipes, you can now start applying them and plugging those in for your particular strengths. You'll learn later today about truth management. For those of you not a part of it, we got a huge announcement we're going to be making about truth management today. It's going to blow your minds out of the water. Your emotional monkey is going to be real excited. But, for the past 18 years, we've been hosting events. And probably right before COVID, probably about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I think actually about 4 years ago, we started developing the concept of representing and managing talent, actually becoming their mother agency, because we saw the holes in the industry, right? We saw where there was a need. So with that, we created our own agency. And what we do is the talent that we represent that attend our events, they have the opportunity not only for representation, but to then get placed with larger agencies. So we become that resume, right? We become that resume. We become that letter of recommendation. We surround themselves with the right people. We give them the opportunity to work with the people like Ryland Colby, Haviland, Stillwell, because when you have that resume, it adds strength, right? I've had the opportunity to partner with people such as Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, Brian Tracy, Michael Gerber. That's impressive, right? And I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you. People judge you by who you surround yourself with. And there's for me, there's nothing better the one trick I can teach you guys, the one little golden nugget, is surround yourself with people who are doing what you want to do and who are the best at it, because you learn from their mistakes. I learned more from people's mistakes than I learned from their successes. I was on a 3-day mastermind with a gentleman. He's done over $1 billion in sales and business. Brilliant. He's 40 years old, brilliant guy, good friend of mine and Alicia's. We're probably close to a decade now. And we talked a lot about mistakes, right? How do you learn from people's mistakes and so forth? And that way, the obstacles to look out for. So truth management, something we're going to learn a little bit about later today. But obviously, we represent a wide variety of talent, everything from fashion, lifestyle, commercial, social media influencers, voiceover work, TV and film, speakers and spokesmodels, and all of this. And may sound like, oh my God, there's so many different opportunities here. And that's great. Like, the industry is all about the opportunities. It's finding your way into this world. And by the end of this presentation, you guys are going to have a much better understanding of where you fit into it. Now, to take a step back, if you go and you said to people outside of the industry, right? So not people who work in the industry, but if you go to people who work outside of the industry, your friends, your family, and you ask them, hey, could you describe what the average model looks like? Just describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? 99% of the time, the average person will give you the wrong answer. This is the answer you consistently hear. They always say, okay, well, the average model, I guess they always say female. They always will lean into, she's usually probably tall and thin. She walks the runways of Paris and Milan, and she leads this really, glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And what they're talking about is one specific part of the industry. So for whatever reason, consumers, the public, when they hear the word modeling, they always associate it with what's called high fashion editorial. So I'm going to give you guys the exact definition of what that means. Okay. So high fashion, this is now from the British Association of Modeling Agents. A female model's height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11" with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement. Okay. I'm going to explain to you in a moment why it's very specific. So this is the exact specifications for high fashion editorial. Editorial is like when you think of magazines like Vogue and Elle and Gucci, Versace, and some of the more aloof, higher, more expensive brands. For men, runway male models who wear the latest designers must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40-yard jacket. So there's a couple of reasons why these specifications are there. Okay, one is when you're working as a fashion designer. So I'm a designer, right? I'm a designer for Armani, one of the leading houses. They have a set standard because the clothing they're producing is one-of-a-kind pieces for Fashion Week, right? Ryan later today is going to talk about castings for Fashion Week. New York now is entering into the casting season for the fashion shows in New York City. So I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, talking about the real Fashion Week, right? Not a small little show at a mall, like the actual Fashion Week. So designers, they have to make one-of-a-kind pieces for the show, which means when you're making something one of a kind, you have to buy the materials, the stitching. It's very labor intensive. So when something is labor intensive, it also means it's very expensive. So based upon that, by having a set standard, all the designers can produce the clothing without the models being in the room. They don't have to take measurements of the models. They just know when I'm doing a show in New York, I call Ryan Colby. I say I need 10 girls and 10 guys. For a fashion show, for Armani, when the models show up, the clothing will fit the models with very little alterations, okay? When that show is done in New York, those clothing pieces, they get folded up, and now they're going to do a show in London, right? A men's show in London or Paris or Milan or Greece or Dubai, Tokyo, wherever the next show is. When the clothing shows up, say it's London is the next show, agency will call up Storm. Storm Models is a huge agency in London, and they'll say, hey, we need 10 girls and 10 guys for the show. When the clothing shows up, the clothes will fit. When the models show up, the clothes will fit the models in London the same way it fit the models in New York. It'll fit the clothing when it goes to Paris, will fit the models the same way it did in London and New York. So if you take out the glitz and the glamour, at the end of the day, the models are just walking hangers. That's all it really comes down to. And I really love this photo of the gentleman with the shorts on, because He's got a nice look. He's super editorial fashion, but he's what's considered unique looking with striking looking features, which means he's not Brad Pitt. It's a polite way of saying he's not so handsome, or for a female that she's so good looking that it distracts from the clothing. So at the end of the day, it's the models, they not, if they were overly attractive, even if they fit into the height requirements, they still could get turned down for a show because they may be too good looking. And they would distract, because the whole point of the show, it's business, right? Entertainment business, is these designers are spending millions of dollars for a show to get the photos and the stories in every major magazine and in every major newspaper and every TikTok video and online and on Rumble and Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, because they're looking for that exposure. They're investing in the exposure for people to be brand aware of their brand. And then eventually that brand awareness turns into, I have to have that sweater. And you're going on, one of their shopping websites, and you're, buying that sweatshirt for $800 or $1,000 or so forth, right? It's a business. It's to drive traffic to people wanting to purchase those products. Now, here's the interesting thing. So when you take the glitzer and the glamour out of it, even though everyone thinks that high fashion, so the common person, when they hear the word model, they start talking high fashion editorial. The reality is high fashion editorial is the smallest segment of the industry. It only accounts for a little less than 10% of the entire industry. And here's another interesting fact. 98% of the world's population would not qualify. So only less than 2% of the world's population would qualify for high fashion and editorial. So at the end of the day, this is something you have to understand. You can only control the controllable. So for something like this, talking from the logical side of the brain, wow, it just the right mom and the right dad had to kind of meet, and they were both tall, and here you go. They popped out a fashion model, right? 17, 18 years later, they're old enough to now want to be in that industry, okay? So that's high fashion editorial. We all got that. If you got that, type of 101 in the comment. So the next section is what's called commercial print. So commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. When you go to the mailbox and you got the big stack on Wednesday of all those different advertisers, right? Television commercials. Commercial print is going to cover the largest segment of the industry. It's going to be a little over 80% of the entire industry. So when I was going through, without having Deneen, I didn't catch when you guys were standing up, but just going through the people who are on camera, literally 100% of you guys, you're going to fall into this as a category without a doubt. You're going to fall into that commercial print category. So this ad that you're seeing here is a stock photo for an ad. You can see the mom, the baby, the dad. This can be used for pediatric care. This can be used for advertisements for a hospital, right? For pediatric care at a hospital. I'm sure everyone, I want to guys ruin you guys, to be honest with you. When you guys are driving around, when you're watching commercials, when you're looking around, start noticing like those ads for hospitals. Like, wait, why isn't hospitals advertising on a billboard, right? Hospitals, they're businesses, they compete, right? I do a whole presentation on that I've done that in the past. Maybe I'll bring that up in the next boot camp, talking about that, how agencies and hospitals are kind of alike and how they run their businesses in similar ways. But this is a commercial print ad, right? So again, commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. So commercial print models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and obviously much, much more. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, nice body, and of course a pretty smile. So I want you guys to start paying attention, seeing the different ads, right? When you see a banking ad, notice they have like somebody who's mature, they're older, they may have some gray in their hair, and they're wearing glasses, because that's their target market, right? You're making an investment into a bank, you're making an investment into Wall Street or to a stock or a pharmaceutical ad, right? They're not going to have like a 16-year-old doing a pharmaceutical ad for something that's geared towards somebody who's older, right? So they want to fit the demographic, right? And as in the United States, it's more of an aging population. So for those of you like that, especially that are older, you're in the perfect place. Like you're in the perfect place at the perfect time. The perfect opportunities are out there for you. So I want you guys to realize, and in the way the internet works and the way the industry works now, Haviland talked about that. Your location doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter where you live. Age doesn't matter anymore, right? Those are just the stories. Those are that fear part of your brain talking to you. That's the logical side feeding you false stories that are not true, right? You're putting information sometimes out that's just common misconceptions, right? It's truisms that are not true, right? People always say time is equal to money. That's not true. Time is 10 times more valuable, 1,000 times more valuable than money. You can always make more money, but you can't create more time, right? We all have a set amount of time that we're here on this planet. Once that clock is up, it's up. So time is your most valuable resource. That's why when you come to an event like this, we know you're spending 8 hours for 2 days. We're going to over deliver by 10x because we respect how valuable time is. We want to make sure we're giving you the best content out there. Again, commercial print, right? Macy's, J.C. Penney's, right? All the different catalogs, everything you can possibly imagine, right? And in today's world, advertising shifts. It follows different trends. Now you'll see a lot of ads with mixed ethnicity. You'll see ads now with two dads, two moms. 10 years ago, you would not have seen that level of acceptance, right? In today's market, being mixed ethnicity, being African American, Asian, Latino, it's phenomenal, right? There are more opportunities now that for a mixed ethnicity or a different ethnicity than there are for Caucasians because the industry shifted. The population is shifting. There's always consistent change. Okay. For children, there's always going to be opportunities in commercial print. We do a lot of times we have opportunities for mommy and me ads and daddy and me ads. And, I'm sure Janine talked to you earlier about some of our success stories where not only did our talent get booked for NFL commercials and Super Bowl ads, but then their husband was in the ad, right? Because of proximity, right? Proximity proof is power. When you surround yourself with the right people, the right opportunities will open up for you, okay? Christina, right? Christina is one of our inner circle, right? Great example. She's an entrepreneur. She's a world-class speaker. She's spoken all over the world. She's an entrepreneur. She's actually launching her own business. They're building out her platform. It's a studio for health and for fitness. But she's a model and actress, right? She's phenomenal to work with. The things she's learned working with us has not only expanded her network of people. Her husband's a former NFL player, passed away in his later years. He suffered a lot of damage to his brain, and there was a lot of medical issues that were not recognized. So she's in the process of creating foundations to raise awareness with that. One of her partners that she met through our networking events is the real Jerry Maguire from the original movie, the actual person who represents him, right? Lee Steinberg. And just such an incredible opportunity. Like when you surround yourself with the right people, this industry opens up so many doors, whether you're interested in being an author, working as a production assistant, a model, an actor, a musician. I saw people on here interested in being a musician. Expand your mind saying, when you ask the right questions, how can I get my music licensed for a TV film or a commercial? Even Alicia's fiance, he's a musician. He had the opportunity to go down to Miami. He met with Taylor Swift and Pitbull's producer. And now he's actually, his song's being licensed. He follows the process. He understands the framework. And now he's getting checks every week in the mail for music he produced from home, right? So there's so many opportunities in this industry. You have to see it like a house. It's just not the front door. There's windows and roofs and back doors and, different ways into the industry. But again, you have to be a part of it. You have to be a part of that community. That's why, we're pushing so hard to see you guys. We're giving you these free resources, school and the trainings, because we want to help elevate your lives to the next level. Right? Again, age doesn't matter. Here you can see a commercial for a leasing company, right? He has an older woman, right? Is your property manager, grumpy cow, relax. Nice ones do exist. Again, this is a person who has an agent, a manager. Her headshots were submitted out. We'll talk later today and tomorrow about how to have the right headshots, the right photography. How do you not get taken advantage of? How do you know what the right photos to get? How do you know what the right training is to get? I saw a lot of questions in there that was fascinating on people really saying, hey, I'm brand new. Where do I start? What's the next step? Don't worry, we're going to cover all of that for you guys over the next 2 days. Right, here I go. AARP, the older I get, the prettier my portfolio is. So you can see here, one of the things, Christine's a great example, and also this young lady right here. They have versatility, right? She's got that gray in her hair, but you can also see her playing a judge. She can play an army major. She can play a scientist. She can play the president of the United States, the vice president, right? She can play a shopkeeper. She can play a detective, right? She can play a judge, a lawyer, a doctor, right? So it's leaning into the characters you can play, the versatility, right? Reginald Holmes is on here, right? He's got that gray beard going on, right? I could see him being that military guy, that soldier, but then he's also going to be the captain. Reginald would make a great police chief, right? If I was sitting at home watching Law and Order, he comes out as the captain and the chief. I'll be, all right, with my man Reginald, high five, right? It's leaning into those characters you can play. Jessica's on the call, right? She's got that big, beautiful smile, right? She can play that model, but she can also play that sophisticated attorney, right? Or she could be like one of those rich Beverly Hills housewives and so forth, right? Right? You can lean into playing the good guys. You can playing in the villains, right? Who thinks here if you got a chance to play a villain sometimes is more fun than playing the good guy, right? Villains really, right? I don't know if you guys know, but like Gene, what's his name from Breaking Bad, right? The chicken guy. I always mispronounce his name, but like he makes such a great villain. But he's also played detectives, right? He's played good guy roles and so forth. So again, commercial print. He has e-commerce. So when you see ads online, those are e-commerce. The reason why talent, need an agent and a manager, more of an agent at the beginning is like brands like the Gap and Macy's and all these different companies, they negotiate rates with an agent. They will never negotiate rates with a model. It just doesn't work that way. That's why it's so important. Like when you see castings online, they're not going to be real. Castings are always going to go through breakdown services. They're going to go through legitimate agencies because the negotiations, the agent submits you out and then the agent negotiates your rate. So for like e-commerce, a rate for e-commerce can be different than a print. So the rate means how much you're getting paid for the day, right? So I've worked with models who will not get out of bed for less than $10,000 a day because they've reached that level of success. It's just, to them, it's just not worth it. And that's what everyone should strive for, to be that type of personality. We've had talent, where they've earned $100,000, $30,000 a day. Their agent will say, hey, we're not going to book you less than 30,000 because we want to make sure the market realizes your value, right? That you become more exclusive. Agents do all that. They're the ones who are doing the marketing. They're the ones who are negotiating. So like e-commerce rates different than a local magazine versus a national magazine versus an international magazine. Is your ad going to be just in a billboard in Times Square is one rate versus being now run on e-commerce, TV, when you're on a plane, right? Everywhere you see, the whole world's digital, right? How many of you guys stopped at a gas station and you've seen ads at a gas station at the gas pump, right? Those are commercial print models and actors who were paid, who shot that, and now that ad's running nationwide at every single station, thousands, tens of thousands of stations. So those all have to be negotiated, right? So there's a lot, contract signed. What happens if you got sick? You got COVID the day before, right? And they had the shoot set up, the photographer, the makeup artist, the camera guy. We do video production. Myself and Alicia, we own a company called Visioncraft. We do video productions. It's not uncommon when you're shooting a larger production. It's $100,000 investment before you even start filming. What happens if the model doesn't show up? The photographer is still paid. So there's insurance, there's backup plans. Like when, for a lot of our talent that work on movies and TV sets, sometimes they'll have backups for the backups because if they're filming outside, they have to get permits. That street is shut down for that day only, especially in New York. Sid, one of our talents, she just was filming Law and Order. Last week, she was on set for 4 days. Those 4 days, they're going to make sure, that it's not raining. If it is going to rain, they have to have a backup plan of someplace they can film an inside shoot and so forth. So there's all these things that your agent's handling. Your job is to show up, do the audition, do the best that you can, and boom, right? Sid, here we go. I just spoke about Sid. So you can see Sid has a different type of religious background. She leans into that. Sid is in her early 60s. She's vibrant. She's full of energy. She worked for the city of Philadelphia her whole life. She retired about a year or so ago, and now she's a working full-time actress and model. Like I said, she's been on a half a dozen different TV shows. She was just on Law and Order this whole week. She was filming in New York on Law and Order. But Sid follows the process. Sid is like, I love all the talent we work with, but Sid is just amazing because Sid leans right into who she is, and she's so helpful and polite and nice, right? She studies everything. Like she was given a task of working on her monologue every day and to submit it out to because we have accountability calls. I'll tell you something. She filmed her monologue every single day. She did not miss a single day. And it's people don't realize the practice you put into in private gives you the praise you'll see in public, right? Think of Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, right? All these amazing people in the sports, film industry, the racing industry. They're putting in thousands of hours of practice you don't see. You don't see that behind the scenes. Like, I love reading books written by billionaires, people who've reached the highest level of success, because there are those golden nuggets. And the one common denominator I've seen in all of them is always the practice they put into this, right? The time they put into this. And there's just no stopping them. They don't let anything hold them back. And you have to have that drive, right? You have to have that drive. And the drive to have your subconscious, it's like Deneen made a great point with Haviland. It's because she put in the practice where it becomes second nature to her. And that's something I've seen in Sid. And now those seeds she's planted, she's now harvesting. And you'll see, I can guarantee a year from now, you'll see Sid in major movies. You'll see Sid in major campaigns. She's going to be a tremendous success story because she doesn't allow anything to ever hold her back. And at the same time, she leans into her character. She leans into the roles that she can play. And when she's on set, she's an absolute pleasure and a blast to work with. Okay. So again, commercial print, magazines, right? Billboards, catalogs. When you're out and about, start looking and seeing the different people, the commercials, the TV films. You're at the gas station. You're walking down the supermarket aisle. You're in the bank. Look at all the ads in the bank, right? Doctor commercials, dentist commercials, toothpaste commercials, McDonald's, Sprite, Coke, all of these brands. These are all opportunities that are out there, and those are the known ones. Underneath it, there's thousands of brands, hundreds of thousands of brands. There's the e-commerce and internet marketing. There's industrial videos. There's so much opportunity out there, guys. I'm sure I sound like I know what I'm talking about because of practice. We've been doing this for 18 years, and we were very, lucky, early on in our careers, myself and Alicia, to be able to surround ourselves with the right people. Wherever there was an opportunity, we were entertainment and music focused. Okay. But yet when there was opportunities to work with people like Neil Armstrong or Senator John Glenn. Neil Armstrong, if you don't know, Dr. Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, right? Sitting down, having dinner with him, just working with people from different television shows, working with producers, understanding Broadway, being able to go on. You can see, pictures of Alicia behind the scenes on Broadway, big photo of her up on the NASDAQ sign for their show Dinner with the Boys. Right, working with all these incredible people, Lou Ferrigno, right, the Incredible Hulk, cast members of The Sopranos, radio shows, writing books, right? These are 12, 13-hour days. You guys are on the event for 8, but there was 40 hours in preparation for this event, making sure the technology was working, the speakers were in queue, the content, the emails, the website, everything all there to be able to bring massive value to your life. So again, being a part of our community, you get to learn all these wonderful things. We don't just teach you guys about the entertainment industry. We teach you about life. We teach you about mindset. We teach you about business. We teach you about social media, because we go out and we invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in learning this, and we bring the best, that 2%, that 10% of that content back to our audience, to our members. Again, billboards, right? Commercial print. Here's some examples of these, some of Ryan's models, right? Location doesn't matter. These were actually shot in New York. This was for a Korean clothing company. So these ads never ran here. These were going to be e-commerce. So these were run on social media. I think the one on the left was also in a magazine, but these were run on social media, e-commerce sites. But even though the shots were shot in New York, right, they could have been shot in Atlanta. They could have been shot in Miami. They could have been shot in Montana. It didn't matter because location no longer matters. The client was happy with the models. They got the shoot arranged, and then now the ads ran in the Korean marketplace. right? Again, some more examples. You guys will get, for those of you who don't know who Ryan is considered a power agent in both New York and Hollywood. He has over a 40-year career, former art director of Vogue magazine, probably one of the most influential people in the fashion industry. If you've ever seen the movie Devil Wears Prada, that's based upon Vogue. Anna Wintour, right? Meryl Streep plays Anna Wintour. And then she has her assistant, Stanley Tucci, with the little glasses and the bald head. That character is actually based upon Ryan Colby. Okay, so you guys will actually get to meet somebody that's like the same character. He played the same role within that. And him and Stanley Tucci are kind of alike too. They both have the same personality, and they're both bald. So, James Johnson, all right, great example. He started off in a small town. He lived out down south. He literally where he lived, there was only one traffic light in the entire town. Like he literally had one traffic light in the entire town. At the time when he first came to us, his dad was in prison. His dad was arrested. He was a drug dealer, right? And pretty much when you're in a small town with one traffic light and you're the son of a drug dealer, guess what everybody tells you? You're the loser, right? You're just like your dad. You're going to be nothing. You're probably going to wind up in jail. You'll wind up dead. He was working at a coffee barista. His confidence level was low, but he had a why. He had a why that he wasn't going to be that way. He wanted to provide for his mom. He wanted to provide for himself. He wanted to become more. He knew there was a calling inside of him, right? I do a training where I talk about the hero's journey. There's a calling, right? That everyone that's on this weekend, you were called here for a reason. Something, you got up early, you got the emails, you maybe saw an ad on Instagram, but something drove you to be here. And that's where that begins. That calling is where your journey begins. And it's going from the ordinary world to the extraordinary world. You have to overcome that fear to step into a world that's different than what you've known. It's so easy to be comfortable, right? To sit at home, oh my God, I want to be a model, but then I get scared and the lizard starts talking to me, and now I'm just going to sit on the couch, have some ice cream, and watch Netflix. Oh, I feel so comfortable here, right? Think how hard it is, right, to make that decision to step out and actually do this. And James Johnson did it. Came to New York. And one of the things when he was going through his interview process, he was a super fan of America's Next Top Model. And the one person he looked up to on the show was a gentleman by the name of Phil Sullivan. He was, I believe, on season 5. He was known as the bearded model. We've been friends with him now for 20 years. And Phil was at the event. And maybe I'll drop it in the group later, but I have this photo when James first met Phil. It was like literally Phil's like standing right next to him, and Phil's just like, "Hey, I'm cool, right? I'm here." It's cool. He's the bearded model, Phil Sullivan, America's Next Top Model, season 5. But James was just like, oh, he was just so in awe of meeting Phil. And of course, Phil gave him advice, and they chatted. Ryan was like, look, I'm interested in him. He's got good height. He's got a potential look, but he's there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And he said to me, he says, "Are you willing to come to New York? Like I got Fashion Week coming up." And James said yes, right? He leaned into the yes. He leaned into the fear. He leaned into doing something he was uncomfortable doing. And sure enough, within a year, he was walking every major show in New York. And here's the coolest part to me. The coolest part of the story was he would have the opportunity about a year from his very first event to walk New York Fashion Week with Phil Sullivan. So the person that he was looking up to now, they walked together down the runway. And now this is a few years ago. It's probably 5-6 years ago now. He's grown out of modeling. He's now in acting. He's moved to Los Angeles. He takes care of his mom. He's got his own place. He's got a cat. He's a full-time working actor. He's a producer now. So he's actually working on writing. He's writing comedy. He's auditioned for Stranger Things and major productions. And his life is just beginning, right? But he's following that process. And there's no doubt that he's going to go on to do great things because he's leveraging the network, the people he's met. Actually, some of his roommates earlier on when he moved to Hollywood were all talent that he met through our events. So he's such a great inspiration. I love telling the story and just sharing his journey. And it's like, you get so close with the town. That's why, we're so selective who we work with. We want to make sure we can provide value and educate people, but we want to be able to see people grow. And it's hard because it's like, you always, they reach that point where they go off on their own, and you're like, you got to be willing to say, hey, wow, I got to let them go and see them grow. And our doors are always open. And, even, Um, James is so close with Deneen. He's always following up with her. He's giving her updates, what he's working on, always reaching out for advice. So again, location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter. Mike Trash, phenomenal talent, one of our inner circle, could play the dad, the uncle. He's been in a dozen movies, formerly with the WWE. He's a film editor, a writer, podcast host. His background is in software. He was a software engineer, created a very successful company, sold it, retired while he was young, and wanted to live his next life, living the life he's always wanted to lead, not sitting behind a computer, not answering phones and dealing with customers and clients. And, just that he didn't want to go to a point in his life where he couldn't do this. And he's got such energy. He's got such vibrancy. He's in incredible shape now. I just got to update his photos. He's lost probably close to 100 pounds since these photos were taken. But he's been in a half a dozen movies. He's played monsters and murderers and villains. He's played refugees. He's always consistently on set. He's always consistently filming. We do events throughout the year, and there's always at least one or two events where Mike's not able to make it there because he's on set filming. And this is somebody, again, no background, because he followed the process. He followed the proven techniques. And what's really great is, he's so great to have on set because his experience, his knowledge, he's just a burst of sunshine, and he's created relationships with the other members of our community that will go on for decades. Like, I consistently see everyone supporting each other on social media, or he's very close friends with Christine. I talked about her earlier, and she'll be speaking somewhere, and there, sure enough, Mike flies out to go support her, right? And it opens up new doors and new ideas and new people and so forth. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, where you started doesn't matter. It's just starting, right? It's just stepping out from the ordinary into the extraordinary, facing those fears and making it actually happen. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, right? The next best time to plant a tree is today. Anthony, Tony Aguilera, great example. Came out to our event in Hollywood last year. His background is a nurse, so he's in the nursing industry. He's a nurse, okay? But he can play those villains. Came out. He had 4 of the larger agencies in Hollywood, all wanting to sign him. And again, why? Latino features, Egyptian features, has that mixed ethnicity, has the gray hair, right? Has all these different things that most people would think, oh, he's too old, he's Spanish, he's right? Listening to the fear side, the logic side, coming up with excuses, when in reality that's not true, right? So again, somebody who again leaned into the characters he can play. He can play the villain, he can play the doctor, the lawyer, he can play lots of different characters and so forth, because he's leaning into who he truly is. And he's also a great musician. Great guitar player, writes his own songs and music. So again, very creative individual. Here again, right, 2 examples, 2 different ages. We should all know that, recognize the voice from the right? We talked a little bit earlier with Hovland about voiceover work, right? Another great avenue and opportunity in this industry. We work with amazing people in the voiceover industry. But again, right, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. See a Geico commercial, right? You got the mom, the dad, the grandmother, the kids, the dog. Star of the commercials is the insurance company, right? Or think about when you look at things differently. Flo, right, from Progressive, right? I'm sure everybody on here has seen her at the airport. You've seen her on TV several times a day. You see her on the internet, in magazines, right? She's moved from being, she's become like a part of the brand, right? But you ever question who Flo is? Like, wait a second. Who's her agent, right? Who's her manager? How did she get her start? Where did she get trained? See, frameworks, recipes. Ask better questions, you get better answers, right? So I know who Flo is. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. There's her little picture without her Flo out, her Flo outfit going on. Most likely, I'm going to be honest with you, she could probably walk past anyone, and you might kind of think you recognize her, but without the makeup and the hair and the outfit, she'll probably walk right past you and you wouldn't even realize you were standing right next to her. Okay. The world's greatest extra, right? Jesse Hyman, one of our talent. He's been in probably 100 television shows. He's been in every major movie. He's everything from American Pie to The Social Network, which would go on to win Academy Awards. He was in a Super Bowl commercial for GoDaddy. with Bar Raphael, the supermodel. He actually got the kisser. Some of you guys might remember that commercial. But he leans into his character, right? Yeah, Chuck. He was in Chuck. He's been in a ton of different shows. Entourage. He was on Entourage on HBO. He's quirky. He's cool. He's funny. But he leans into his character. He plays the nerd consistently. It's just funny because most people, when they don't understand the industry, oh, he's the nerd. He's the guy who got picked on in high school. A casting director, oh, I need him. He's perfect for a role we're filming. He was in Spider-Man. What role? And he's like in his late 20s, early 30s now. He played a high school student in Spider-Man, right? So again, I don't see the world. I don't see the stereotypes. I see the perspective from casting. That's why I want you guys to start looking at the ads, seeing the different things. Don't pay attention to the products. Pay attention to the people in the ads, and then start saying, who's their manager? Who's their agent, right? IMDb is a great resource for acting to be able to find out who manages people, who's their representation, what projects do they have upcoming, and so forth. There's an Amazon company. It's called imdbpro.com. Mindset, right? At the end of the day, it's just about mindset. Mindset is everything. When you shift your mindset, it's 10% tactics. You guys are going to learn the tactics, but it's 90% mindset is the key to unlocking unlimited success, right? Let's talk a little bit more about Flo. And I couldn't even copy her whole entire resume on here. I cut pasted from IMDb, but you can see she's been doing this for a long time. She actually studied comedy. Right? She originally wanted to be a stand-up comic. That's what she was interested in doing. You can see she was in Fred 2, Fred the movie. She's been in Mad Men, Cavemen, Two Broke Girls, The Goldberg she was on, right? So tons and tons of work that she's done. And one day her agent said, hey, called her up. She went to Second City in Chicago, where she studied comedy. So she invested in the training. She invested in the headshot. She just didn't fall out of the sky. She followed the right process because she had the right people in her life at the very beginning. Okay. And that's what we're all about, putting the right people in your life right at the beginning so you don't have to consistently keep making those mistakes. And Alicia made a great point sometimes, what's the cost of not doing this, right? How much is the cost of you losing the opportunities to be on set, to meet the right people, to change your life, to be able to do incredible things, to have that impact? Sometimes it's not always just about the money you can make, but the impact that you can make. Right. And I'm sure you and somebody like Stephanie Courtney, she's involved in charities and events, and she's a spokesperson. But you can see here, her new salary is up to, actually her total is 5 million. I always say I'm going to update this, and I actually do. Going to now because I'm putting it out there. But when she first signed the original contract with them, was $1 million a year playing that one role. Right. So again, all she did was say yes. She got that call, she said yes. And now she's making $5 million per year. I don't know about anybody else here, but if I had the chance to play a character like Flo and I'm making 5 million, that's great. That's not a terrible life. And I can have the time, the energy, the financial abundance to be able to make it different, make an impact in the world any way I choose. There's nothing better in life to be able to wake up and know that all your bills are paid. You don't have to worry about things like that. But in order to accomplish that, you have to make the sacrifice at the beginning. You have to be willing to put in the investment of time, energy, and money, right? Even a tree, when you plant the seed in a tree, the seeds go down. Every single person, this is a golden nugget for you guys. Everything in life to become successful, to move forward, and this is built into the universe. This is not Mike's knowledge. This is built into the universe. Having the opportunity to learn from 240 billionaires and some of the most successful people on the planet. This is a common denominator I've heard over and over again. Everything in life moves back. You want to make an investment in real estate? Well, guess what? You have to invest money. That real estate may go down before it goes up. You invest in the stock market, stocks go down sometimes before they go up. Everything, you want to go to the gym, right? You have to go through the pain. You have to get up earlier. You have to start, reducing your calories, right? You have to go calorie deficient to lose weight. So everything has to go down before it goes up. And once you realize like that, pain and investing and things like that done the right way are going to give me 10x the results, then it becomes worth it. And then the days you want to give up, that's when you have to have that why. This is why I want to do this. This is my goal. I see my goal and I consistently move forward towards it. Okay. Next avenue, right? So we talked about editorial. We talked about high fashion. We talked about commercial. We talked about e-commerce. Promotional modeling. So promotional modeling is trade shows, boat shows, car shows. live events, the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, working for Sony, working for Marvel. You know, there's a movie premiere, there's Comic Cons going on consistently, handing out products, interacting with clients. We just did a big event in Las Vegas. We had the owner of the largest promotional company in the world there. And he spent 2 full days training our talent on signing our talent to become promotional models. His wife is a promotional model. She's a promotional model for both Ferrari and for Porsche. Okay, she earns over $100,000 a year. That's pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler is she actually gets flown out to Italy, and they train her on all the cars at the private Porsche racetrack, Ferrari racetrack in Italy. So she's driving 3, 4, 500,000 of $1.2 million cars, learning at Ferrari on their racetrack, because as a promotional model, she's now interacting with clients at big car shows, right? You've seen these big car shows throughout the United States. She's interacting with clients, so she has to be an expert. She's compensated for all of that. Even something like Red Bull, right? You're the promotional model for Red Bull. You need to know the ingredients. Somebody comes up to you and says, well, I heard Red Bull, you know, if I drink too many, I'm gonna have a heart attack and die, right? And the promotional model, oh, I never knew that. Woo, no, she's got to be able to answer the questions. So it's somebody who's great if you love talking to people, interacting people, hair shows. Ryan consistently, he was just sent me an email a couple of days ago looking for a show, hair models for hair shows, $750 a day. These hair shows are every single weekend, right? So even promotional modeling is something getting the foot in the door, and you're making an extra couple $1,000s a month. I don't know about you, but if I knew I had an opportunity just to work a few hours on the weekends and I can make an extra 2,000, that's incredible. It offsets a lot of my bills. It opens up the opportunity for me to reinvest that into something that can even propel my life further, right? Fitness modeling, right? Another aspect of promotional of the industry overall, right? And it's just not about being in shape and on the cover of a fitness magazine, but it's supplements, energy drinks, mindset, clothing, right? There's, you know, health and fitness is $1 trillion worldwide brand. I'm sure all of you have seen the ads on TikTok, the magazines. It's a huge part of the industry, right? So if fitness and running and sneakers and clothing and that part of the industry fascinates you, why not lean into that? Lean into being a fitness model, right? Plus, curbside, another $1 trillion worldwide industry, right? As people are not as conscious of their health as they were, right? People have, you know, we live in a world where you're not out, you know, before you had food was limited resource, so the body was designed to store up energy, right? You have to understand, just like we're learning about our mind, you learn about how your body works. Your body's designed for millions of years to store energy because it never knew when it was going to get its next bite to eat. Now you can just easily open up that magic box in your kitchen and it's filled with food, right? Or you can go out, you go on your phone, DoorDash, 10 minutes later, food's there. Food is so plentiful. We don't realize how lucky we really are. But because of that, people sometimes will consume so many calories. All right. So that is now it's created $1 trillion industry in clothing and makeups and brands and so forth. So again, realizing leaning into your strengths, right? Location doesn't matter, age doesn't matter. It's all about what makes you unique. And of course, kids are always gonna have the opportunity to work. Most important thing for children, for those of you who want to do mommy and me ads, or grandma and me, grandpa and me, or so forth, it's having the working papers, a Keegan account set up, Coogan account set up. There's a process before a child can actually work on set. If you're dealing with one of these, you know, whoever you're maybe dealing with other than us, if you haven't been asked, you have working papers and a Coogan account, you should stop communication, because there is no working without those things being done. Again, right, understanding the better questions, the right questions, you know, and that's why we're so, you know, really important on you guys being a part of that school community, because it's free and it gives us the opportunity for you to have those people in your community that we can come in and answer the questions in real time. We can be there to support you, right? We want to just be able to help and elevate and be able to, you know, bring a great sunshineness to this industry, right? So again, different ethnicities, commercial print, leaning into the character, understanding, you know, what kind of roles you can play and so forth, okay? It's 2024, 2025 is right around the corner. We are moving into September really fast. We are in the final lap of the year, right? Time flies. I told you guys earlier, time is your most valuable resource. It's not money, it's not. Time is the most valuable resource. And again, we appreciate you guys spending this time with us and understanding that the world has changed. Mindset is everything in this industry. And today it's all about what makes you unique. And, one of my business partners, myself and Alicia, love Tony so much. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else, right? And you have to realize that. Never look at somebody's success, oh, they're lucky. They have nothing to do with luck. It's probably hard work. They figured it out. I want to talk to that person. What did you do? What book did you read? What did you eat this morning? What is your day like? We were speaking with Russell yesterday, and Alicia brought up one of the questions with Russell Brunson. His company's worth over $1 billion. She said, tell me what your day's like. And he said, that's a great question. And he literally broke down his entire day, what time he gets up at 5 a.m. He's at the gym, and, how he plans out his day and his strategy calls, and, his time to work on just himself, separating it from his business. It was fascinating, right? Again, asking better questions, getting better answers. If you talk about it, it's a dream. At the end of the day, if you're just talking about it, you're just dreaming. If you envision it, it becomes possible. When I say, I see the goal, this is where I want to go. But when you schedule it, it's real. Tomorrow, for those of you that are here, you'll have the opportunity to work with us one-on-one. You'll have the opportunity for that, but it's a call. You're going to schedule that call. You have to be able to lean into everything you learned. Over the next 2 days, we're going to give you the foundations of everything you need to go on and be successful. But at the end of the day, we will help you get there a lot faster and go there a lot further, because you'll become a part of a community. So again, my name is Michael Fomkin. This was Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And again, you should have a little bit of a much stronger understanding now, whether you fit into high fashion, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, commercial print, lifestyle, and so forth. So with that thought in mind, I do want to keep us, I know I went a little bit over, and I do apologize, but I do thank you from the bottom of my heart that you guys were here, and I hope you took some value from this. And I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen White. Thank you for all the beautiful comments. Thank you, everybody. And I will see you guys later today. All right, guys. Have a great day, guys. Enjoy.
Sorry, having a little technical difficulties. No, it's my first time on Zoom today. How's everybody doing? How did you guys like that last session with Mike? What did you guys learn? And this is what I want you to do. I want you to tell me here in the comments, but I also want you to go into school, and I want you to be leaving your comments there, because like I told you, we want you to become a community. Mike talked about that, right? Being a part of a community. I think Haviland touched on that as well. Being a part of a community is so important, because on those days where your fear brain is like, yo, I can't do this, you're going to have your friends with their logic. No, really, you kind of, come on, you can do this, okay? So being a part of a community is so important, because you need people when you're in that moment where you're like, your fear's talking, that you can have your cheerleaders. How many of you guys want some cheerleaders in your life? I know I do. I love these guys. I think we're just gonna embrace them all. So before I introduce our next speaker, I want to, okay, sit there. Okay, there you go, Logic. I want to show you guys are breaking school today, okay? You are absolutely breaking school. So I just want to show you guys a little bit about what you guys are doing, and I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause, because this is amazing. Then I'm going to show you what you're going to win for being the most interactive, and as well as the best aha that we judge, okay? Like, listen, okay, so now I'm signed into my school. Look at all 99 plus comments. I'm a type A personality, y'all. Y'all are killing me. I am sweating bullets because of all these comments, but it's amazing to see this. Like, look, Deidre, everyone who does the work, who will do the work and be a model. I'm ready for commercial print and promotional modeling. Find your niche. Elizabeth Poe, group of like-minded people is your support. Like, this is what I want you guys to understand. This is what you're doing. Like, how many of you, like, even looking through these comments, like, I can do this. I can do this. So I told you we were incentivizing you to be participatory today. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story, and this is going to tie in perfectly with our next speaker. So one of my core values is making an impact. I'll share my story a little bit later, but everything I've ever wanted to do has always been to help people. When I was 7 years old, I wanted to be a missionary. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a doctor. I've wanted to be a pastor. Everything I've ever wanted to do has always revolved around helping other people become more successful. I like to tell people I'm kind of addicted to it because I'm really good at it, but I have a huge why. a couple of years ago, I was in Mexico and I came into contact with my first real tangible person who was involved in human trafficking. She was a young girl. She was about 8 years old. And I'm not going to go into the story, but I knew in that moment that the one thing that I lived for is to eradicate sex trafficking and human trafficking. So 2 years ago, it was 2 years ago, we came up with this idea. And we have these coins, okay? And on the front of the coin, it has our logo and it says mentor, impact, and legacy. So every person that you're hearing from today, tomorrow, when you go on to work with VIP Ignite, every person that you meet at one of our events, every person that you'll meet in our coaching, they all have 3 qualities. They are all mentors, whether they're mentors to you, sometimes they're mentors to myself, Mike and Alicia. We're partners, but we surround ourselves by people who are doing in the industry what we want to do and what we know you want to do. There are people who are making an impact. How many of you have had an impact made in your life so far today? If you have, type impact in the comments. Type impact in the comments. Like if one thing that one person has said has caused an aha moment, you've made an impact. But even further than that, we want to leave a legacy. When you leave a legacy, that means that after you're gone from this earth, people are going to remember you and what you've done. Being an actor or model is an amazing opportunity for that. Like how many of you was touched by Robin Williams? Good Will Hunting. Don't get me started on Dead Poet Society. Like they're 2 of my favorite movies, like my core. Like if I'm ever like needing a recalibration, they're my movies I go to. Can we all agree that Robin Williams left a legacy in this world? So what we're going to do is for the person who has participated the most, who's like broken school, we're going to give one of these coins. And also for that person who went deep on their aha moments. And I'm literally reading through all the comments behind the scenes. We're going to send out one of these coins to you. And on the back of the coin, it says, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. And I want you to know that if you are a mentor, if you are someone who is leaving an impact, if you are someone who is leaving a legacy and wants to leave a legacy in this world, that's scripture, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. That's what you're doing. So what we're going to do is we're going to mail out one of these coins to you. Oh, hold on. Let me get out of the way here. We're going to mail out one of these coins to you. Okay. And for the rest of your life, whenever you're having a moment where you're on top of the world, you're like, yes, I'm leaving a legacy. Or in the moments where you're like, why am I doing this? I want you to hold on to this coin and I want you to remember, because I carry one of these with me in my wallet at all times. And whenever I'm having a moment, I'm like, this. All right. And this ties in perfectly with our next speaker. So see, so what I want you guys to do is I want you to get your notes ready. And I want you to take out your notepads and be ready, because our next speaker is Stacy Rasky. She's an author, a speaker, a leadership mentor, strategic advisor, and Iraq War veteran. She possesses an exceptional ability to identify blind spots and create significant leverage for your legacy. Like every word on that coin, just for the record. Throughout her unique process, she optimizes leadership, operations, teams, and businesses and brand strategy to deliver rapid and tangible results. Excuse me. How many of you here want rapid and tangible results? Type results in the comments. Stacy empowers you to seize control of your mindset, energy, and time and achieve mastery over your focus to maximize your impact with minimal effort and embody the leader you are inspired to follow. Her expertise in systems and process automation, coupled with her extensive life and leadership experience, offers an integrated perspective and practical tools to elevate your performance, people, and profit. How many of you on this call right now want to maximize your profit in your own life? Type profit in the comments. Type profit in the comments. Now, what I want you guys to do is give a very warm VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp to the one and only Stacy Rasky. Stacy, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for having me. It is such an honor. Yeah, it is funny. I was like, well, it makes it sound like I wrote my bio totally cheating. And like,
You didn't, you had no idea.
with all researching all of your stuff, right? Like, that's hilarious. But right, that's alignment. That's
Yes.
where your assignment and my assignment are divinely
Interconnect.
aligned, right? And we're here being of service and impact to everyone here. And this is the ripple effect. This is the ripple effect that every one of you will be stepping into and creating in your respective circles. We're all paying it forward
We
in
are.
this space. It's so amazing.
Awesome. Well, Stacey, I'm so excited to hear what you have to say today.
Right? I feel like it's perfect timing because we just got out of mindset. So I'm sure you guys are in a place where you're recognizing there's a common theme happening here. And I will be getting to that as well. So for some of you who are new to my world, am bringing to the table, as she mentioned, Iraq War veteran. I've also been featured in television shows, articles, variety of podcast interviews, streaming shows, just a lot of different things, because I took the time to get to know myself, my passion, my purpose, and build my personal brand-based business. And at the end of the day, this is what you're in. You're building a brand that is you, and that is becoming your business. But what are the things slowing you down and getting in the way is what we're going to dive into today. So I'm going to, oh, can I share my screen? Nope. Deneen, are you able to turn that on? Uh-oh. Where'd they go? Deneen,
What's going on?
I need to share my screen, love.
Oh, Lord, I apologize. I was like, why is it quiet? Oh, that's right, because I'm not being a good host today. It's my first time on Zoom, Stacey, so please forgive me.
You're fine, right? This is real life, right? We're all just laughing.
That's good.
We roll with it. It's
We
just
roll with it.
real
Exactly.
life.
There
I
you
would
go.
have, even if we got crickets, I would have made it work. It's perfectly fine.
But you're
All
good
right.
now. You're co-host. You should be able to
Awesome.
share.
Perfect.
There we go.
Let me know. Can you guys see
We can.
that? Fabulous, fabulous. All right. So to get to the point, which is as you're building this personal brand-based business, mindset's getting mentioned so much because all of the fear and the stories and the different things slowing each and every one of you down is your own sabotage. So who would love to learn how to sabotage proof your success so that you can elevate your influence and impact in the world? I mean, give me some love, give me some hearts. Say yes in the comments since you guys are engaging in such a high level, and I want to help you continue rise to the top so you can win those prizes. So I'm excited that y'all be participating with me today. So well, the other note is I am glad you guys are ready to take notes. However, I don't want you to take notes on everything that I cover. I only want you to jot down the very impactful, the most impactful insights for you as I go through the chat today, go through this talk, because we have a tendency to take notes and that actually can separate you from the experience of what you're learning. Because I promise you, you are not getting graded on the notes you're taking today. This is truly about transformation for you to step into who you're called to be. But I've got you covered because at the end, I will share a QR code so you can download the slide deck for later reference. So only jot down something you are 100% do not want to forget, or an insight that you get about yourself as we go into our content today. So in March of 2003, I was on the front lines when we invaded Iraq. I was in the Army. And during that first 6 months, we were very, very, very busy. I ended up running a lot of convoy rescue missions. And specifically, we had one of our platoons had gotten lost in country. So it was my job to drive the lead vehicle to not only locate them, but then to lead this rescue mission and convoy coming back to where we had our headquarters located. Now, this was the first 6 months, so things were very, very active, right? That was this time where the ambushes were happening all the time and people were under attack, roadside bombs, all of that stuff, very, very active during that time. So we had our strategic plan. We debriefed everybody before coming back and we're on our way. And to our surprise, there was a location that we actually had not planned on a potential episode or attack happening. So as we turn this corner, I see that basically a blockade has been created in order to get us stuck so that they can attack and ambush us. Instantly, I start analyzing, trying to find an alternate route, and my survival brain kicked in. Once that kicked in, the adrenaline, the cortisol, I find an alternate route. In a split-second decision, I'm able to get myself and everyone out of there safely. So we actually managed to avoid a major attack, saving all 48 lives and 21 vehicles, getting out of there unscathed. And that was a situation where my survival brain was helpful because not only did my life, but the lives of everyone else I was leading depended on that. But what didn't work was that I didn't understand over the next 10 years, I was still stuck in survival mode. And it took all of that time to realize that's what happened before I started doing the work to get out of survival mode. Once I did make that shift, then I got the crazy idea to start a business. So I don't know about you if you haven't caught on yet, but I'm going to say yes, you have, since the conversation's been around that so much, that building a personal brand and business is actually a constant stream of chaos and uncertainty and inconsistency, but at the same time, constantly triggering all of the internal BS beliefs and challenges, the fear, all of that stuff's happening all the time. And I didn't realize when I started my business and building my brand that it was like starting over again because I was back in survival. Because building a brand and a business is like going to war. You're constantly fighting battles and putting out fires. And the most important thing you need to know is that every one of those external battles you're fighting is a symptom of the war you're waging against yourself. Just sit with that for a moment. And everything that you're learning today and tomorrow through this boot camp is amazing information, phenomenal. These are the things that are going to help you increase your revenue and your income, land those jobs, right? Close the deals, build the relationships. They're going to help you continue moving the needle forward and building that influence and impact. Earning more money, hitting the big goals. But all of those things are about raising your ceiling. And I hate to break it to you, but none of that will actually determine your success because it's not your ceiling that determines your success. It's your floor, your lowest minimum standard. because it's the lowest standard that drives your daily behaviors, habits, and the actions you're taking or not taking. So if you're not hitting your goals yet, I can guarantee your lowest standard right now still includes sabotage. And it's actually your survival brain that's trying to keep you safe and stuck. So what's actually happening is that your survival brain is kicking in. And that's the problem, because you're getting hijacked. Your behavior is getting hijacked. That primitive brain is designed to keep you safe, not successful. And it is what's keeping you stuck, because it's designed to help you navigate the real and perceived crises that you experienced during childhood. And it'd be awesome to just say, cool, I am an adult now. I'm just going to flip that switch and do adulting. But obviously, it's not that simple. Doesn't quite work that way. These neural pathways are coded in your brain to create patterns of how you think, feel, and react. So every time you're triggered, you go straight into survival mode and create safety, but also stuck. And these patterns are your programming. And what's interesting is it's actually your programming that is keeping you stuck in this loop, these sabotage cycles, because they don't help you get your goals. You're actually overriding your goals. How many times do you set the big goals in the morning? You've got all the intention of all the things you know you will get done today. And by the end of the day, you're burned out, maxed out, exhausted, and didn't do anything that you planned. If that sounds like you, type a yes, that's me in the chat, right? And I understand this is a common thing everyone experiences, especially when you're going after the big things. So all of that programming is getting in the way. And what's even more interesting is how often you're actually adjusting your life and your schedule and your circles to accommodate the programming. It's super sneaky. And we actually do it. It's completely subconscious. And it's all of those loops that are driving the daily habits and behavior. And the only way to shift your floor and raise it up is to shift out of survival. Because you've got to change what's driving the minimum habits and standards for the day. It's raising the floor. So what we're going to be talking about today is understanding your survival brain and how to turn that off and shift into your thrive mind so you can stop the sabotage cycles and shift into success, because that's the most important thing. You don't want to be constantly feeling like you're battling against yourself. Anybody ever feel like that? Like there's two versions of yourself, the really amazing, goal-driven, successful one. You feel that influence, that impact, that calling for something greater. And then there's this other version, the sabotaging version, the one that's afraid or stuck or just getting in the way of that big vision you know you have. So that's because of what you see versus what's driving the behaviors. So this is why I love the iceberg analogies. You know, I'm just kind of that. For those of you who follow me, you'll get to know I'm a big science nerd. My degree's in biology. I'm a recovering pharmaceutical chemist. So I always will relate these things to science and patterns. So that iceberg is a great analogy because what you see right now are the actions on the surface. You can see the actions you're taking or not taking. And if you go above the iceberg, you can see the results of those actions. right? The results are going to be the bank account, the size you're wearing or the scale or the quality of your health. It can be the relationships, right? How good are the relationships? All of those different things. How well are you building the brand? What kind of deals are you getting? What kind of contracts are you getting? All of those are determined by the actions, but below the actions, below the surface is what's driving. And under the actions, right below the surface are the thoughts. The thoughts drive the actions, but what drives the thoughts are the feelings. Now, keep in mind when I talk about feelings, this is not your emotions, because your emotions are energy in motion. It's just the initial few seconds of a trigger stimulus that triggers that initial response. And that is that energy in motion. The feelings are the story and meaning you assign to that emotion, because something can happen, but then we go into a story about it, and that's the problem. And beneath all of that are your beliefs. And if your beliefs are functioning from a negative worldview, that starts to shift every one of those layers that's impacting your actions and the outcomes. And even the most positive people in the world, they talk the positive, they consume the motivational content. All of those things you see on the surface does not necessarily mean that you have a positive worldview. If you have a negative worldview, that's when we're functioning from survival and fear, because it's about survival. And if that's the case, the feelings we have could be doubt in your ability to close that deal, or doubt in your ability to be successful in the outcomes. So then the thoughts are, well, who am I to go apply for that role? Or who am I to try to get that gig? Right. And then the actions are, well, let me do these other 500 things rather than following up with that opportunity or that agent. Anybody know what that is, right? Like those are those intentions, but the behaviors end up being completely different, because feeling like the doubt or the imposter or the who am I to do that? Well, they're not going to pick me anyway, so why should I go after that? Right? Do you understand? Have you had that experience in this internal dialogue? So it's all of that driving the behavior. But the key is when you're thinking about the core, the root, the beliefs, would you like to be in control of the brain that's driving the show? I know I would. Yes, you want to pick your brain. We're not picking your nose, you're picking your brain. But if you're functioning from survival, and it's the survive brain versus the thrive, your survive brain is completely running defense. This is reactive. Tunnel vision. It's really hard to find problem solve when you're kind of looking in the tunnel and you can only see a narrow part of the perspective, especially with opportunities, right? Opportunities, relationships, networking. This is that negative worldview because you're functioning from survival, which means your primitive brain is doing its job, which is scanning everything based on scarcity and fear. That's it. So not only that, that hypervigilance, this constant scanning is exhausting. And at the end of the day, this is why you're not able to work well with a team. You end up struggling and just doing it all alone. Right. And that's why you're here, because you realize doing it on your own is not going to get you to where you want to go. And that's why people like the VIP Ignite team are so helpful. versus shifting into your thrive mind. How would it be to always be able to work on your goals, playing offense and being proactive to the impact and influence you want to create in the world? This is what opens you up to having visionary and creative problem solving because you're functioning from a positive worldview. This means everything is about abundance and ease. And if you've ever tried to shift into an abundance mindset and it feels like a struggle, it's literally battling your biology. If you're sitting in survival mind, you cannot keep an abundance perspective. It's not possible. Being in that thrive mind is energizing. This is the stuff that's that effortless flow. When you're in your flow state. For some of you, that flow state can be doing the photo shoot. It could be acting. It could be performing, right? Being the creative, could be problem solving, but you know that experience when you're in it. And you must be in thrive mind in order to be able to successfully collaborate and work with a team. Does one of those sound better than the other? I mean, hey, pop in there thrive in the comments if you're like, yes, that is how I want to live my life, and absolutely be moving forward, right? Living in that state of thrive. Now, what's interesting when we're talking about those actions on the top of the iceberg, you have to understand that you cannot be in a state of reaction and a state of action at the same time. It's not possible. So if you're in the present moment and then there's that stimulus that creates that initial trigger, it activates your survival brain, which goes to the past and says, okay, this has happened before. This is the action we took before. We have 100% guaranteed survival. So let's do that again. That has nothing to do with whether or not you were successful, whether it's going to help you get your goals or not. This is simply about your survival brain being 100% certain you survived when you did that the last time, even if it was horrible, whatever that action was. So if you ever feel like something happens and you're like, wait, why am I reacting or why am I behaving this way, right? And it feels like this different version of yourself. You're bringing your past into the present and literally acting the past into the present. Versus stepping into a state of action, you're looking forward. You are choosing an action to support the vision of the future you desire and allowing that future vision to bring those goals closer to your present moment. But the more you're in that survival brain, the more reactive you are, the tighter and closer you are to that reaction cycle, right? So what is happening is your stress is going up. Have you ever noticed that? The more stressed out you get, the more reactive you are? Yeah, that's what's happening. But the tighter that stress and that reaction cycle, what is actually happening is you're pushing those goals further away and staying closer to the past and staying stuck. And once you start realizing what's happening here, this is beginning to empower you to do different things in order to get different results. But now you're learning how to approach it. Because if you're not addressing the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual all at the same time, you won't be able to change the financial. Because this survival strategy means you're always playing defense, never offense. And so what that means is you're never playing to win. You're simply playing not to lose. And that's not a success strategy. So when you're in a heightened state of stress, what's the easiest way to keep yourself safe? Control issues. That is the default for all humans. If you feel unsafe, create safety with control. Problem is, when that becomes the pattern, you stay stuck. So that's the best defense. Keep the walls up with control. All right. Before I jump into the control issues, I'd love to know who knows their control issues. They have a tendency. Pop some of those in the comments. Whatever those control issues are, you're like, yep, I do this, I do that. Now's the time for radical ownership because I'm going to give you the tools to shift out of it. And I am 100% a recovering control freak, super type A as well. Deneen shared hers. She's like, I'm so type A, right? And that's okay when we learn to work with ourselves and mitigate the sabotage side of that and be able to harness that for optimized performance. And optimizing your performance means optimizing your profit. So let's talk about some of those control issues. Some of you might have already put them in there, right? The perfection. Keep in mind, perfection is controlling perception, other people's perception of you, basically what they think and feel about you. Procrastination, trying to control resources or timing, right? It's not the right time to start it. Expectations is trying to control outcomes or people, but in your head. Impatience is controlling time or timeline. Judgment is actually controlling rejection. Dishonesty is controlling information. Distrust is controlling connection or relationships. And for all my fellow hustlers, hustle is trying to control the outcomes, right? Where you're doing absolutely everything that you can to create that desired outcome. And it's just work, because its outcomes, unfortunately, are not actually within your control. So, but you'll do your best to do that. All right, here's a biggie. And this is a game changer for a lot of people when they realize this. Where are my givers? Who is amazing? Pop it in the comments. Giver, that you're giving. You know you're a giver. You love to serve. You love to take care of others. You know you're great at for your friends, your kids, your family, your significant other, your clients, whatever that is, your team. If you are giving, rock star. Now, here's the caveat. You're awesome at giving, but are you also good at receiving? Dun, dun, dun. Hey, if you are great at receiving help, compliments, money, resources, opportunity, rock it out and put receiver in the comments. You are ahead of the game. But for the rest of us, what happened is you just turned giving into a control issue because you're not open to receive, which means you're controlling somebody else's ability to give to you. I know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Whew. That's a biggie. And it's eye-opening because, right, it's that playing defense. It's staying in a power position in control by not allowing others to give to you. So I did a lot over that 10 years after I got out of the military to raise my ceiling. I did a lot. I went back to college in 3 years. I did 4 years of college in 3 years, graduating not only summa cum laude, but valedictorian. Hello, overachiever. Oh yeah. Not that I was trying to do that, but I found out the day that I graduated, oh, look, I'm one of the valedictorians. Crazy, not surprised, right? That helped me land the 6-figure corporate job, the safe job with benefits, right? All of the prescribed pathway, right? I got that. I got all of the checked boxes for the quote unquote American dream. Bought the house and the cars and the vacations and the credit cards and the, all the stuff, the dog and the kid and the whole thing, the whole lifestyle that was the American dream. Right. But what I didn't realize was that was all my ceiling. I never took the time to raise my floor. So through all the vacations and the experiences and all the stuff that we were doing, I was still allowing sabotage and a very low minimum standard that included self-medicating and numbing out with food, alcohol, drugs, television, social media. Work was a big method of avoidance for me. And over time, that creeped up to the point where a little over 10 years ago, I hit my rock bottom because I weighed twice as much as I do now, but that was the consequence of a ton of medical issues. I was on so many medications and actually had gotten so sick. I was walking with a cane, had braces, and I'd lost my corporate job because I was so sick. I couldn't stay at work anymore. And on top of that, not only is my health falling apart, my marriage was in shambles. And so I'd hit a point where really there was no reason for me to be here anymore. And it was the last time I was suicidal. But there was a gift in that moment, a message that I had received. And the way I interpreted it was, I'm done trying to control anything other than myself. And that's what led me down the pathway of understanding that I was stuck in survival and never learned how to thrive. But once I did and flipped the script and the switch, it opened up every opportunity to staying with my husband and now having a thriving marriage and businesses together, to be able to stand on stages, share my story, be a published author, build a personal brand-based business that's influential, and impactful. And having the opportunity to do what I love, like sharing with you today. And yes, that really, really was me. Most people don't believe it. They're like, wait, you didn't clearly say that was you. That's you? Yes, it was me. So the challenge for most of us is recognizing we're stuck in this stress response all the time, right? And so it's those 4 F's. If you remember biology class, I've already got the first one up, right? Most of us know fight, flight, freeze. And you may or may not know fawn and how that's showing up as these control issues. So if you go into flight, right? This is hustle mode, the workaholic, the overthinking, that constant anxiety, the restlessness, the can't sit still, perfection, shiny object, squirrel. Yes, distractions. Fight is going straight into control. If you want it done right, you're going to do it yourself. You're going to steamroll anybody who's getting in the way and slowing you down. This is where you can get a little ultra competitive. Yes, I know we can do that. A little impulsive and unpredictable, and even a bit aggressive, or being that bully. And whether you're steamrolling people around you, your friends, your partners, your team, the people here helping you to support you, most importantly, think about how are you speaking to yourself in your head? That's the worst bully in your life right now, is when you go into fight mode against yourself. Because remember what I said at the beginning. This is about ending the war with yourself. Freeze, analysis paralysis, avoidance. Yes, you know who you need to call and follow up with to close the deal, and you're not. Yes, right? Indecisive and stuck. I don't know what I want to do, or even just the checked out, or procrastination, dragging the feet. Here's the biggie. Most people don't realize, and yet they're always engaging in it, and you probably are as well. Fawn. Where are my fellow people pleasers who can't say no? Right? Type fawn in the comments, right? You have no boundaries. You're overly available, overwhelmed, maxed out, overgiving, overserving, overdoing, right? But this is the yesing all the time. And this is actually where that doubt comes from, the doubt that you can be successful, feeling like that imposter, and searching for a rescuer. And I hear this all the time. People are like, what? I don't need rescued. But if you've ever lowered your standards and took a job or a contract or a deal that you knew you didn't want to do, but you did it anyway, that's fawning. If you've ever thrown money at a problem, right? Oh, I need this. I need the new headshots. I need the new resume. I need the new video, right? Whatever those things are, but you're throwing money at a problem and the person you hired was terrible and it ended up being a waste of money because it was a reaction that was looking for somebody to rescue the situation, right? I've had 6-figure expensive, painful lessons functioning from that state. And we do it in our relationships too, being the fixer, being the rescuer. So think about how often you are updating your software, right? How often are you updating your phone, operating system, your computer, updating apps all the time, right? But how often are you updating your own programming? Now, the fact that you're here shows you already are to a certain degree. But we're going to take that a step further. Because when you update your programming, you can actually do it from the perspective of focusing on the actions. And when you change the behaviors in the right way, that can shift the thoughts that change the feelings, to shift the beliefs so that you turn off survival and activate your thrive mind. So we're going to focus on spending the next few minutes rewiring your brain. Now, these are things that you can do that are science-based. We're getting into techniques that are the foundation of science-backed proven practices. And it's hacking your brain to create new neural pathways. Like I said, I can nerd out all the time, right? This is the fastest way to unlock potential because you're starting to learn how to maximize your capacity, your present capacity. This isn't EQ. This isn't IQ. This isn't any of that stuff with changing your network or any of these external things. This is something you can do instantaneously to hijack your brain back, hijack your behavior, and completely shift from survive to thrive. And the way that you do that is with your senses. So for those of you who are driving, I know some of you are joining from, you're driving in the car. So obviously when I ask you to close your eyes, I recommend you don't do that. You know, there's not enough long-term self-driving right now. So, but you'll still be able to do the exercises and get the benefits of it. So think about it. When is the last time you really, really slowed down? Really paid attention to something that you were doing? So you're going to activate your thrive mind with your senses: sight, sound, touch, taste, smell. I'm going to teach you how to do that. So we're going to have a little bit of fun. And if you can, you know, get comfortable in your seat, laying on your bed, wherever you're joining from, just kind of relax into your body and get present. Have your feet on the ground, unless you're laying down, and just get comfy, whatever you need to do. And like I said, if you can close your eyes to get a bit more present, that's awesome. But only if you can do that safely. Settle in. Now we'll start simple with just touching the tips of your fingertips together. Just index finger and your thumb. And just start rubbing the fingertips together. And the key is to do it slowly. So slowly that you notice the ridges on both fingertips. That's a level of attention and focus not usually given. Feel the ridges on both fingertips. Now you can touch all your fingertips together, both hands, and just kind of rub your hands against each other slowly. And feel the same thing. Feel the ridges on each hand. Are there calluses? Are there scars? Just pay attention to the sensations and what you notice. And when you're ready, you can move to your body. If you're sitting up, what's the sensation of your seat, of your butt in the seat of the chair? Do you feel the pressure against your sit bones, your hips, your thighs, the back of the chair against your spine? What is that sensation? Or the bed, if you're lounging or laying down. Feeling that sense of the bed against all of the different touch points. What's not touching? If your knees are not touching, but your calves are against the bed. Now I want you to find your toes. So go focus on your feet and find each individual toe. You might have to wiggle each one independently to say, oh, hey, there you are. Thank you for all you do, amazing feet. Just find the toes, just wiggle them. How are they doing? Are they a little numb from sitting? When's the last time you walked? Now, take a long, slow, deep breath through your nose if you can. And as you're inhaling, feel the temperature of the air going in. Feel the expansion of your lungs and then your rib cage. Feel the change in the size and shape of your body. Notice your abdomen expanding. And then feeling the collapse and the change in the temperature when you exhale. And do that for a few slow, deep breaths and just pay attention to what you notice. Even listening to the changes in what you hear with your breath. And if there's any other senses you want to play with right now, feel free to do so. If there's something you smell, picking up on different notes or fragrances around you, listening to the sounds. My voice might be essential compared to the closest sound, which might be your breath, or the furthest sounds from you. What can you hear? And feel free to come back and open your eyes when you're ready. It's always lovely seeing everyone anchoring in because all of a sudden they're paying attention to their senses and anchoring into their body. And if you notice, this isn't the same as just kind of, engaging the senses. We took it a step further where it's experiencing the senses. Then it's always kind of that welcome back. But if you notice something interesting, were you paying attention to anything else during that time? When you're looking and feeling the ridges on the fingertips or paying attention to the breath, you are nowhere else but right here and completely present. And this is a basal skill. This is the foundation of things like mindfulness. But if you can do this, it's that precursor. And it's important to know changing your behavior in doing these exercises. You can shift from survive into thrive, and by doing these in as little as 10 seconds. It's all you need. But doing it as a daily practice is what builds your thrive mind muscles. And the key is you don't have to wait until everything's falling apart and shit's hitting the fan for you to jump into using these tools. It's actually better if you start doing it and building the muscles around small things. So in the morning, you can do something simple when you're brushing your teeth. Notice the sensation of the bubbles or the taste or the feeling of the bristles against your gums versus your teeth versus your tongue, right? What's the smell? Or when you're eating a meal, can you taste the different things, right? A lot of people know these mindfulness exercises, but it's truly about learning to engage the senses in a deeper level. And 2 minutes or less is all you need, 3-4 times a day. And you're getting ahead of stress and learning to be a master of your mind to raise your floor and sabotage proof your success. Now, if any of those thoughts are creeping in while you're doing it, that's okay. That's completely normal. The mind is not meant to turn off. The key is shifting from being in control of it. You're not doing it wrong. You just get back to focus, right? And so it's understanding with that 10 seconds, 2 minutes, or regularly building your muscles. It's what you do consistently that becomes a pattern. And your patterns are what become your reputation. And if you want to change the pattern, you need the pattern interrupt to be able to shift from sabotage. And the secret to success is to focus on only what you can control and let go of the rest. And engaging your senses helps you be in control of you, to turn off survival brain, which will have you always focusing on what you can't control, AKA the reason you go into control issues. So when you're at any given moment, implementing these tools will help you shift from survive to thrive. Anytime you're feeling the stress, go into these tools, go into these habits, get into your body, turn on your senses. It's a resetting you to be in control of you. And it becomes easier to let go of the rest and take the actions that help you create success. Because success and fulfillment is an inside job first. So, as promised, here is that opportunity. If you'd like to scan, you can not only get download the slide deck of everything that I shared with you today, but I also give you 2 of my favorite and most powerful tools outside of what I shared with you today to also help turn off the survive brain so that every one of you can thrive and be the impactful leader you are called to be. And I am excited to see every one of you shine. And so I'm also excited to see the comments and the questions as we kind of dove in and, dug into all of this fun stuff. So is everybody good? I always hate everybody's trying to scan and get it. So VIPstacy.com. I will put that in the comments. I'll keep this up for a few minutes so that everybody has time to scan that. And I am excited to get into some Q&A.
Stacey, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
You're so
Oh my
welcome.
goodness. I was sitting in the background and it was funny because Mike was like, it's like she knew exactly what we were talking about all day. And then she came in and she like spoke right to all of those issues. So that was amazing. I loved that so much.
My ESPN 8. My outro was dialed in, right?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Totally vibing. So
I
no,
loved
I'm
it.
so glad. I'm so glad, right? But these are such universal things because it is literally our biology
Yeah.
to keep us in survival. And for the same people who are called to do big, impactful things in the world, you know, understanding that building a brand and a brand-based business, you are an entrepreneur.
Yep.
And fundamentally, 90% of entrepreneurs come from some type of childhood adversity, 75% from more of the big T trauma, right? And so it doesn't matter what the story is, it's just understanding that your set point for survival is a bit stronger. And that means mitigating that with these tools and skills and techniques to be in conscious control of activating the Thrive Mind as you go bigger and get really uncomfortable activating that stress all the time.
That's awesome. The tools that you gave were absolutely life-changing today. So in the comments, let us know, like, how many of you have had an impact made in your life today by Stacey, by her being here and sharing these tools with you. Because I talk to a lot of you, and I know that a lot of you are very much in survival mode or fear mode or all of these things. But now, how empowering is it for you to know, like, now you take 10 seconds and simply rub your hands together, close your eyes, and just feel and understand, hey, you know what? I'm in control of how I react. Because we're all going to face adversity. I mean, as soon as I get in my car and go to dinner tonight, I'm probably going to find someone who is an aggressive driver. You know what I mean? You're going to find all of that, but how you react to it, you can only control your reaction. You can't control the outside world. You can only control your reaction. So Stacey, thank you so much for giving us the tools and resources that we need that are just literally in our fingertips to change our state. I appreciate that so much.
Oh, you're very, very, very welcome. Thank you for the honor to be of service to your amazing tribe today. I was just scrolling through all the comments. I'm like, yes, it was so good.
Yeah.
Seeing all of these opportunities and self-reflections. And, I appreciate all of your willingness to be vulnerable and be radically honest and share in the comments. And looks like so many are way ahead of the curve too, already having done a lot of work to even be here. And so I'm just so excited for each and every one of you. And it's why it's so important to be in community and work with people like VIP Ignite team.
Stacey, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this was amazing. Awesome.
Thank you.
You're
and I look
welcome.
forward to connecting with any of you. If you got the downloads and all of that, I'm excited to hear how you enjoy the tools.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing has today been so far? On a scale of 1 to 10. And I feel like if you say 10, I'm going to be like, whoa, hold on 1 second. Stop the presses. Because the thing I want you to understand, we talked about this at the very beginning. This day is meant to change your life. You're going to look 5, 10, 15 years down the line, and you're going to be going through your life, and you're going to bring your hands together and be like, oh, wow, you know what? I can control my state. You're going to be flipping through a magazine, hopefully tonight. You're like, oh, wow, I can qualify for this. You're going to be going through life, and you're going to hear the 2 monkeys. Oh, I'm so excited. Hold on. Stop the presses. No, you should be scared. You're going to hear all of those things. And now that you've heard from Stacey, you have the tools to keep everyone in alignment and going in the direction that you want to go. And that's what this whole weekend is about. That's what VIP Ignite is about. That's what this weekend is about. That's what this boot camp is about. Something that I don't think I said at the beginning, but I know to be true. Tools and tactics for success are 10% of your success. Mindset and being able to control all of these guys That's 90%. Knowing how to keep all of your monkeys walking in line together, your emotional monkey, your logical monkey, your subconscious, and your fear, the fear part of your brain, being able to keep all of these guys in alignment, that's 90% of success. And I hope you guys are you starting to see all of the little dots coming together? Because I know for some people they're like, oh, okay, you know, I'm here, I want to learn how to be an actor, a model. It's cool, I learned what type of modeling I qualify for, but why do I need to know about my mindset? I mean, it was really cool to learn how to develop a character, but why do I have to be in the moment? Are you starting to see it all coming together? If you are, type me in the comments. If you are, type me in the comments, because you know what? My goal for you, I love my stuffed animals too, I'm just gonna hold them. My goal for you is that by the end of this weekend, you have all the tools and tactics that you need. We're gonna give you the blueprint for success. We have over 10,000 success stories. We're really, really, really good at what we do. Okay. But what we need for you to do is step up to the plate and take action. And I'm going to have Mike come on and he's going to talk to you in just a moment about millionaire mindset. And for a lot of you, the thought of making $1 million probably makes you sweat a little bit. You're like, what? $1 million? Oh my God, what could I do with $1 million? Do you know how you get from where you are to making $1 million a year? It's mindset. It's believing that you can. A very wise person said, if you believe you can, you're right. If you believe you can't, you're right. So let me ask you a question. In this very moment right now, you're being fully present in this moment. Do you know, and I'm not asking you believe, do you dream? Do you know that you have what it takes inside of you to be successful? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And again, you're not doing this to impress me. You're not doing this to make the comments go by faster. You're doing this to tell your subconscious mind, I believe, because your subconscious doesn't know whether or not you're telling it the truth. Your subconscious believes what you tell it over and over and over again. So again, I'm going to ask you, do you know that you will be successful? If you believe that, type I am successful in the comments. Type that in the comments. I want you to keep reaffirming yourself. And I want you to look down on your paper at the beginning of the morning. I asked you to write down on your paper, I am successful. Through every speaker that's talking, I want you to hear their successes. I want you to hear their struggles, but I want you to look down on that paper and see, I am successful. Because what you focus on becomes true. Does that make sense? And I know I'm getting a little bit intense right now, but I am addicted to helping people become successful. And I can't do that until you know that you can be successful, that you are successful. And you know what? For my people that are still here, let's do this. Let's have a little dance party before we bring Mike on. Everyone stand up to your feet. Everyone stand up. I'm going to put my little friend back for a minute. Maybe we'll dance with the emotional monkey. Everyone get up and dance. And I want you to dance, and I want you to dance because I want you to celebrate the fact that you're still here. And if you're not a dancer, just move your hips. I'm not a good dancer, but you know what? I like to have fun. And I want you to celebrate yourself because right now, you're still here. That means you're even more successful than you were this morning when you got on. Because you know, you're learning everything that you need. Everything that you need is already inside of you to be successful. It's activating it. It's getting excited for yourself. It's celebrating yourself. Okay, I want you to do that. Let me see. Okay, Kyle's laughing at me. It's like, Denise, if you're not dancing, I'm not dancing. I'm out. Kyle out. Listen, I want you guys to truly celebrate being here at this moment because the next presentation that you're going to hear, you're going to be fully present. I want you guys to rub your hands together and be fully present. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes and imagine you being the person who is truly successful, the most successful person that you know. I want you to be that person. Because here's the thing, and we're going to go over this in just a moment. Mike will go a lot deeper into this with you. But what I want you to understand is that when you are making decisions, when you're talking to like you're making decisions, okay, and you're all excited and you're logical people, like, oh, hold on, stop the presses, right? This is what I want you to understand. The only people that you should be listening and speaking logic into your life are the people that are already doing what you want to do. I'm not talking crap on your family. Love them, give them hugs, love them hard. But don't, if they're not doing what you want to do, don't take their advice. Take advice from people that are where you want to be. Take advice from people that are really good at what they do. Take advice from people that have won the awards that you want to win. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Well, I'm not giving you permission to be mean to your family, but I am giving you permission to say, la, 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 I can't hear what you're saying because you don't have experience. Okay? That was very mature of me. That was my most mature moment. Thank you very much. All right. Are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin on how to have a millionaire mindset? If you are, type Mike in the comments and let him see how excited you are. All right.
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. What an amazing presentation, right, today, guys? Stacy was absolutely amazing. Just to let you guys know, give you a perspective how I first met Stacy. I was just recently at an event, and people had all invested tens of thousands of dollars to be in this room, and it was literally a room filled with millionaires. And it was Stacy's first time being there, and she literally, the things you hear her speaking about, she practices. Like, she literally came to this event, she introduced herself to everybody. She actually had an opportunity to speak for about an hour, just knocked the ball out of the park. And imagine the level of confidence and overcoming that part of your brain where, like, you're literally stepping in a center of the room, and it's an interesting thing because the room's kind of like a circle, and like you step in this circle, it's not like a stage, and it's just all these millionaires and all these successful people. They've created 7, 8, 9-figure companies, billionaires, and now you have to go there your very first time and knock the ball out of the park. So I just definitely want to give credit to Stacey. I think this whole day today has been transformational, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're coming down to the end of day 1, guys, today. Remember, today's about the foundation and transformation. Tomorrow's going to be really hitting the ground hard. We got a lot of great speakers. Deneen, after I speak, Deneen's going to do a little bit of a special exercise with you guys, and she's going to really go into about overcoming fear and being able to have unlimited confidence, like really understanding where that lack of confidence is inside of you. And it's going to use some biblical principles. And even if you're not religious, that's okay. That book's been around for 2,000 years. So I can tell you there's some really good advice in there. And she's going to kind of go through that with you. So make sure you stay tuned for that. From there, Mr. Colby is going to be making a great appearance. He's going to be talking about auditions and castings. And then we're going to wrap the day up with a big reveal today. So for those of you who are part of Truth Management, for those of you who maybe just kind of heard a little bit about Truth Management earlier, we're going to talk a little bit about the casting process and some new things that we're working on. So you want to make sure that you are here to the end of the day. So I'm going to bring up my next presentation because I want to stay on time for Mr. Colby. He's going to be calling in from Los Angeles. So we're really excited. I've been on the phone with him all day today, so he's got some really great things to share with you guys also. So, Deneen, can you just give me sharing back?
You got it. I'm not sure. Again, my first time on Zoom.
It's okay. I like it. I like being able to overcome obstacles in real time.
You're okay. Hold on. Looks like you should be able to. Okay, hold on. You're a co-host.
Now it has host disabled participants screen sharing.
Up there you are. Sorry. Hold on.
Got me? There we go. I'm back. I was gone for a little while, but now I'm back.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. All right. I'll just make this big. Everybody should see it. All right. So this is the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are. The secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. So obviously we've been talking all day today. A lot of the things we spoke about is all about having a new mindset. Once you have a new mindset, you get new results. It's having the understanding that in this business or any business or in life in general, it's 10% tactics 90% mindset. When you're able to understand how your body works, how your mind works, how the decision process works, you're able to unlock unlimited potential inside of yourself. It's being able to understand when the emotional monkey's talking to you, when the fear is talking to you, when the logic is talking to you, that you're in charge, not these monkeys running around inside of your head, not that million year old lizard that's in the back of your head, leaning into fear. It's you now being able to control your thoughts and control the decision-making process and understanding all that. So once you start grasping that, and just like anything else, it's just like being a great athlete, it's repetition, it's putting it into practice, it's working on it every day, building those results, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's not something you learn in a moment, it's not something you learn in a day, it's something that you have to put into repetition. You have to be committed, you have to have that strong why. And at that point, when you're shifting your mindset, that's when you're going to see the results that you're looking for. So let's talk a little bit about what are your chances of becoming rich, right? Most people, when first starting out, that's their goal. Their goal is to be rich. I always like to say it's not a matter of being rich, but it's a matter of having financial abundance. It's being able to have an impact. And, to me, money is a tool, right? It's not my end goal. Making money is a result of being successful. So my goal is always, how do I create a product? How do I create a service? How do I create a company that can be successful, make an impact in the world? And through that, part of the results is not only seeing the impact you've made, making a difference in people's lives, but then being able to have the financial resources to grow into something, to be able to do something, create a foundation and so forth. So that's what you always want to focus on. But for today, we're going to talk about what are the chances of becoming rich. So here are the statistics. Of 100 people working from age 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period, 1 becomes rich, 4 become financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, and 62 are dead broke. Let's look at this according to percentages. What that means is this: in America, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistic. There's a definite line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially in America. 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scarier when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot of making it. When you think about that, you can almost apply that to any business, right? Even modeling or acting or music, accounting. Like, how do you become that person, that category king, that person that becomes that recognized person that you step out for every Oprah, for every, Tyra Banks, for every Sean Connery or Kevin Costner? They're the people that you don't recognize their names, that may not make it, right? So many people try to break into the industry, but then they give up. So I want you to realize within this is gold nuggets, right? Little things that you should be able to take away and apply to your life. So I'll assume, of course, because if you're here, right, you're the person who has a desire to end up in the top 5%, right? In the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I pegged you right, you're one of the people who want to be in the 5%. I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple, so powerful, that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you are open to ideas that will challenge your thinking. So I call this the 2-sentence wealth formula. If you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% of people do financially and just do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2-sentence wealth formula is even more important than the first. You've got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do, do not do what they do. The questions to ask then are, what do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You study these 2 things in great detail, and I recommend, right, you become fanatical about this, finding out the difference between the habits of the rich, the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. I spoke to you earlier about, there's 240 books written by billionaires. I made it a goal of mine to read all 240 of those books. I just started the process about a week ago. Okay. Each week I'm going to read one book. Okay. Because I'm going to find the patterns. I'm going to find the things in there. So it's something you have to study, whether it's acting, modeling, mindset. You have to become fanatical to want to study it, to learn it, to go down that path, to keep surrounding yourself with people who are doing exactly what it is that you want to do. So the difference between the rich and the poor. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. A rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. A poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars, right? How much am I going to get paid? How much am I going to make per hour? Rich mindset is how do I leverage my time as an actor, as a model, especially as an actor, you get residuals. So you can go out and you film one movie, you're paid for that movie, say $100,000 or 350,000. You're the lead, but every time that movie now is shown, a DVD is sold. It's shown. It's a streaming service purchases it, licenses it. People are downloading it. It's playing on an airline. It's playing international. Actors will get residuals, so they'll get paid over and over and over again, right? It's just like TV shows, right? Back in the day, they didn't offer residuals. On reality shows, they don't offer residuals. So when you're trying to, be in this industry, again, it's all important to have an agent, right, to review contracts for that. When you're doing a movie, you're going to be in a new Star Wars film. How does it work? Not only getting paid for the acting part, how does it work when they're using your face as the part of the toys, the comic books, the stories, right? Think of the Avengers, right? When you go out and you see the toys, right? Iron Man and so forth. They're using the actors' faces in those, so they get compensated upon that. It may be a small percentage, but when millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of toys are sold, that turns into millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. So it's understanding all that. Your agent, that's like a Truth Management or Ryan Colby or some of the people you'll get to meet tomorrow. That's their job, to make sure that you're maximizing the effort that you're putting in. So this is why this plays important. It's right. I want you guys to have that rich mindset. I want you to have that investor mindset, right? How do I make the right investment so long term that investment pays me back over and over again, right? When I go to events, yes, I invest money to go to the events, not only for the tickets, but for the hotel, the travel, and so forth. But I know that that investment up front will pay back hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in the future through relationships, through connections, or just one idea. When I go to an event, all I need is one idea, one single idea, and it makes a massive impact in how I will treat my life or my business. So we're going to go through what kind of mindset do you have right now? So we're going to do a little test. Do you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset? Okay. And I know, even myself, every time I do this presentation, I'm always going to catch something, right? I'm really good at what I do, right? And, controlling that lizard, controlling that, those monkeys. But at the same time, they're strong, right? Millions and millions of years of evolution that's built in there. So even myself, again, repetition. So don't work for money, have money work for you. So poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people are hardworking individuals who have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trading time for money. The reason people work for money is they believe that time is money. Okay, like I spoke to you about earlier. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always get more money. But if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. So you always want to maximize your time. Think about this. The average person lives to 80. That means you got 80 summers. You got 80 Christmases, right? If you're 40, it's half are gone, right? Think about sunrises and sunsets. How many times you guys just decide, I'm going to wake up early tomorrow and go see the sunrise? Me and Denise all the time. We follow her on Instagram. We make time all the time. We, live a few blocks from the beach. Sometimes we forget, and then we remember and we say, hey, you know what? We're going to go see the sunset today, right? We make that time to pull that time because we realize the value of that time, right? We're so limited. So it's so important to understand to maximize your time, surrounding yourself with the right people, building the dream, building the life that you can, leaving the legacy that, when that time comes, you're gone, people will remember you, right? The richest place on earth is the graveyard. So many people go to their grave without living their dreams, without making the impact, writing the story that they were meant to write, sharing their wisdom with the world. My stepdad is like that. He is so filled with wisdom but he doesn't share it with the world. He leans into that poverty mindset consistently, right? He takes it to a whole new level. He takes toilet paper and he pulls it apart. Says, I'm going to make the toilet paper last twice as long, right? He's at a whole nother, talk about frugal. He's at another whole frugal. Sometimes I'll go and visit him. He sits in the dark sometimes because he says, oh, the lights cost money, right? He's never understood that. But in that value, I don't feel bad because I cheer him up. I bring the presents, but I learn from him, right? Everything you do in life is you learn from, whether it's good or bad, you then apply it to your life. You realize what not to do, right? So that's, part of this whole weekend, learning from people's mistakes, learning the obstacles, learning how to give yourself the best life possible. So don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is the poor people entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs and movies and video games. Rich people collect books, seminars, experiences, audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. Poor people stop learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you that the most valuable things that you have ever learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They learned from mentors. They learned from seminars. They learned the things they want to learn from people who know what they want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves. Rich people educate themselves. So stop entertaining yourself. Start educating yourself, right? The average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television. That, you can pull up your social media accounts on Instagram and on TikTok, and it'll show you how many hours per day you're interacting with that, right? You get caught up, right? It's very easy. You start screening and pushing through, right? So you have to realize you have to catch yourself in those moments. I have a rule in my house. I do not turn the TV on until 9 p.m., no matter what. The TV is off. There is no TV. And any of that time when I get there, I need something to keep myself busy, I pick up one of those books. I make the time, I schedule the time ahead of time to be able to make sure I'm consistently educating myself. So stop watching so much TV, and you got to ask yourself, as models and actors, do you want to watch Netflix? What do you want to be on it, right? Which is going to prove to push you forward better. So why getting rid of your television is so important? Here we go. I just said that. There are actually many reasons. So let's examine some of them. The television is a cultural hypnotic device. It's used to influence and control society, right? What do we call TV? Programs, right? Who are they programming? They're programming you. The news media, the commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality as people watch the rapes, robberies, and murders on the evening news or on violent TV dramas. People become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that encourage people to buy things they don't need and really can't afford. TV keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You are the one who has the best chance of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television is that it promotes the philosophy the main purpose of money is consumption or buying things. But the truth is, the most important function of money is for creating wealth, right? Warren Buffett, one of the richest men on earth, he says the best investment you can ever make is investing in yourself, right? It's investing in yourself because that compounds itself, right? The more I can learn, the more you can learn, you now become more valuable. You become the person an agency is looking to want to hire to work with, right? One of our main goals is for you to understand the difference between saying, I want an agency versus how do I become the person an agency actually wants to work with. Okay, most rich people don't have jobs, right? Another difference between poor and rich is that poor people have jobs, whereas rich people own businesses, right? When you're in the entertainment industry, as a model, as an actor, as a musician, you are a business. You become your own entity. There'll come a point when you reach a certain level of your career, you're going to start an LLC. You're going to start a trust, right? The checks won't come made out to you. They're going to become made out to your LLC. There's tax advantages to that. For most people, if you're earning over $100,000, you may be paying 51% in taxes. That means for every dollar you earn, you're now paying 51 cents in taxes. So there are all going to be all kinds of tax strategies. When people are very rich, the average billionaire pays $750 in taxes. And most people are shocked. They're like, oh my God, they're a billionaire, they pay $750 in taxes. That's it. I pay that in a week, right? Or in a month, okay? Because they understand that. right? Rich people see everything as a business. They see everything as how do they leverage the rules? How do they leverage the things to bring more value, right? Good rich people, right? Just like anything else. There are some people that are not the best, but that we're focusing on the good guys. More than 80% of rich people become rich by owning their own business. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give somebody else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much that they hire people to do the things they don't want to do. But poor people will gladly get paid to do those of us who are rich really don't want to do. Understand that the word job is the most perfectly spelled acronym in the dictionary. Job is an acronym that stands out for jump out of bed, the journey of the broke. So you can remain just over broke, right? The point of this is when you invest in the right things, you invest in yourself, you're able to compound that money. You're able to have value based upon in the future. Most poor people, they're worried about that hourly wage, right? You have to break through that. You have to understand, hey, how do I start separating myself from that? How do I create a business? How do I leverage my acting career? How do I start creating brands? Right? You see that in the most successful actors, 50 Cent owning vodka companies and water companies. These individuals create billion-dollar brands because they're leveraging their past. They're leveraging the investment they made earlier on in their career, right? For most of you guys, you're at the beginning part, but I want you to be able to see down the road. I want you to start thinking. I want to implant these thoughts into your head now, because there's going to come that point when this is going to play very valuable to your life. Rich people don't set limits for themselves. Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and. What this means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For example, as instance, a person might think, I'd like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement implies that you can't have both. We buy into truisms that aren't true, like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and have it or save it too. Ironically, the latter statement is why poor people get poorer and rich people get richer. They don't try to eat their cake and have it too. Right? It's like they say, money doesn't grow on trees. Oh, people say that all the time. Well, talk to the people who live in Colorado. Obviously, that's not true, right? Or somebody who owns a peach farm or a cherry farm. It's understanding, like, where's the opportunity? You have to start training yourself to ask better questions. You ask better questions, you're going to get better answers. You have to say, when you have a problem, how do I find a solution? And if I can't figure out the solution, who can I go to who will know it? Who's been in that same situation that I am? Right? We've done very well. We've won multiple Tonys. My background is not on Broadway, but yet I've won more Tonys than people who've done this a portion of their life, because early on in my career, we've surrounded ourselves with people who are the best at what they do. And that book, that availability, for our main focus has always been our events, right? Having people, aspiring actors and models who've reached a certain level of success and have now gotten stuck, and opening up that door to connect them with people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. So it's being able to see that you have no limits. The only limit you have in the life is the limit you set for yourself and the story that you're telling yourself. The moment you change your story, you will change your life. There is nothing holding you back. The moment you say, but Mike, I can't, the moment you hear that word, but, that means that's that little fear coming into you. It's creeping into you and it's holding you back. You have to say, no, how do I do this? Right? How can I, instead of how can I? Change one word, change your life. So choose your advisors wisely. So important. So many times people will fall to the wayside because they're so excited. The emotional monkey takes charge, and they get involved with the wrong people, right? They don't do that research, that moment to step back and say, is this the right person for me? Especially in photography. I see so many people invest thousands of dollars into photos, and they just went with the first photographer. They didn't know what they qualified for. They didn't know what agencies they were going to apply for, and they didn't leverage that. And I understand that when you're brand new, you don't know. It's like going to car shopping. If you don't do your research before, of course, the car salesman is going to make it sound great, but is that the right car for you? So the difference I'm about to show you is one of the most iconic of all the differences between the rich and the poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things that I've ever seen since I began studying this subject. It's really sad because most people will go to their grave and never realize that if what they are currently doing is not giving them the result they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I've ever heard is continuing to do the same thing and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you've always done, then you will continue to get what you've always gotten. Gaining momentum, right? At the end of the day, we spoke about this. A rich mindset, right, wants to seek to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. Rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning, building momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own. Poor mindset is all about short-term returns, hours for dollars. Meaningful relationships. Rich mindset seeks to build relationships based on trust, liking shared values, and mutual respect. People with a rich mindset help others and cultivate relationships with no expectation of anything in return. Poor mindset thinks, hey, scratch your back, you scratch mine, right? You know, I'm not even gonna ask you to put in the comments, but this is a free event. Nobody paid anything to be here. But how many of you guys could say that the value of this event was worth at least $1? Or was the value of this event worth at least $10, $100, maybe even priceless, right? Because it's all about bringing value. You know, one of the very early things, you know, we learned in this company is, you know, working with high profile people in the entertainment industry is what is the value we bring to them, right? And a lot of times the value is just inviting them to the event, getting that people who reach a certain level of success love sharing their stories and helping others. And you want to build that into yourself now. That's why we built that community in school, right? We have a higher level school community where you're able to interact and we do classes and all that. But the community for most of you guys that are commenting in today, there's no cost to that, right? Because now we created an environment and a network of people that can lift each other up, right? You see the comments, and what's great is the next boot camp, people are going to come in, they may be brand new to this, and they're going to see the comments you posted today, and they're going to be inspired by that. Just by you posting those comments, you are inspiring and changing people's lives that you have not even met yet. And there'll come a point, 3, 4, 5 months from now, this comes from the bottom of my heart, guys, you will come to an event and there'll be somebody who says, Jessica, I saw that comment that you made that one time, I remember looking at it, and that inspired to be here today. And she's going to give you that hug. And then all of a sudden you'll realize the words and what you're learning today is creating a ripple effect that can have massive amount of impact, okay? Secret of success. The rich attribute success to abilities, hard work, and spirit. Middle class, education, and luck. The poor attribute success to cheating. Oh, he cheated. That's how he just has connections. Oh, he just has money. That's why he's successful. You know that all the time. I grew up in Brooklyn, guys. I heard it all. Trust me. If you read Finding Fame, you guys know I started my life washing dishes in the back of a pizzeria, right? But at the end of the day, it's all about abilities, right? It's understanding connections are important, right? But it's having the ability, the hard work, the spirit, and that then leverages into the other things, right? It's what value do you bring to the table, okay? Rich mindset knows that the world is not fair, right? Deals with reality swiftly, humbly, and practically. Okay, my saying, you know, some of you guys may have heard this before. For those who are brand new, I'll share it with you. Every day I expect 18 problems, okay? I expect 18 problems, 16 little problems and 2 big ones. And when the problem comes, I go, you know, I've been expecting you. I'm ready for the challenge. I don't look at it as problems. We call them challenges. What's the challenge? Right? How do we make sure everything's running smoothly for the event? Or, you know, I couldn't share my screen. Okay, that's great. I'm here. Let's do it. Right? We overcame it. Right? Some of you guys might have, you know, connections with your internet, or it's going in and out, whatever it may be. It's just a challenge. It's something you overcome, and I expect it. I understand that's how the world works. Right? A rich mindset knows the world owes it nothing. The universe is indifferent to its existence, and that the default for life is suffering and death. All successes are improbable and should be appreciated as such. Okay, there's nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes you an Academy Award. Nobody owes you the cover of Vogue. You yourself have to work at it. You have to do everything you can. You are the one who controls your destiny. I can help you. I can give you the tools, the resources, but you have to be willing to swim upstream. You have to be willing to put in the same time and effort that the people you surround yourself with do, because otherwise you lean into that poor mindset. You're consumed by the unfairness of the world. You waste time complaining about it. My friends, oh my God, they were all complainers. Oh my goodness. All right, back in the day. No, there's no complaining. It's how do I find the solution? What do we do to solve this? I focus on the results. I don't focus on complaining. It's a waste of time, right? But it's so easy to lean into that. That's the easy way out. That's the sitting on the couch and watching Netflix, eating ice cream. That's easy. It feels good. Let me just complain about it, get it off my chest, right? Again, truisms that are not true. It feels, you can't feel that the world owes you something and to wait for it to be handed out. You have to go out and do what you can to make yourself successful. Okay. Celebrate. Oh, this is an important one. Celebrate others. Rich mindset celebrates the success of others and embraces the competition and often befriends it. You have two choices: tear down another person's success or be inspired by the example. We have a contest going on. We have a contest going on today. Danina will announce the winners at the end of the day. We'll have another two contests tomorrow. For some of you guys, you're going to celebrate the winners. For other one of you guys, you're going to complain about it. Oh, I didn't know how to get into school. Oh, they cheated. Oh, maybe they were just commenting to win, right? No, just celebrate them. They did it. How they did it, they got there. They won, right? Poor mindset, you're going to feel jealousy, bitterness about the success of others. It looks at everything as a zero-sum game. I tell you, we have over 10,000 plus success stories. My team tries to post like 5, 10 success stories every day. You're on our Instagram, on Truth Management, on any of our personal accounts, you'll see the success stories posted like at least 3 times a day. Sometimes I feel like we push too many success stories. I'll tell you why I feel that way. Because sometimes I'll put up a success story and I'll see 2 likes. All of a sudden, there's maybe a problem or something going on. We post that gets like 100 likes. Somehow the pain gets more likes than the celebration of success. Isn't that the weirdest thing? Like you see it on Facebook all the time. Somebody goes on Facebook, you start posting something negative, woo, you just light up your comments. You post that you accomplish something, boom, your mom clicks on it, right? Maybe your best friend clicks on it, right? It's the craziest thing. No. Celebrate success. I make sure every single person in my, not only the company, but in my circle of friends, when I see a post where they accomplish something, I make a comment, I click it, I share on it. If you go through any of our social media, you see we're consistently sharing other people's success stories. I'm going to be honest with you, from a marketing standpoint, like from a business standpoint, I'm shifting the algorithm to send the people that came to me someplace else. That's not really smart business, but I that's fine. That's okay. Because I want to celebrate people's success. I want them to know I'm in their corner. I see you. I see what you're accomplishing, and I'm there for you because I know over the long term, those are seeds that I'm planting, and I'm empowering the relationship. I'm there, and I'm glad because I want, wow, what did they do that I can now bring into my life? Mentor mindset, right? Rich mindset understands it can never know everything and that something can be learned from everyone. Poor mindset deludes itself into believing it knows everything and that opposing perspectives are wrong before ever even hearing them. Boy, I grew up in Brooklyn, some of the poorest neighborhoods, some rough characters there. They had such a poor mindset, but boy, oh boy, did they think they knew everything. It didn't matter what this is. Ada Cruz, she knows, right? She's grown in that world. They got advice for everything, right? They just love hearing themselves talk. They being in that moment of significance, it's called. Oops, sorry, let me go back one more, guys. Oh, hold on. Rich man and a poor man, right? Rich man, right? Give him $1,000, he returns with 100,000. He goes out and invests in it. A broke guy, give him 1,000, returns with a new iPhone. And I'll give you a better example of that. This is a proven stat from the lottery. People who are like very financially destitute, when they win the lottery, whether it's $1 million, 3 million, or 5 million, within 5 years they're back to broke. Like they're literally brought, and it's like this is a total fact that you can look up, and it's really interesting because it's always like, wow, I always, if somebody gave me 5 million, first thing I do, I put 4,900,000 and invest that in different ways. I put it in the trust of somebody who can help that money grow. And yes, I take 100,000, right? If you want 5 million, 100,000, I go and I had fun with it. I get it off my system, right? Because at the end of the day, people all the time say, well, Tony Robbins, he did this exercise once where he said, imagine if I gave you $1 billion, what would you really do with it if you can only spend it? Right? Write down a list of things you want. People would say, I want a house in Paris. I want a house in London. I want a house in New York. I want 3 Ferraris. I want a yacht. I want a personal trainer to train me in the gym. I want to build a gym in like they just went through all these materialistic things. And when they added them up, nobody was ever able to hit even close to $1 billion. Like it was, and it was the point is like, what do you really need? Right? Like there's only so much. A great house? Yes, of course. You should have $1 million home. That should be on your goal. A nice car, absolutely. Being able to take vacations. But then past that, it's like, how do I build a school? Or how do I give back? How do I eradicate homelessness? Because when you're able to have the financial abundance, to have the comforts of life that you want, then all of a sudden you're driven to be able to help and help others, and you can make that impact. That's why in the entertainment industry, it's so powerful, because you have that platform to do that. At the end of the day, you can't do it all, right? Rich mindset understands that it cannot do everything, that even if it could, it would create greater value by focusing on its core strengths. It knows that the right team is greater than the sum of its parts. Poor mindset deludes itself into thinking that it can do everything if it just works hard enough, right? At the end of the day, the difference between the rich and the poor can really be broken down into this chart, right? Belief. You have to believe in yourself, right? You believe you can succeed even when no one else believes in you. You need a plan, a cookbook, a strategy, a framework, right? You have to know step 1, step 2, step 3. And you don't have to know all the steps. The most important step in success is, what is the next step? What do I do next? Right? Then what do I do after that? Let me master that. Then I worry the next step. So many times people worry about, oh my God, Mike, what do I do after this? I get step 100. No. What step are you on? Okay. We have what's called the 21-day challenge. And we break it down into 21 days. The only part of the challenge you need to worry about is the next challenge. The next one, that's it. Master that, accomplish that, because that's how you grow. Solutions. Rich people face a problem, they find a solution. Risk. You got to be willing to take risk, right? Doesn't mean you jump off of a volcano, but that you're willing to take the risk. Because even in risk, if you fail, you get up and you do it again, right? You create opportunities. And you always want to have more. Right? I want to learn more. I want to do more. I want to speak another language. I want to do voiceover work and so forth. As you start mastering things, always know that the life you have, you can keep growing forever. A poor mindset, they don't have the belief. They don't have a plan. They're always making excuses. They're waiting for a miracle. And most importantly, they blame others. You notice that social media is such a powerful way to realize that. When you see all these complainers and losers and people who are just, spewing negative, they never blame anyone. They blame everyone else but themselves. I'll give you a little trick. With your family, your friends, and all that, something goes wrong, take responsibility. Doesn't matter if you did it or not. You know what, guys, let's not even argue about this. I take full responsibility. This was all, let's just concentrate on the focus, right? Just take responsibility, because then now all of a sudden the conversation ends and now we focus on the solution, okay? Rich people versus a poor mindset, right? It's a great one. This is where we get down to the nitty gritty here. Let me just move this out of the way so I can read all of this. Hold on. Right? Rich people believe I create my life. Poor people believe life happens to me. Life does not happen to you. Life happens for you, good or bad, right? It was in your darkest day, the hardest day, when you overcame it, it becomes the story that you are able to tell. I did this. The scariest moments, stepping out onto that stage, feeling the butterflies, learning to make those butterflies fly in formation, right? Poor people play the money game to win, right? They're there to win. Poor people play the money game to not lose. Well, I don't want to invest in this. I don't want to do this. What if it doesn't work out? What if I lose? So what? You do it again. You try again. You figure it out. You get better, right? Thomas Edison, right? 10,000 tries to make the light bulb. Imagine he gave up after the first try, right? We're all sitting in the dark right now. Rich people are committed to being rich. You got to be committed. So whatever it is you want to do in life, you have to have that commitment. I'm going to be committed to being an actor. I'm going to be committed to being a model, a better mom, a better dad. All right. Right. The difference between saying is not being good, it's being great. Right. A horse can win by a nose. Right. The 1%. The difference between warm water and boiling water is 1%, 1 degree. And so many of you guys, the reason you are so close to success, you are 3 feet from goal, but you're just 1 degree off of boiling. You just need that one opportunity, that one mentor, that one chance to shift your mindset, right? And be committed. Rich people think big, right? Shoot for the stars, shoot for the moon. Poor people think small. Rich people focus on opportunities, right? We consistently see that, right? You see every single person, every speaker you'll see, they listen to the stories they tell. It's all about opportunities, right? Hovland, she's a producer. She's an actress. She does voiceover. Her mom created the entire Atlanta film market, right? When you're watching those Disney movies, that goes back to Hovland's mom, right? Guys may not know that yet, right? You certainly will learn about that soon enough, right? Again, opportunities. Where are there opportunities to grow? Poor people only focus on the obstacles. Oh, well, but what if it doesn't? I can't do it because. No. When you say can't, how can I? Change one word, change your life. Rich people admire other rich and successful people. Poor people resent rich and successful people. Rich people associate with positive, successful people. I'm going to tell you that should be number 1 on here. You surround yourself with positive, successful people, boy, oh boy, your life will change. You cut out the negativity. One of my business partners, Bill Walsh, he does a great example. He tells people, listen, you got negative people in your life, go on your cell phone, pull them up and say, listen, I'm moving my life in a new direction of positive, attitude. I am deleting you and blocking you now. It was great knowing you, and you delete and block them instead of a text message, right? And somebody's like, holy cow, that's hardcore. But you know what? That's the mindset. Cutting off the negative people out of your life, right? If you find yourself complaining 2-3 times a day about somebody, and maybe it's even a family member, and sometimes you just have to say, hey, listen, I love you to death. You're my sister, you're my brother, you're my whatever it may be. But right now, I need to live my best life. We need to maybe take some time away, or you need to really focus on supporting me in my dream. I tell people all the time, when somebody's holding you back, ask them, are you living your best life? They're always going to say yes. Well, great. Nobody held you back from living your best life. Allow me to live my best life, right? It's using the logic. It's understanding logic and emotional fear and being able to understand that, and now understanding the other person, right? We've been focusing on your internal thoughts. But when you understand and master this, guess what, guys? You become persuasive. You become more confident. You now understand what that person may be dealing with in their thoughts. And now you're able to better help them. A little breakthrough there, right? Rich people willing to promote, right? How many of you guys went out and promoted that you were going to be here? Shared the link. I know Denise talked about that this morning, right? Poor people think negatively about selling and promotion. Rich people are bigger than their problems. Poor people are smaller than their problems. Rich people are excellent receivers. Poor people are poor receivers. And I used to be this way, and sometimes I still fall back into it. And I'll give you an example. I'd be at an event, and somebody comes over to me, and they're like, oh my God, thank you, Mike. That presentation you did was so great. Or somebody brings me a present or something. And I'm like, oh no, you didn't have to do that. Think about that for a moment. That person was so excited. They got on a plane, they flew across the country, they came to the event, they wrapped this present. And then I said, oh, you didn't have to do that. Oh, why'd you do that? Instead of saying, oh my God, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I see you. I hear you. Thank you. So again, it's so that there's such that thin line there where you can lean into. You have to be an excellent receiver. Saying thank you to a compliment. Oh, you didn't have to, oh man, it's okay. Right? No, thank you. I appreciate that so much. Okay. Rich people choose to get paid on results, right? It's all based upon results. What are the results I'm going to provide? Poor people choose to get paid based upon time, an hourly wage, right? Rich people think both. How do I do both, right? Poor people think either or. Well, if I do this, then I can't do that. Well, how do I do both? Rich people focus on their net worth. What is my total net worth? The real estate I own, the cars that I own, the investments that I have. You see that it creates a larger number. It gives you more confidence versus poor people just focusing on their income. Well, I only make this per year versus now totaling all the value, all the assets that you have. When you start looking at that, even if your assets are small, when you focus on the numbers, your life changes. Right? It's like, think about when you focus on your weight, that's when you'll lose weight. If you don't focus, you're not concentrating on the numbers, your weight will stay the same. It could even start inching up because you're not being careful. When you start focusing on that, especially like, if you're trying to lose weight, calorie counting, being aware, what is the right amount of calorie intake that I need to be calorie deficient to be able to lose weight. So it's focusing on numbers. Like it's really, even if you hate numbers, I love numbers and numbers love me, right? Going out there and seeing what is my net worth now? And if it's zero, great. How do I start increasing that? What is the value? Where can I find the most value in something? And for most people, it's going to be yourself. You're going to be the most valuable asset in your life. Okay. Rich people manage their money well, right? That's again having experts, right? You want to have what's called a fiduciary. A fiduciary is somebody who is on your side for investing. A lot of times people will invest in certain things like stocks, where the stockbroker makes money whether or not you make money. Like if you make money, great, they make money. But if you lose money, they still get paid their commission. So you want what's called a fiduciary. I'm not a CPA, so I'm not going to do a financial training with you, but I am working on something. Just give you guys a little heads up. I'm working on it's an 8-week course, all on this. So it's like some of the best people in the world. It's like literally, it's not I say 8 weeks, it's like 8 hours. So it's an hour a week. All of you guys that are on here, this is something we were going to offer to people kind of as a product. I'm going to give it to you guys all for free. So you guys, this will be put into your school account. So even on the free school account, we're going to put this whole course in there. You guys will get that as a gift from us. That's probably going to be ready in about a month, but just because it's on my mind, I just want to share that with you guys as like a little bonus gift. We're going to give everybody who's here this weekend. Poor people mismanage their money, right? Rich people have their money work hard for them. Poor people work hard for their money. I believe me, I grew up in a tough area. My aunts, my uncles, they worked hard their whole lives, right? So I've seen this. I know firsthand, right? Rich people will lean into their fears. They overcome their fears. Poor people let fear stop them, right? That lizard, we understand that better now today. And rich people consistently learning and growing, while poor people already think they know it all. So let's back to this slide, right? Where were you, right? Everyone might have said, I got a rich mindset, but even myself, I'm willing to take full responsibility and admit that I love reminding myself about that appreciation and that gratitude when people come to me and realizing that, right? So hopefully you kind of got a little bit leaning now more into that rich mindset. Hopefully now you're understanding your thought process a little bit more. We're going to talk about decision making and confidence building shortly before we bring the great Mr. Ryan Colby on board. But I just want you guys to take value from this and just see things in a different light. So my name is Michael Fompkin. This was Millionaire Mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or where you currently are. The secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. Guys, thank you so much. I love every one of you guys. And I will be back tomorrow with some exciting news development, but make sure you stay tuned. You're in the final lap of the race here, and we got some really great content headed your way. Plus, we got the big reveal at the end of the day today, guys. Have a great evening wherever you are. Stay safe, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Here's my question for you. I love to ask this question because I want to know how much you are all paying attention. In the comments, let me know, where do you think you have a fixed mindset, but you're going to turn it into a growth mindset? I think that's so important because we've been talking about this all day, right? Let me bring out my little friends again. Here are my little friends. I want you guys to really start thinking about something, okay? First, I thought I was frugal. Hold on. I have to scroll down. I have to scroll down to see her jump out of bed. Yeah. Oh my gosh. P.S. You guys are breaking school. I think that Alex Hermosi is going to reach out to me and be like, Denise, what are you doing? What is going on in school? John Norman, I'm going to give you a little credit right now. And this is Ryan Clapham. As the two of you are like trying to outpace yourself for comments. I mean, I know that this coin is cool, but you guys are really developing a sense of community too. All right. I am growing. You are all great. I thought I had mostly a rich mindset, but could do more. Absolutely. We can all do more. The point of us doing these presentations is for you to see areas of growth. Can I share a little secret with you guys? As I'm listening to these presentations, I'm finding areas that I can grow too. We all are. Mike, Alicia, every person that is a part of our team, as we're listening to these presentations, we're all finding areas for growth. And that's where I want to talk to you guys about just for a couple minutes. And then Ryan Colby is on. He's like, Janine, what time are we really starting? So he'll be coming on in just a couple minutes. But there's something I really want you to think about. Okay. And this is going to get a little bit deep, and this is going to definitely be about biblical principles, but I would be remiss if I didn't share this with you. So how many of you have started and stopped things multiple times? Raise your hands. You can be honest, you're human. This is something like I go through these things like, okay, I'm on a health journey, yay! And then last night when I saw the peach cobbler, I was like, I did it, right? We were all human. But this is something I want you to start thinking about. Your subconscious, and I mentioned this earlier, has been with you since the beginning of time. Your subconscious understands and processes every single solitary word that you've ever said in your whole entire life. And I think that something that is undervalued is the fact that you can reprogram your subconscious. Okay? You can reprogram it. It's something you can work on. Because how many of you have confidence? Raise your hands. How many of you feel like you can use a little more confidence? Raise your hand. Now, I want to talk to you about what the word confidence means. If you break down the word confidence, okay, the root of confidence is confide. And when you talk about confiding, you're talking about cutting off. Okay, so if I can confide in you, I'm sharing something with you. Okay, and I think so many times we break our own confidence in ourselves because we make promises to ourselves. You know what? Today I want to get up at 5 a.m. and I'm going to read a chapter of a book. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But then you make that promise to yourself, but then you're tired. You didn't sleep well. The dog was barking all night. You stubbed your toe. Whatever reason, we always come up. We make promises to ourselves and then we break them. Okay, and your subconscious is holding on to all of those things, and your subconscious realizes all of those things. So a lot of times when we're going through life, we lack confidence in ourselves because our subconscious is like, listen, Deneen, you've made these promises to yourself so many times, but I know that you're not going to follow through on them because that's not who you are. That's not what you do. So what I want you to start thinking about when you're making decisions now on a go forward basis is instead of making a promise to yourself or even a contract to yourself, do you guys know what a contract is? Do you know what a contract is? And do you know, have any of you ever heard of what's called a covenant? Have any of you ever heard of a covenant? Okay. So I want to explain both of those to you. And I want to explain to you why you need to start making covenants with yourself instead of contracts. So when you sign a contract is based on two people entering into an agreement where neither one trusts the other. Okay, so when you sign a contract, it's basically like, hey, look, I promise you that I'm going to provide you X, Y, and Z. And if I don't, you can take this contract and you can go to court and you can sue me. Okay. And when someone signs the contract, you're like, I'm going to sign this contract because I don't trust you. And I believe that if you mess this up, I'm going to take you to court and I'm going to sue your ass. Okay. That's what a contract is. But how many of you know what a covenant? How many of you have any idea about biblical principles or anything like that? Some of you do, some of you don't. Okay. I'm going to talk to you what a covenant is. So covenants are very near and dear. When you make a covenant, it's more than just a promise. Okay, so back in biblical times, and there are still some societies that do this as well. Back in biblical times, if you wanted to enter into an agreement with someone, you would enter into what's called a covenant agreement. Okay, and this is what a covenant agreement is. If like you and I were in a covenant together, what we would do is we would both bring an animal that we raised, like an animal that like we fed this animal. It was one of our like we know its name. Like this is an animal that we've helped to raise. Our kids have played with this animal. We would each bring one of these animals together to this meeting place. And if we're entering into a covenant agreement, what we would do is we would kill the animal and we would cut it into a lot of pieces, okay? So I would do that for my animal and you would do that for your animal, okay? And now we'd be here and we both killed these animals and they were facing away from one another, the animals. And then what you do is you walk around the animal, and when you're entering into a covenant with one another, what you're saying is that I'm entering into this agreement with you and you're entering into this agreement with me. And if I break my side of this covenant, may what happens to that animal happen to me. Okay. And you're both, so what you do is you both bring your animals, you kill them together, you cut them into a lot of pieces, and then you walk around, and this is the agreement you're making. And then a lot of times what they would do is that they would get a knife, the same knife that they used to kill the animal. They would each slice their right hand and then they would shake on it. And now their blood would be commingled. So now, not only are they entering into this covenant, now they're blood brothers because their blood is running together. Your blood is my blood and my blood is now your blood. Okay. And your name would change. So for example, if Jessica and I were entering into a covenant, okay, my name would be Deneen Jessica White, and her name would be Jessica Deneen Harley, because now we're intertwined together. And we know that this covenant that we've entered into, neither one of us is going to break, because if one of us does, we're wishing upon her. So we're saying, I believe so strongly in this, and I trust you so much that if I break my covenant with you, if I break my trust with you, I'm going to kill myself. That's why a lot of times, have you ever heard of the saying, die of death by sword? Like samurais back, they would go out and they would fight and they would be full of honor. And if they lost, instead of coming back and living in dishonor, they would kill themselves with honor. And the reason I'm going so deep on this is your subconscious has been with you your whole life. Your subconscious is literally registered every time you've made a promise to yourself, to someone else, and you've kept it and you haven't. So if you're someone who lacks confidence in yourself, the reason that you lack confidence is because you keep lying to yourself. And I know this is heavy, and this is something that, for me, I heard this again. I've heard this many times. I've studied the Bible. I've read the Bible back cover to cover multiple times. But every time I learn about covenants and I get that visual, it really strikes me, because so many times the reason that we lack confidence, the reason that we're not as successful as we want to be, is because we don't think that we deserve it, because we keep proving over and over and over again that we don't deserve it, because we keep breaking confidence with ourselves. We keep breaking covenants with ourselves. So this is what I want you to start thinking about now. For many of you, you're going to be on this call tomorrow, and you're going to have an opportunity at the end of the day to work with truth management. And I'm going to go over that in a little while. Alicia and Ryan Colby are going to talk about castings, different things like that. It's going to be awesome. But at the end of the day, tomorrow, you're going to have the opportunity to say yes to an opportunity. Okay. And you're going to go through a whole lot, right? When you hear about what we're talking about, and it's really cool, your emotional, yes, yes, yes. Hold on, stop it. Just say yes. Come on. Click on the link. Click on the link. Your emotional monkey's going to steal your finger. You're going to click on the link and you're going to put in your information. And then you're going to be like, what? And then your logical monkey's going to be like, whoa, dude, chill out for 2 seconds. Let's think about this for a second. How are we going to do this? And your emotional monkey, oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Yes, we're going to do it. And your logical monkey's going to be like, but how are we going to do it? And you're going to be, whoa, you're gonna have so many things going on in your head. Whoa. And then your lizard brain's gonna be like, hold on. No, you can't do it. No, bad danger, Will Robinson. I like the way my life is right now. No, you're gonna get hurt. Don't do it. And your subconscious, this is where the reprogramming comes in. Your subconscious is gonna be like, hey guys, just want you guys to know, I control everything. Let me ask you a question. Our pattern says that, we don't follow through. But let me ask you a question today. Have you been proving your subconscious wrong? Have you been showing your subconscious that you're all in? Have you been showing your subconscious that you're serious? Have you been rewriting your subconscious? When you start freaking out a little bit, have you rubbed your hand? Okay, let me be in the present moment. Okay, I'm learning so much. I'm growing so much. Like at the beginning of this call, Deneen promised me that if I played full out, that I would be a different person. And you know what? I'm seeing the world a little differently. How many of you are seeing the world a little differently? If you are, type 1 or 1 in the comments. Are you seeing the world a little differently? Are you growing? Like if someone were to ask you, hey, what type of modeling do you qualify for? Would you be like, I have no idea? Or like, oh, well, I'm 5'5" and I would be a great commercial print model. Right? You're learning, you're growing. You're rewriting your subconscious. Every time you make a comment in the school group, you're rewriting your subconscious. You're rewiring your brain. And I want you to think about this. I'm going to bring Alicia and Ryan Colby on in just a moment. Okay. And Ryan's going to teach you some amazing things about casting, about New York Fashion Week. I'll introduce him in just a moment. But I want you to be that person who not only listens to Ryan Colby now, but I want you to be that person that shows up tomorrow because you made a promise to me, to yourself earlier that you were going to. Are you going to show up tomorrow? Given the opportunity at the end of the day to say yes to an opportunity to work in person with us versus on Zoom, are you going to be the person like, no? Or are you going to be like, you know what? I committed to being a different person. I am successful. I am successful. I want you to really start putting that in your mind. Reprogram your subconscious now. Make a covenant with yourself. And I'm not asking you to go sacrifice a lamb and cut yourself. Please don't do that. But what I'm saying is take it that seriously. That's why when people get married, it's called a marriage covenant. It's not a marriage contract. It's a prenuptial contract. That means that we don't trust each other. But when you get married, it's a covenant. It's two becoming one. And I want you to start becoming the person that doesn't break covenants with yourself anymore. Because those millionaire mindset, people like Elon Musk, he just comes up because he's all over the news. But people who achieve at the highest level, they don't break promises to themselves. They keep their promises. Their subconscious is so programmed that their yes is yes and their no is no, that there's not a gray area. The fear can't come in. I mean, fear comes in because we're all human, right? But let's be honest. Most of the things that we fear never happen. Most of the things that we fear, like, when is the last time any of you got chased down by a saber-toothed tiger? Anyone? Bueller? Has anyone been chased down by a saber-toothed tiger recently? No, that's why we have to keep our fear in check, right? That's why we have to keep that fear in check. So as we move forward throughout the weekend and as you move forward throughout your life, I want you to start being a person who's more a person of your word. So if you say, yes, I'm going to do this, do it. Start reprogramming yourself. And if you get scared, it's totally normal. It's absolutely normal to be scared. It's a new thing. But your job is to turn those butterflies that you feel and have them fly in formation. Because I'm gonna share one more thing with you, and then I'm gonna bring Ryan and Alicia to the stage. Here, let me put my little friends back here. Every time I start one of these Zoom calls, I get petrified. You can ask Alicia. This morning I was like, I don't even know what I'm gonna say. Like, why am I doing this? Oh my gosh, like who put me in charge of hosting Bootcamp? Like, why? Like, why? Literally every time. But I have two choices. I have the choice where I could be like, I'm not doing it. Good luck. Mike and Alicia, you're in, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I can make that choice. Or I can choose to lean into that fear that I feel, that uncertainty, and say, you know what, Deneen, you've made a covenant with yourself that you are going to be a woman of your word. You made a covenant with yourself that you are going to impact the world. How can I make an impact on the world if I'm hiding in my bedroom? I can't. So I want you to keep that thought in mind as we go through our next segment and as we talk about truth management in a little while, and then tomorrow, like some of you are not going to be here tomorrow. I had some people that promised themselves, I'm going to be on all day long. Guess what? There are some people that didn't follow through. They let their fear or whatever it is get in the way of their success. That's not you because you're still here. All right. So I want you to really start recognizing when that irrational fear comes in. Because what we're doing is we're giving you the tools and resources this weekend to know what's true and what's not true. And tomorrow we're going to tomorrow we have 3 agents that are going to be speaking. Okay. So if you want to know what's real and what's beyond tomorrow, right? But for now, start keeping promises to yourself. You all promised you'd be here all day. If you're still here, give yourself a round of applause. You're still here. Be here tomorrow. I told you boot camp, only the strong survive. We can see not everyone's strong, and you know, that's okay. That's okay. I don't focus on the people that aren't here. I focus on you because you're here, and I'm really proud of you. So with that thought in mind, would it be okay if I introduce Mr. Ryan Colby to you? Because I'm going to have him and Alicia talk to you, and Alicia's going to put him on the hot seat a little bit. So I hope he's ready. Do you think he's ready? I have a feeling he's up for it. All right, so let's do this. Let me introduce Ryan Colby. I want to bring Alicia back. She is going to put him on the hot seat, and then we are going to put our logical monkey back. Okay, there you go, logic. All right, let's do this. All right, so Ryan Colby. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. He opened for Emmanuel Ungaro in Milan, Italy at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through the good times and bad times, never once has he wavered. He had a record number of covers for his agency, totaling 72. If you can't math, that's more than 1 a week in 1 year. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Ryan
What are
Colby.
you wearing? Hi.
Oh, come on. Let's see your shirt.
VIP t-shirt because I'm
Wow.
drying
Wow.
clothes right
Like
Like a
now.
pumpkin. Are you watching this?
I'm drying clothes right now, so
Oh.
And
Well,
her
I have an event to go to at 4, and I'm just
you got 2.5
tired.
hours. You're good, Colby. You're good.
Yeah, I have to get ready after this. Brandon's coming in a minute to help me get ready because I'm slightly tired lately. So
Oh,
Okay, well, you better pull yourself together, Colby, because we got big things for
but
you.
you still look flawless, obviously.
All
yeah.
right. Well, I'm going to leave the 2 of you to talk about castings and all things agents. Why agents are your best friend.
Cool. Bring it. Hello, Colby. How are you?
Hey,
So you're still on the West Coast?
I am. Yes.
I love West Coast Colby. Guys, Colby is New York and LA based, and it's always funny.
I'll be back. I'll be back for Fashion Week in New
Okay.
York. So.
Well, that's like when you come next week. When are you coming?
The castings start on Monday, but
Yeah.
all the shows are September 6th to the 13th.
Okay. All right. All right. Who knows? Maybe I'll make a day trip out of it. Florida, man. It's fun, but you got to be in New York for Fashion Week. Okay. So we've got a lot to go through. I know Deneen went over your bio, which just barely grazes over just the fabulous that you are. So let's talk about how agencies worked before like Zoom, before the virtual world that we know now? Like, how did the business usually work? Like for an agent or for a talent about the casting process?
Before Zooms.
Yeah, before Zoom.
Um,
If you could even remember a
well,
time. like that.
before internet or before
Yeah,
Zooms. I
like
mean,
old school. Like
there's three
we'll go
phases of
internet
there's
to
three phases of
today.
the industry. There's before internet,
Yeah.
there's internet, and then there's then there's COVID. So there's three phases.
Post pandemic. Yeah.
Before the pandemic, but then before the internet, the industry was different. Then it changed again, and then it changed again. So before the
I think when
internet,
people are thinking about getting into showbiz, right? Like a lot of times they think like they don't know how much the world has changed. I mean, even for you as far as castings. So yeah, let's go over before internet
yeah,
to internet.
before the internet, things were written down with pen or pencil on cardboard sheets, which were called charts, and they were in alphabetical order. Sometimes they hung on the wall. Sometimes they were embedded in the desk, and you could twirl them around, kind of like a Rolodex.
That's so Mad Men.
So everyone could get to it, and you could pull out the chart. It kind of like a medical chart. It was on a piece of metal, kind of clipped on, and you could pull it out, erase something that was canceled, write something in that was confirmed. You rarely used pen, mostly used pencil because obviously
Mistakes.
life happens, things change. Each day had the hours blocked off, and it was like a big calendar for each model represented by the agency. And if you were with a big agency like Ford or Wilhelmina back in the, anytime between the 80s into the mid 90s, that's hundreds of charts, 300, 400 charts. And luckily they were in alphabetical order. I wasn't an agent back then, but I would walk into Wilhelmina and, the noise would be a frenzy. That Rolodex made noise. It sounded like, a cart when you're in a grocery store, like it made noise and all the bookers were yelling at each other, yelling at the phone, and it was very
Did you get castings over the phone and then you had to pull the charts? And is that what happened?
Yes, everything was over the phone. Everything was over the phone. There was no such thing as internet. Out of town clients would fax because anyone older than 40 remembers calling New York City back in the day. If you didn't live in New York City, cost you.
I was just about to ask you that. Like you physically had to live in New York City to be a model.
It cost you money to call New York City, say if you were in Miami or Chicago. So they would fax in a casting and pray that the assistant would see it and relay it to the bookers. It was very archaic back then. It was very.
But think about the models back then. Like they literally had to move to New York City in order to be a model.
There was not
like it was non-negotiable. Yeah.
There was not even a 1% chance you could model if you did not live in New York or Los Angeles. And in the 80s, Miami. There was not even a 1% chance you're not getting a job. It's not happening. It's just not happening.
Now, were the models able to have other jobs or were they strictly models? Like what? Like if somebody got a casting.
Here's the thing. Back then, that was the renaissance of the modeling industry. So if you were a legitimate model working with Ford or Wilhelmina or Zoli or the big agencies back in the 80s, there's so many agencies back then that don't exist. You were making enough to that be your only job. I mean,
so you were like on call every day. Okay.
Yeah, modeling back then, the economy was amazing. Reagan was president. Like there was plenty of money. So there was, you did one job and that paid your rent. So it was a very lucrative time to be a model between like 80 and 90, between 1980 and 1990, it was very lucrative. So yeah, maybe you get a job when you first move there, be a waitress for 6 months, do whatever for 6 months.
There. Yeah.
But if you were with a big agency, you got going much faster than you do today. So therefore you were able to make money, because back then every job paid. Like it was crazy. The money that was coming in for modeling was insane. You do a simple little cheesy catalog and that's your rent. It's $3,000. And then $3,000 in 1986 is pretty good, for a 19-year-old or, however old you are coming to New York.
But do you think that's when like the agency, that's the height of the agencies covering upfront fees and taking it out of your paychecks That
Yeah.
whole notion of somebody wants me,
Oh
they'll
yeah,
pay for me.
every agency,
Well, no,
every
you
agency
never,
back
you
then.
paid for everything, whether you paid upfront, or it always sounds dirty when I say it, out of your back end, you always paid the money. But an agency
Always.
felt more comfortable investing in talent upfront back then because there was like one type of model, it was based on genetics, and there weren't, again, you had to live in New York City, and that one job would pay the agency back, plus the model would be happy, correct?
Yeah. And
And this
back
is-
then,
yeah.
the agencies trusted the models more because it was your only career. There was no other influences on you. There was no like, oh, I want to be a circus clown on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, I want to be an astronaut, and on Thursday, I want to be a vet, and on Friday, I want to be, you know, there was no influences back then. So if you were a model, you were a model. And so agencies trusted you. So they flew you to New York, they put you in a cute apartment, they gave
And
you
all
some
this stuff
clothes.
is coming out of your paychecks, guys. It wasn't a free
Yeah.
vacation. Yeah.
Yeah, they
You
take
always
everything
paid.
out, but they were very comfortable with doing it because they pretty much 100% would get the money back within 30 days.
Yeah.
So why not? If, you know, especially flights back then were not as expensive as they are now.
Right.
You know, you could fly some some corn-fed girl from Iowa into New York for $50, you
Yeah.
know? So
Corn-fed.
why not do it? Especially if she's going to make $3,000 in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You know,
Yeah, it
why
would
not
be
do it?
worthy of an investment. I mean, I think about like Shark Tank, right? Because you know, we just did that thing with Kevin Harrington. Why would he invest in everybody with a dream and a pulse? He would invest in those that were that top percentage. And what were they looking for back then? Like, what were some of the
Oh,
qualifications?
well, back then there was no variety. I mean, it was
Yeah, well, now it's all about
fairly,
diversity and variety, but
it
back then
was
it was pretty
now
strict.
80 to 85% of models were white,
Yeah.
brunette, blonde. You know, the height was crucial back then. You could not be small. You could not be above size 4. For guys, you could not have a waist bigger than a 30, 31.
So they were very waif-like. Even the girls were 5'9" to 5'11". And
Yeah,
about
you could not
ages,
be
yeah.
you could not be voluptuous. You couldn't have anything above a C cup. You
Oh, I would
couldn't
be out.
you couldn't you couldn't have any hips above a 33, 34. The box was so small. It was really small.
It was like a
Like
0.1,
it was really
99.9%
small, the box.
rejection rate, 0.1 acceptance, which is
You
why
know,
they covered fees up front.
they would
Because
have
you
a
were
ruler.
a freak of nature, literally,
Yeah, at
genetic.
Ford in
Yeah.
the lobby, they famously had a ruler in the lobby to prevent you from even getting in the elevator. Because if you didn't touch that 5'9", you're not getting in the building.
Like getting on a roller coaster at Disney.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, so they famously had a ruler in the lobby, and if you weren't above 5'9", why are you
You're
coming
out.
in here? You know,
You're
so it was really strict back then. They were, and you couldn't be black, you couldn't be Asian, and you couldn't be Spanish. You know,
Right.
they had one girl for each race, except for white. Of course, they had 75, 100, 150.
Of course.
But
Yeah.
for black girls, they had 1 or 2. Spanish girls, they had 1. Like they didn't even have to. Chinese girls or Asian or any sort of whatever East, they had 1, and that's it. And if you happen to be that one, great, good for you. If another
Which is
one
why
walks
when
in,
you did Benetton, it was groundbreaking because it was like everything like checked off the box.
well, that was Europe. Europe is
Yeah.
a teensy bit different than America. Europe is a lot more open and inclusive than America was in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
You would find a lot of black models would flee America and
Just
go
to
to
go
Europe
get
because
opportunities, of course.
they would have better opportunities over there. So the Asian girls would work more in Europe, in Paris, Milan, London. Black girls would work more in Paris, Milan, London. So I'm not saying it was amazing, but it was way better than America.
Working. Right.
America was really, they appreciated darker skin in Europe, where here they did not. So therefore, agencies in Paris and Milan and London would have, you know, a dozen or so blacks, 2 dozen blacks, where in America that would, like, I never saw more than 1 or 2 black models on a American agency until maybe 15 years ago. This didn't exist. You didn't have that.
2010, which
You know,
Yeah.
So,
So everything was done on
yeah.
the phone. So when you had
everything was on your phone. Everything
and
was
the
written down
models
in
had comp
pencil.
cards and headshots, and you would like physically pull them off the walls because there was no way to like, and you would do what? Put them in an envelope and snail
Yeah, they
mail
would
or
have
have
to
a
go in
courier,
envelopes,
right?
be sent to the client, whoever that may be, and they would call you on the phone and be like, "I want to see, Becky, Steve, and
Literally
Jane,"
open up the mail and the
and
pictures
you
would be
would
in there.
call those models and they would go to the appointment. The models would have to have change on them for the payphones, call every hour, call every 2 hours,
So the
see
models
if
were living
anything
in New
came
York
up.
City and they had to keep calling the agency every hour, like using
Mhm.
like, I don't even know how much a
Payphones.
payphone was,
Payphone.
but to call because there was no cell phone or pager or beeper or anything
No.
like that. No email.
Beepers came in like the late 80s, early 90s, and they
Okay.
were actually really annoying at first. I didn't have a beeper. I did get one eventually, but it took me a few years. I didn't like them, and they would break easily. They would
Yeah.
fall easily. They were lost easily. It was just like a
So
waste of
models were
time.
just literally on call. So like, let me ask you a
Yeah.
question, not to like go back into the financial aspect, but a lot of talent feel as though if somebody really wants them, they should never pay for anything. If an agency wanted to invest in you and you were that genetically blessed, this was back in like the 80s, 90s, every dollar that the agency put into you, they recouped out of your paycheck. So like, therefore, if Ryan mentioned a $3,000 job, well, 20% went to the agent. That's their commission. So out of 3,000, 20% went to the agent, which is 600. The 2,400 remaining would then pay off your debts. So like
Mhm.
what kind of investments would a model be making in their career at that time versus now? Like
Nothing.
they didn't have a computer, so like prints,
Nothing.
correct?
Like, here's the thing with back then. Agencies loved and worshipped models. Clients worship models. So if you needed a favor, like say you're that person that comes from Wisconsin and you have no money and your family, you're making more than your parents and you need money to send home because of mortgages or whatever, you have a crisis in Wisconsin. The agency would give you the money in 2 seconds and be like, "Here, dear, here's $5,000."
Because they don't
Because
want you to
they
like even
knew
worry about it. Right.
they don't
You
even
were
worry
good
about
for
it.
it.
They
Yeah.
knew that they would make it back. They knew that you could be trusted. There was no games back then. There was
There's
no
no internet.
backstabbing. There was
Yeah.
no weirdness going on. There was no sneakiness going on. So if you had a favor needed, if you needed money because of XYZ reason, your car broke down or whatever,
Something.
you needed
Right.
rent money because, whatever, they are giving it to you in a hot second without even you finishing the sentence. Because they knew that you could be trusted. Nowadays, that's not the case. Now they're giving you not $1. You could starve in the
Do
streets
agencies
and
invest in talent
nobody cares.
anymore, right? And take it out of
No,
their
they do
paychecks?
not.
Okay, why
No, they
not?
don't
Why
invest.
is today different?
Because of what I'm on right now, a phone and Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and Facebook. They don't trust you. They don't trust talent. It's too many ways to screw over a company.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you want to do this, you have to invest in yourself. And we will help you as agents, but I'm not giving you anything financially to assist you because I can't trust you because you're on your phone talking to God knows who, and I'm putting in all the work and you're yammering to another agent, you're yammering to a photographer, you're talking to a client, you're doing whatever you're doing behind my back. So why would I invest in you? So
So
until
it's
an
true,
agent,
right? That not to cut you off, but agents only make money when the talent books the job, but the talent has to pay for all their marketing and everything else in order for the agent to submit. That's what I'm trying to. If this
yes,
is
they
helping
do.
you guys,
Yeah.
scale 1 to 10, is this helping you right now? I know this may
Yes.
not be what you want to hear, but this is
I mean, it may not. Yeah,
the truth.
exactly. It may not be
Yeah,
what
which
people
is why
want to
you keep
hear.
getting scammed, looking for all the free stuff and
It may not be what
dangers.
people want to hear
Yeah.
because they want to hear that they're special and someone's going to invest in you. And yeah, then unfortunately, it's called timing is everything.
Yeah.
You should have been alive from 1980 to 1995.
Blame your parents. Maybe your parents were, yeah, I don't know. It was a great
And then
time.
you
We
would have
missed
been
you.
would have been good.
Yeah. So, but
But
now you
now
don't
it's
have,
just
yeah.
not the case.
But
Once the
now that you
internet
don't,
hit,
go ahead.
once the internet hit, expenses went through the roof.
Okay.
Because now you have international jobs you could be doing. Back in the 80s, there were international jobs, of course, but
Yeah.
they were less frequent, and they were only using the star girls and guys. So therefore, if you're in New York and a client wants you in Paris, they already know you. There's no phone call needed. They just call the agency, say, hey, can she come to Paris next week for X, Y, and Z job? There was no need for banter back and forth. So it was a little easier. Once the internet started and people had websites, now you can reach, clients in global areas, like where they can see new girls, new guys on websites, and it created more of an expense to the agency because those websites back then were expensive. And now you have to ship books by FedEx to London, Paris, Munich, Barcelona. You have to do those things. And it created a different wave of expenses that didn't exist 10 years earlier,
Right.
because it created a different wave of expenses. So, but there was still money in the industry. So if you worked, it really didn't make a difference in your pocket. If they have to FedEx your book 10 times in a month to London or Paris, you know what, who cares? You're making crazy money, let them have it, so it's, no big deal.
So in the year 2024, soon to be 2025, talent can live anywhere. We see total diversity. We have transgender, we have non-binary, we have plus, we have men's plus, we have petite, we have everything. Do you think this business has gotten harder or easier now for like people that want to get into modeling that don't live in New York or LA?
It's harder.
Okay.
And there's a lot of people, and I'm sure I'm going to get tomatoes thrown at me through the screen.
Okay. It's Zoom, so.
There are too many people in this industry that don't deserve to be in it. And some of them need to go. So, because it's too saturated now.
I love that you're a mean girl right now. I love it.
There's just too many people that shouldn't be sitting with me. And and I need them to leave.
Welcome to the Zoom call. This is the motivation part, taught by Ryan Colby.
Because of this inclusivity thing, which it's a double-edged sword, because it's amazing that there's so many Asians and blacks and plus size people in the industry. That's amazing. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Right.
But a lot of them are sneaking in that shouldn't be there. And I find that annoying, because then there's deserving people who should be in, and there's no room for them because the industry is so saturated that there's no room, and you get blinded by, clients get confused. They're like, oh my God, how many models do I have to see this week? Like, they just kind of cherry pick the ones they want, and they kind of gloss over the even more amazing ones because they're so tired. They're exhausted. They have looked at hundreds of faces either on self-tapes or in person or in fashion show castings or whatever job it is. They sometimes just start picking people that are standing in front of them just because I want this to be over. Yeah, I want this to be over, and let's just move on.
Yeah.
They're there.
Okay.
And I don't like that. So I'm kind of getting tired of this diversity thing, because there's too many people in the industry that shouldn't be here for the wrong reasons. And I would like it to start sifting out. And it is starting to die. It is starting to wither away. And I couldn't be thrilled. Couldn't be more happy. I want real models to return.
Motivation. Real models. Okay. Well, we have some great people here today. So let's say somebody
that doesn't negate like the different worlds of modeling. There's high fashion, there's commercial print, there's television, there's film, whatever. There's different types of modeling, and the people that deserve to be in it should be in it. I'm just saying there's too many TikTok weirdos and too many just other things going on that I'm just not into, and they shouldn't be modeling, and they're taking up space and taking up air, and I don't like it.
Okay, so let's say now that this business has changed a lot, like these like very stoic like boundaries are no more with the 5'9" to 5'11". Are you still seeing like those stringent restrictions on the runway, or
no? It definitely crescendoed like 2021, 2022, where every single show had, girls that were 5'2", 5'4", plus size. They had non-binaries. They had this, they had that. Every single show. There wasn't a show that kind of wasn't allowed not to do it. Now, in the past couple of seasons, I've seen people pulling back, especially in Europe. they're pulling back. Where if you start looking at the shows from last season, which is a couple months ago, you see a lot of the shows returning to the 90s and 80s, where yes, they will sprinkle in a few, but they're not going to saturate their show with that because it didn't really work. The diversity thing helped a few companies make money because people can relate, and it helped the companies that were more commercial. It
Right.
helped Target, it helped Dillard's, it helped phone companies, it helped food companies, it helped car companies. It helped those companies because people want to see themselves if they're buying a product. What it screwed over were the higher end fantasy companies, where it did
Victoria's
not
Secret
help.
models that people started feeling like not
It
worthy,
didn't help them.
depressed, and yeah.
It made it, if you, how many Victoria's Secrets can you count in your town now? They're all shutting their doors every week
Yeah.
because it
You knew
ruined.
the top angels and you idolized them as I'm eating my pasta watching the Victoria's Secret show. I mean, with that, yeah, one day diamond bra, you know what I mean? But other than that, like
Exactly. But it's a
fantasy.
fantasy. And
Yeah.
I believe the fashion industry should have both. They obviously have to have realism because you got to wear clothes, you got to buy sneakers, you got to have
Yeah.
things for your kids, you got to have a raincoat and a pair of pants, and you got to have these things.
Pants
But
are optional.
there's
Yeah.
also a fantasy aspect to the industry that I really feel shouldn't have been touched, and it was touched, and now
They should have listened to you.
and now a lot of them are suffering because they bowed down to the pressure of the news outlets and people being like, you know, why don't you have this in your show? Why don't you have this in your campaign? Why don't you have that in your campaign? And they did it. And then the clients that were loyal to them for 20, 30, 40 years were like, oh, no.
I feel like if you were still at Vogue, this
game.
wouldn't have happened, but that could another story. So as an agent now, if you found somebody that lived in Kansas or, you know, anywhere, if you wanted to book them, how do you make them move to New York City? Like who's covers those
Like I
bills
said,
now?
there are pluses and
Yeah.
minuses to the new world. And
Yeah.
the one plus is that if I do find someone in Kansas and I like them, I can they can come and do visits and they can be developed. It may take them longer,
Who
but they
pays
can
for
be
the
developed.
visits? You know, you're on the hot
What?
seat, so I'm going to keep just interjecting questions. Who pays for the visit? Somebody wants to go to New
Oh,
York.
they pay for the visit. I mean, they
Okay,
can
so
come
you
to New
don't
York for a
outlay any
week.
expenses. I want you all
No.
to type investment because I want you guys to think
No.
about this. I mean, we've been in business now for 18 years. We do these high level networking events in New York, LA, you know, South Beach, Atlanta, but you have to be able to fly there to meet the agents and then maintain those relationships. But if given a
Yeah.
real chance to book these high level jobs, and we're going to go over
Yeah,
like the types of
you
castings
have
you
to
get.
come. You
Yeah.
have to come to New York on your own. And if you want to devote a long weekend to it, you want to devote a week or two, I will help you depending upon how much time you give me. Like if you're like, look, I'm going to take a month off work and I'm going to come to New York and shoot and try this,
Really give it a
then I'm a
go.
little more
Yeah.
trusting of you. And I'm like, oh, wow,
I
this
have 2
person's
days. Let's
sacrificing.
do it. Yeah.
They're sacrificing, you know, a ridiculous amount of time to come and
Right.
try this. I really got to
Step
be
it up.
on
Yeah.
my game and help them and make sure maybe you make some money while you're there. I'll raise the level of clients that you meet, photographers that you meet, because sometimes I will send you to the smaller B-level clients if you come in for a short period of time, because I just want to see if you're even serious. If you're coming in for a long weekend or 4 or 5 days, I'm not sending you to A-level clients, because what if they want you and now you can't even do the job because you're not even here. So I only will send you to smaller clients just to see how you are, because I want to see if they even like you. If the B-level, C-level clients like you, then I'll have a discussion with you. Maybe you need to stay longer. Maybe you need to come back sooner, you know, blah, 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 stuff like that. So it just depends on the person. I custom make my development according to the person. I don't have a blanketed way I do things because everyone's different, you know, so why would I do that? So I treat people differently according to what they give me. So if they're like, oh, I'm going to come to New York on Friday and I'm leaving on Monday, I'm like, I may not even see you. I'm not even doing.
Let me plan my whole schedule around you.
I'm
Since
like,
you
I
only
may
have
not even
3
see
days.
you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not doing that much for you. You can't even give me more than a weekend, and why am I even talking to you? You know, that's kind of how I feel. If you're going to give me some time, like some real time, a week or more, then I'm going to be like, okay, let me see what I can do for you during those
Right.
days.
Right.
And that's how I work. That's how everybody
Okay.
works.
All right. So we have a whole, I mean, we have a bunch of people on today that don't live in New York City or LA or Miami. They're in the country somewhere. If they wanted to walk Fashion Week, could they find those castings on their own, like on websites, or pay to be in Fashion Week? How does that work?
No, there you can't find it anywhere but my email inbox.
So the castings go directly to agents. You can't
Yeah, the
find these
castings
castings
start
on the internet.
Monday.
Okay.
The castings start Monday lightly, and they start to ramp up as the days go on. I
So if you're
already
a freelance, you don't have access to these.
I
This is
already
what
have
we're
like
getting at.
3
Yeah.
so far, and it'll turn into 30 over the next 72 hours, you know.
So if someone lived, let's say, in anywhere, Virginia, and they wanted to walk Fashion Week, there would
They'd
be
have to
no
be here,
castings on the
they'd have to be in
internet.
New York on Monday.
You'd have to be
Because
in
the
New York on
casting,
Monday,
yeah, unless
and
you're
an
a
agent
working
would have to
model,
submit you to those
unless you're a
castings.
working model and you've done shows before,
Yeah.
you can probably come in a little later because I can leverage that and use that as leverage to get you a later casting or direct book you for something. But if you've never done shows, you need to be there from beginning to end and not a
2
minute
weeks.
sooner.
So 2 weeks, guys. That's so I really want to say this because I belong to a lot of Instagram groups and Facebook groups, and I have talent all the time. Is this real? That send me these like castings that they find on the internet, and I'm like, you never pay to be in Fashion Week, and unless you have an agent. Yeah, go ahead.
I see those castings like that were in July.
I'm like, how
Walk
foolish
New
are
York
you?
Fashion Week.
Like that? No,
Like
naive, gullible.
no one's casting New York Fashion Week 7 weeks before it starts. This isn't a wedding.
And you
It's a
don't ever
fashion
sell
show.
tickets for Fashion Week, PS, and nobody votes for you to be in Fashion Week. That is fake. So you need an actual licensed agent in New York City who gets the castings from the designers, from the casting directors, and then you submit over qualified candidates. And then obviously there are castings that you submit over digitally.
I only have about 8 people I'm doing shows with this season because not every boy is a show boy and not every boy can devote the time, especially if they don't live here, because September is school.
Right.
It's busy for work, whatever job they have. Maybe they're in an office industry, and plus I'm not as big of a. I'm probably one of the few agents that I dislike the shows, so therefore
the parties are where you need to be at for networking. Who's with me on that one?
Huh?
I was saying the parties are where we like to go. The shows itself,
I mean,
10
yeah,
minutes,
there's a
in
few.
and
Like
out.
I'm going to
It's
one
quick.
today for kombucha drink. I'm going to a big networking party today, and the only reason I'm going is because it's the owner of kombucha is going to be there. They want to meet some of my guys. I have Brandon going, Aaron going, Ryan going, a few other people going who I will propose to the owner of kombucha who are athletic and whatever. So I don't mind going to those kinds of parties, but for networking, but I'm not a super fan of current fashion shows because there's no pay in it. There's very little pay. There's either very little or no pay, and I'm not going to have some boy who's in college sacrifice that 2.5 weeks when I need him in October for other things that will produce money, e-commerce, TV, stuff like that. I'd rather him be there for that than waste the 2 weeks in September. So it just depends on the boy. If he has nothing going on and he's literally free, sitting in his mother's basement, doing absolutely nothing, then yes, come. But if you have other stuff going on,
the pay is not great. It's literally the glamorous life. It's cool to say. It's very sexy to say you did Fashion Week.
Oh, it's very sexy.
It's not there. I mean, your friends on Facebook and Instagram, they're gonna love it. But it's very unglamorous itself because it's little to no pay.
It's not that fun. I have a boy doing Las Vegas Swim Week right now as we speak.
Yeah.
And he did shows all day yesterday. And I spoke to him like 2 hours ago and he's like exhausted and he has more shows today. He drove from San Diego to Vegas to do the shows, but he's 19. He lives at home with his parents. He's gorgeous. He has no job. So he's like, should I do it? And I said, you know what? Yeah, you probably should, because luckily his aunt and uncle live in Vegas, so he could stay there for free.
Yeah.
So I proposed him to the clients and they loved him. Sorry, I'm getting weird text.
No, you're
I
always wonder if
proposed
it's our
I
internet.
proposed them. I proposed him to them, and they took him. So yesterday or Friday, wait, what's today?
Today's Saturday. It's boot camp day.
Sorry, I'm tired. Thursday, we had a little party at TJ's with a bunch of the boys. He slept over, and then early Friday morning he got up, dropped me off at my place, and then trekked into Vegas because his first show was at like call time was at like 1. And
Okay.
so he drove right from my place right into the venue, did shows all day until like 9 p.m. yesterday. Now he's doing the same thing today. He's got a photo shoot tomorrow, and he has more shows on Monday. And for a 19-year-old, yeah, he's making $100 per show. It's so exciting to him. His aunt and uncle think he's a Brad Pitt. Like they think he's a megastar.
Could be the first of many. But I really want to show you guys the transparency of how the business really works. Now, Ryan, other than Fashion Week, let's say somebody on this call wants to model for Nike, Urban Outfitters, Nordstrom, Gucci, Chanel. Can they find those castings on the internet?
No, they cannot.
Okay.
You know, the only thing you can find on the internet are maybe local things if you live in St. Louis or if you live in, you know, Tampa or if you live in, you know, Austin or a smaller city. If they're doing something bridal wise or hair wise or some sort of boutique, maybe they'll put it on the internet, and that's fine. That's their business. They can do whatever they want. But if you want to work for Nike or Chanel or L'Oreal or Zara or the Gap or whatever, that stuff is done out of major cities. It is only done out of London, New York, Los Angeles, you know, sometimes Chicago. They'll do the Midwestern department stores out of Chicago. That's it. Those are the cities. You know, Miami will do the swimwear stuff. That's it. Those are the cities. If you cannot
have to have an agent submit you, correct? Those castings aren't
you
on the
have to have an
internet.
agent submit. You cannot work for the Gap. Still in
Well, you
Kentucky.
could work at the Gap folding jeans, but not be a model on a billboard in Times Square.
No, you cannot. You cannot. You know, you can't be doing that chilling in Nashville. It's not going to happen. So you need an agency in New York or Los Angeles to submit you. Now, could you live in Nashville, be submitted in New York for a Gap, and they call you and say, "Hey, you're shooting the Gap on Friday"? Absolutely, that could happen next week.
How many of you guys want that?
That's the only way.
Like you want a New York or an LA agent submitting on your behalf. You still have your life anywhere in the country. You still have your dog, your friends, your whole life. But then this is what I want you guys to understand. And I'm going to paint the picture for you right now. If you're an aspiring model or even an actor, there are no legitimate castings on websites. So nobody cares how much you're spending on pictures and classes and websites because no legitimate casting is posted. So you're kind of just like, hi, let me get the money, set it on fire. What are you doing? So if you got a chance to go to New York or LA or even Miami and meet the biggest agents face to face without the gimmicks, how many of you guys want that? And then you go back home. So you're literally planting the seeds for like 3 days, meeting all the right people, but then you go back home and you can maintain the relationships. If that makes sense, type makes sense. Because that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. Like Ryan's in LA, he may be in New York, he may be somewhere else, but he has access to the biggest clients throughout the world. You're never going to walk Fashion Week. You're never going to be on a billboard unless you have an agent like Ryan submitting you. So it doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter your experience. It doesn't matter your height. You fit into something somewhere. But unless you have a for real agent somewhere that could vouch for you, I mean, not only that, but like vouch that you're sane, vouch that you're really going to show up, you're reliable. I mean, these are all things. This is why we put you through an 8-hour
I give clients a breakdown of personalities of my guys and girls. Like, and sometimes it's really not that pretty. Sometimes I tell the clients, you know, he's a bit standoffish. He's not very nice, but he'll get the job done.
This is why we do Zoom, right?
You know?
It's free for you guys to join. But if we decide to move forward with you, you're going through a live interview. I don't care if this is your dream. I care about, are you crazy? Like, are we going to have problems when we go on set? Because it's a bad reflection of me. It's a bad reflection of everybody that's you. It's a bad reflection of everybody. So kind of like
Mhm.
going on a first date. Somebody might be really attractive, you know, like on Tinder, and then you meet them and you're like, shh, stop talking. You were really
Yeah,
sexy
no,
until
it's
you
true. I
opened your
mean,
mouth.
I see a lot of
Yeah.
people on, they email me and then I meet them and I'm like, no, there's no way I would put up with you for a day, let alone a career length. There's
And
no
you
way.
hear these things like, oh, my
And
friends
but they
and
look great.
family are
They look
against
great in an
this.
email. They look great in an email.
Anytime somebody over the age of 18 tells me their friends and family are against this, I'm like, grow a pair of balls. If you're old enough at the age of 18 to fight for your country and take a bullet, how do you have your friends and family even influencing your dreams? If you agree with that, type 100, because I need to know you're 100% on board. No drama. I don't want to hear any drama about your friends and family. No. If you're here for 8 hours, this is why we do these calls. This is a real agent who booked some of the big, you don't even just book modeling. You also work very closely with Ryan Murphy, guys, the creator of American Horror Story, Glee. Ryan, why should models even think about like transitioning to TV and film and vice versa? Is there like a gray
Um,
area in this
well,
business?
there's more longevity in it. It's um you get to use your brain a teensy bit more. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with modeling because I did it for a long time, but
Yeah.
it is a little bit what's the word? There's less creativity in it. You don't have any say. Like the creatives are in front of you. They don't want you to be creative. The creatives are in front of you. When you're acting, there's a little bit more, you have a little bit more say and you can become something else and it's a little bit more.
But
So,
sometimes they just need really pretty people to be in scenes. I was
oh,
remembering a
of course,
casting for like you, and he's in a club and he's got all beautiful
of
people.
course.
They don't care if you could recite Shakespeare. They care about, are you hot?
No,
Even
no. I mean,
like a
a lot of
TV
people
show.
take it too
Right.
seriously, and that's another thing is I tell my talent to be a little more be a little more realistic. Like, yes, modeling and acting is important. It is a career. I do take it seriously,
Right.
but I do not need you reciting Shakespeare sonnets. It's not necessary. Like, in order to get a TV job or in order to get, a commercial. Sometimes people think I want to be an actor, and they go so deep in that they ruin their opportunities because it's not believable. Like you've been acting for 3 months and you're memorizing the entire works of Shakespeare. For what reason?
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing that? Like, start memorizing things from, from a contemporary TV show or a contemporary movie. That's going to get you in the door. And if for any reason someone wants you to do something that's more artistic, i.e., Tennessee Williams, Shakespeare, whatever, that's fine. They'll tell you, and then you go do it. But don't go wasting your time doing those things when you're trying to get in the door of television, especially modern television. Mostly it's about what you look like. And so, therefore, you need to look a certain way and have reasonable abilities. Your abilities can grow over time and you can be stronger over time, but don't waste a ton of time coming in thinking that because you memorized Romeo and Juliet, Othello, and King Lear, because I don't care.
I'm so proud of you
Because
right now. Yeah.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because that's not getting you on Days of Our Lives. It's not getting you an
Young
episode
and the
of Law and
Restless.
Order.
Pretty people.
It's not getting
Yeah.
you on Young and the Restless because I don't
We know
care.
some of those people. Yeah. Pretty.
Yeah,
Very
it's
pretty.
not happening.
Hallmark.
So
Yeah.
calm down. It's not that serious, and let the agents tell you what to do. And when I do need you to remember, recite something from King Lear, I will tell you.
All right. Do you guys see why you need an agent like Colby to be your BFF and tell you how it really is? If you want Ryan Colby to be your best friend, type best friend. Come on. Let's get t-shirts made. Everybody wants to be your best friend, Colby. I know Michael Thomkin is your BFF.
I mean, some models I'm friends with, but some I really don't want to be friends with them. I'd rather it just depends. Everyone's different and everyone goes in waves and it just depends. And sometimes it's a bad idea to be friends with
it's like I care for you, but I'm still going to be tough because I'll tell you what,
and
I
that
only
can
work
muddy
with
the
winners.
waters because sometimes you're friends, and then you do something that pisses me off business wise,
you think you have
and you're staring at me like I'm crazy because I'm screaming at you. I thought we were friends.
Seen
it's
that.
like, well, that's probably my fault because we're not. There's a scene in Downton Abbey where, the butler thinks he's friends with the lead, and she basically says to him one day, I must have made a mistake. We are not friends.
I that so explains everything about you right there. I always tell people, like, never mistake generosity as a sign of weakness. Because I think when you have an agent, you want somebody that's vouching for you. You can't, there's no leeway. I don't want to hear any drama. If you have a huge production that we're submitting you to, I need to know that you're the best candidate for that. Reliability. I don't want any, liabilities. I want someone that's going to show up. I want somebody who's going to read the email and know what's expected of you. Ryan, do you ever get talent that are just ill prepared for auditions or for castings, or do you not tolerate that?
Not really, because I don't allow that. I mean, does it happen every once in a while? Of course. And I have talent that skim my emails and then show up and act a fool because they didn't read the email. They skimmed. And unfortunately,
It takes me longer
90%
to
of my
explain.
emails are 90% of my emails are able to be skimmed, and you're fine. But then there are some that shouldn't be skimmed. And unfortunately, what I tell my talent is read every email, even if it's superfluous, fluffy, weird information, read it anyway.
You're getting it for a reason.
Even
my emails. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't read them, then I have to explain it to you, and I don't want to, you're not the only person I sent this to. So now I have to explain it to you, and then I'm probably going to get a tsunami of other phone calls from other people who didn't understand. So I prefer them just to read my text, read my emails, and be an adult and figure it out. Like, I didn't have the luxury of emails and texts when I was working.
Back in the day.
I got a phone call. I had a voice on the other end saying, you have XYZ appointment Tuesday at 2:00, and you got to work it out with that pencil, and you got to use your brain and figure it out.
And a map. There was no navigation system.
You got to figure it out. I couldn't call back and be like, what did you say? And what street was that? And
my mom wants to know if we could reschedule this. She think, what? I'm sorry, what? I had somebody that emailed me asking if they could reschedule this, or can I just send them an email of everything that we went over? No. So did you guys learn a lot? I hope you did. Ryan, this business has changed dramatically. Now I'm going to ask you a very pressing question. Do you miss the old way where talent physically lived in New York or LA and went in live for casting?
I do. I mean, there are benefits to this too, to the new way, but if I'm going to be honest, I really wish we could just go back to 1987, and I would be much happier.
Okay. Well, I'll get the hairspray. We'll do some 80s theme stuff tomorrow.
I would be things were just cuter back then, and just life was easier. The industry was easier. There were hard aspects to it, but overall,
the talent showed up. They were reliable.
I would take that any day over this nonsense. So
well, we have talent that they all promise that they're all looking for an agent. They're all going to be here tomorrow. Why? Because we take roll call. We actually know who was on, who left early. We see everything. You know why? Because when you email me saying I need an agent, I'll be like, oh, look at that. You couldn't even show up for me. You're not going to show up for him, nor are you going to show up for his clients. So it's a test. It's always a test.
Yeah. So everyone be on tomorrow. I'll be on for a bit in the afternoon.
I can't wait to see what you're wearing. Maybe another VIP Ignite shirt.
This is the only one I have. So
whatever. No,
not true. That's not true.
Maybe by chance
I have a bunch, but they're not in this house.
Oh! In the New York City house. Okay.
They're in New York City.
I see people saying they need a VIP Ignite shirt. We know people. Okay.
Hold on, we have a swag store. We can talk about that
we can talk about that. Here, switch.
We have a what?
A swag store. This is our new.
Oh yeah, I saw some boy on Instagram wearing sweatpants. Where are my sweatpants?
Hold on.
He's on here. Hi, Kyle.
You can buy them.
Michael reposted some boy wearing sweatpants.
I took the.
He had a boy. His name is Kyle, and he's here. Hi, Kyle.
Hi,
whatever. The point is, I want sweatpants.
Okay, Michael Flanagan is on top of that.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'll send you the link so you can buy them.
Oh,
honey, we're skating on ice. And it's thin.
Who's skating on ice? Me? Okay.
This is the end of the night, guys. This is like the blooper version.
Well, as we know it.
That's what I mean.
Ryan, Hold on.
Oh, did you see that? This is new.
Be
Hey,
happy.
what is going on with those stuffed animals? That scared me when I signed on. What is happening?
This is the emotional monkey. I'm so excited.
I don't like.
This is the
I'm
logical
not into
monkey.
stuffed
This one's
animals.
very, very logical.
Ryan's not having it.
I don't like stuffed animals.
Back,
hold
do you
on.
remember back when
Oh,
we
yeah,
first
yeah.
started these whole like Zoom webinars and boot camps? Michael Thumpkin would have ideas about setting off fireworks in the middle. Do you remember that? And I was 8 months pregnant, praying that like it didn't break my water. Yeah.
My favorite was Colby Claus.
Oh my God. The holiday time. Make sure you all tune in because
You know,
it's got a little jolly at VIP
you
Ignite.
know who looks amazing in a Santa
Or
Claus hat?
Halloween.
Halloween.
All right.
Anything can happen. I think we all need to be at the same place at the same time for a boot camp.
Colby, when are you coming
Soon.
to Tampa?
When are we going back to New York? I'm tired of Florida.
Maybe after Atlanta or something, but soon, yeah.
We got Atlanta in a couple of weeks. We're excited.
Yeah.
But we've got some big announcements, guys. So you want to make sure that you stay tuned for tomorrow. How many of you guys love this? I hope you guys all love this. This was off the cuff. None of it was scripted. I love putting Colby on the hot seat. He secretly hates it. But I think it's important that if you get a chance to talk to a real agent, which one would you prefer? Friends and family or the former art director of Vogue magazine? And you know what we didn't even talk about? You styling some of the biggest stars to date.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson, Ben Affleck, Ewan McGregor, Stanley Tucci.
And now I'm working with Mike Vogel. I'm styling him.
Oh, excuse me, pardon moi. I'll never forget the time that Deneen heard Liam Neeson. What was he on? What was it? A message?
It was on
Ryan
WhatsApp, I
Colby.
believe.
What's
Do it.
up?
Ryan Colby. I believe you owe me some
Yeah.
clothes. I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah, now I'm
Ryan,
working with
yeah."
Mike Vogel. I'm styling him for some upcoming. He's got to go to some like bunch of Netflix premieres in September and October. So we are going to go shopping. I think
And how does that
Tuesday
come
or
about? Does their publicist know
Wednesday.
you? How does that happen?
No,
how
I
does one
met
become a
him
celebrity
at
stylist?
TJ's house. I met him at TJ's house like a
Okay,
couple
so
months
for
ago.
those of you guys that don't know TJ, we mentioned him 3 times.
met
He's
him
the
a couple
writer
months ago,
producer of
TJ's house.
X-Men, Wolverine, and Bumblebee. And he came out to
Yeah.
our last Hollywood event. Scale 1 to 10. How much would that change your life to sit down with the writer producer of X-Men, Bumblebee, and Wolverine? Because that's the type of level we work with at VIP Ignite, which is why you're here all day today and all day tomorrow. We want to know, are you trustworthy with our connections? So
Yeah, so I met him there, and we just been talking, and he's been over to TJ's a couple times. He may
Yeah.
even stay with TJ for 3 months because he's got a bunch of kids, and his career kind of is in a weird lull right now because he was on that show, Sex Life on
Yeah.
Netflix. That was a
Yeah.
huge hit.
one of my
And then
favorite shows. Yeah,
He's done a
so
bunch of
good.
other shows in the past,
So
but
good.
he's kind of switching agencies and he's switching houses. So he may stay with TJ for a bit. And then I saw him about a month ago and he's like, I have a bunch of stuff in September and October. He's like, can you just go shopping with me and I'll, pay you something and you can just tell me what to wear because I always look like I'm going to a frat party. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I want to
think
look
he's
more
hot. Yeah.
expensive. He's like, I want to look more expensive, but I want to look like I'm going to a frat party.
Well,
So I
that's
said,
good,
yeah,
especially, yeah. And how many of you guys would love to have Ryan Colby possibly style you for a photo shoot? Former art director of Vogue. I mean,
yeah, so
Yeah.
we're gonna just go and get some clothes. And I told him you just gotta listen. You can't wear those weird browns and grays, and you can't look like these clothes came from college. Like you need to look, you need to look more, higher end, and
GQ, Bond. Yeah, I got it.
so.
Ryan, any big aha moments or takeaways from your career so far? What do you wish somebody told you? Or best tip, best advice?
Hold on, let me get my charger. Sorry, my phone is at 2%.
Listen, it's a Zoom.
I don't know. I mean,
You know it all.
I got good advice throughout my life, but I probably should. Aha moments is kind of just. I like the networking I do. I like going to events and meeting people. I like the friends I've made, the producers, the writers, the actors. I like that. I like that I can go through my phone and I have, huge producers and actors in my phone, and you know, that's fun. That's fun for me because whenever I want to go to a party every once in a while, they always have something going on,
And you
I can
never
always
post
tell
the
on them.
pictures, PS. And I want to let you guys know there's a
Never.
difference between doers and impersonators.
I never post. I
Yeah.
mean, very, very rarely. Like I posted on Snapchat yesterday at Mark's because the boys were jumping in a
Oh yeah, I saw that. Mark Cherry, the creator,
the
writer of Desperate
jumping into the
Housewives. Yeah.
pools. So I post that because nobody knows where that's at. It's just a pool, but it's a big pool, but it's just still a pool. I posted that because it's nondescript. I could be in, you know, Bolivia. You don't know where I'm at.
Right.
Most random country ever chosen.
So that's fine, but I don't really do that. It's just not something I do. They don't like it. Unless
I
it's a
felt
public
awkward
event,
asking
like,
Al Pacino for a photo the first time I met him because nobody else was taking photos with him. It's just like a known thing that's not what you do.
and I'm sure 90% of the time it would be fine. It's just not, that's not my personality. I've never been that kind of
Yeah.
person. So it's just part of my DNA. I just don't do it. I mean, if it comes up rarely every once in a while, then yes, of course. I have plenty of pictures with TJ, plenty of pictures with Mark, but it's just not something I'm going to post about. And
Right.
I'm just not going to do it. It's just not something I do.
Guys, and I'm going to just say this in closing because I know Danine's ready to move on. Not saying you're not great, Colby. We love you.
We love you, Colby.
But this business, you want to be around successful people. How many of you guys see what we're doing now? Like it's making a little bit more sense. Like, wow, I want to be successful. I want an agent. You know, my friends and family have all told me that, you know, this is how the business works. But I see now, even with the mindset, you know, I had somebody at the beginning of the day going, why are we going over mindset? I just want to be an actor or a model. Mindset is the number one reason why people typically can't pursue their dreams. So, you know, there's a rhythm and a reason behind the madness, even if it's an 8-hour boot camp. And Ryan, thank you so much. Tremendous value today. Have
Thank
fun
you,
at your
Mr. Colby.
party. Kombucha. I'm sure you're going to do great. I'm sure the talent are all going to do great. And I know that you give them like a speech before they go and network on this type of level, things to do and not to do, because everybody needs a best friend like you, Colby.
Yeah, I'm only bringing 4, and I know their personalities, so I don't really have to say anything.
Okay. And again, you know them, which is why you vouch for them because it's a
I know
vetting
them.
process.
So,
Yeah.
Busy.
And that's why you go through an interview process here at VIP Ignite.
Yes, it is.
So, all right, Danine. Thank you, Colby. Michael
Mr.
Fumkin.
Colby.
See you.
Okay.
See you. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Michael will
Everybody.
send you the link for the sweats.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
He's too many things.
He's so many things.
He was on his best behavior. Nobody cried today. Maybe tomorrow. He's very blunt, but how many of you guys needed to hear that? Like, and you know, even going back before the internet, yeah, like there was such a small, minute portion of the world that could actually be a model. Now, you know, in 2024, like, yay, diversity. You know, I went to Target recently and I was looking at some of the mannequins and I was like, oh my gosh, plus size mannequins. Have you ever seen that? And they have like hips and they have a tummy. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they look just like me, especially after the baby. So, you know, if you're trying to get into show business, again, like kind of like what Michael was talking about, most of your friends and family think modeling, you have to be that 5'11", size 0, watch the model fall over. That was years ago. Now it's all about diversity. I mean, there are models now, there's, you know, so many different varieties, and this is the best time ever to get into show business. And Danine's about to go over a segment that's great. And you guys, I'm sure with what she's going over, I want you to see some of the faces of some of the people that are part of our company, and they're doing tremendous things, but they started off just like you.
On Zoom.
On Zoom. It all starts with a Zoom call.
Yep.
So, all right, I'm going to.
Awesome. All right. So how awesome was it getting the opportunity? Let's talk about where we've been, because I know at the beginning of the day, I made you a promise that by the end of the day, you were going to be a completely different person. How many of you are starting to feel that transformation? Today is Foundation Day. Today, what we had to do is we had to sweep away some of the junk, some of the stinking thinking, some of the preconceived notions that you have about the entertainment industry so that we could bring you into the reality of where you are right now. How many of you feel that clearing? Like you feel like, okay, you know what? I was kind of walking through a fog and now I can see more clearly. Or maybe you had blinders on your eyes or something and now you're like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm starting to see. That's the whole point of day one of the boot camp. Our goal here is to clear out some of the junk and like start planting the seeds for success in the future. So you've had the opportunity to, first of all, recognize patterns of thinking, right? We have, even though Ryan Colby doesn't like them, I'm going to bring them back out again. He's gone. Okay. So he'll be fine. So I want you guys to really start thinking about like when you're thinking, when you're making decisions, who's making the decision? Is it the emotional monkey? Oh my God, let's do it. Let's do it. Yes. Or is it the logical? Okay, let's sit down. Let's make a to-do list. Let's make a list of positives and negatives. And if the positives outweigh the negatives, we'll move forward. We'll do that. No, I really want to do it. No, let's think about it. And then, or is it your fear brain? No, you can't do it. You're going to get hurt. Like, think about, I want you to really start recognizing those patterns in your brain when you're making decisions. Okay, it's so important to start recognizing those patterns. Or is it your subconscious? You know, all three arguing in my head all the time too. Or is it like, you keep breaking promises to yourself, oh, you keep telling me we're not successful. Or have you started reprogramming your brain? I am successful. I can do this. I will do this. I am doing this. In the comments, I'm going to ask you to do this again. Write in the comments, I am successful. You're still here. I am successful. Keep affirming that, because you know what? Your subconscious is waiting for you to step up to the plate, because your subconscious knows the potential that you have. It doesn't know time or space, but your subconscious knows. That dream that you've had in your heart since you were a kid, the one that keeps you up at night, the one that when you go to your 9 to 5, you're grumpy and you're stomping your feet because you're like, I know I need this for money because money's a renewable resource, but like I'd really, instead of like slinging coffee, I'd really rather be on set. I'd really rather be doing something, changing the world. Like, how's this coffee changing the world? Your subconscious knows. Really start reprogramming it. So when you hear the fear, this is what I want you to do. Tell that guy to shut up. We're done with fear, because there's no saber-toothed tiger chasing you down. Okay? Let your excited monkey, your emotional monkey, and your logical monkey, let them start having more conversations. Start moving in the direction that you want to move, because otherwise you're just going to keep repeating the patterns, and the elephant's going to be like, yep, we're going to stay where we are. Safe here. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's get the elephant, let's get your subconscious moving in the direction you want it to. You have control over that. Okay. All right. So now let's get to the exciting stuff. We have been working diligently behind the scenes. And for those of you that are already a part of VIP Ignite and Truth Management, you're going to want to listen double with both of your ears. And if you're not yet, you're coming in at the perfect time. Okay. So like Mike said, 5 years ago, we established a mother agency called Truth Management. And we have been doing amazing with it. We have a diverse board. We love what we're doing with Truth Management, but we've heard people and we see what's out there, right? I know that Mike, when he talked about millionaire mindset, he talked about what you have to do. If you want to be successful, you have to study what the successful people are doing, right? If you want to be a billionaire, read books that billionaires write. If you want to have a career like Denzel Washington, study Denzel Washington. You have to study the people that are doing what you want to do, okay? And then on the converse, what you do is you find out what the 5% of the world is doing that you don't want to emulate, and make sure you don't do that. That makes sense, right? My logical monkey's going, yes, Deneen, you're speaking my language. I'm so excited. So we've heard what people want. And so many times I talk to talent, because I'm the president of talent services for Truth Management. I host our podcast. I interview hundreds upon hundreds of talent. And there are a couple patterns that we see with the people that want to become a part of VIP Ignite Truth Management. And the one thing that everyone says, and you guys all said this earlier too, okay, is that you want to start booking more work. How many of you want to start booking more work? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're like, this is cute, I love being on the Zoom, but you know what? If Ryan Colby submitted me out for a casting, I'd kick butt. If Alicia submitted me out for a casting, I'd kick butt. Deneen, if you trusted me and put me out for, I would kick butt. You all want to start booking more work. That's why you're here. You're not here just for our stuffed animals and our rhetoric. You're here because you want to learn the tools and resources that you need so that you can become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with, right? So we heard that. And what we're doing with truth management is we're going to be expanding it a lot, okay? Because we want people to have real opportunities. Because we understand the stuff that's out there, and then we understand what we bring to the table. How many of you, you guys, for my people that are already a part of the company, obviously you know. But for the people who maybe this is your first boot camp or your first interaction with us, how many of you have gotten more value out of the last 8 hours than you probably did out of the last 8 years trying to do this on your own? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Yeah, no more bad boyfriends. Even if you are a part of VIP Ignite, like you've gotten tremendous value out of today. We want to take all of that energy and we want to harness it. And we want to start giving you opportunities to go out into the world and start showing the world what you're made of. Okay. So with that thought in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you because I want to introduce you guys to truth management on the front end. And then I'm going to show you what's going on behind the scenes as well. Excuse me. I drank all of my water, everyone. All right. So. Okay, so let's do this. So first I'm going to take you guys to truth management. And many of you may have received an email saying, hey, if you want to be a part of truth management, email Alicia, right? So this is truth management. Okay, we have multiple boards. And when you're looking through these, you're going to see, thank you. So, oh, she brought 2 drinks. Thank you so much.
One might be water. I'm just kidding.
Here you go.
Here's your phone.
Thanks.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
oh, I don't need the phone. The phone can,
Okay.
the phone can piss off right now. But...
Ooh.
All right. Thank you for letting me get water. You're like, did she say piss off? What is going on here? So I want you guys, when you're looking at this board, I want you to look and see if you see someone who looks like yourself on this board. Some of you may literally see yourselves on this board, right? We work with a diverse community of people. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. It doesn't matter whether you're big, whether you're small. It doesn't matter what your race is. Doesn't matter what your sexual identity is. We work with people, everyone, okay? Because we want truth management and VIP Ignite to be a safe haven for people. Okay, and what does that mean? That means that we want to make sure that you're well taken care of. We want to make sure that if you work with truth management, that you are in a safe environment. When Alicia talked about yesterday about the fact that you're going to go through an interview process. Tomorrow, you're going to have the opportunity to set up an interview, to schedule an interview. And you're going to be talking to either myself or Alicia because we want to make sure that you're the type of person that we want to work with. All right. We want to make sure that we're able to help you become even more successful. We do the same thing with our agents and managers and casting directors that we work with. Okay. We're like borderline crazy with the way that we interview people because we want to make sure that you're in good hands. Is it okay if we want to protect you? If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And for some people, sometimes it feels like we're moving too slow. I want to go faster, which I understand. So that's why we're working on this new project with truth management. So let me move on to my next screen. All right. Where did it go? Oh, there we are. Okay. So what I'm going to do is is it okay if I take you behind the scenes where I spend a lot of time? Is that okay? Okay, good. Because that's what we're going to do. So this is like our back office for truth management. Okay. So this is like literally every model we've ever worked with since the beginning of time. Okay. And what I want you to understand is that we are launching something. Okay. So if I get a casting, what I do is I go into this castings, right? And then what I can do is I can, if I need to do self-tapes or whatever like that, I can go in here and what I can do is I can find out the information that I need. Okay. And I know it's not extremely populated right now, so don't be like, womp, womp, womp. In 2025, what we're going to be doing is we're going to create something that's called the casting generator. What does that mean? That means that what we are going to be doing starting in 2025 is we are going to be scouring all of the castings, not only in New York and Los Angeles and Atlanta, but literally throughout the United States. And I know, Trudy, I know you're in Australia. We have a couple of clients from Australia. We have a couple talent in Australia too. So we'll get to you. So understand that, Trudy. We're coming for you too, okay? But what we're going to do is we're going to scour all of the castings, and we're going to start submitting our talent who are represented by Truth Management out for castings. I actually had the opportunity to do that this week. It's not here on this board, but I had a client call me and say, oh my gosh, I need talent. And it was like very specific. I think it was from Baltimore, Maryland. Do you have any talent in Baltimore, Maryland? So I had the opportunity to submit some of our talent out for a huge opportunity in Baltimore this week. And that, I love that. I get so excited when I have that opportunity, because whenever I'm able to help get someone on set, or whenever I'm able to see, like, I work with so many of the talent, like I'm the person who does the mindset training. I do calls every week with our talent. And when I see our talent starting to book work, like, I get super excited. It gives me more energy. It's better than 4 shots of espresso in the morning, because I'm like, yes, this person is realizing their dream. So in 2025, what we're going to be doing is we're going to start something that's called the casting generator. And if you are a member of Truth Management, and if you are a model on our, on our elite board, let me go find that, which I have to update this, right? But if you're a model on our elite board, where is the elite board? There's the elite board. I'm going to be updating this. We already have a handful of talent that should be on this board, but I've been traveling nonstop. It'll get done for tomorrow, and then I'll show you guys. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a group of talent on our elite board. If you're on our elite board, you are automatically going to be plugged in to this casting generator, and we are going to be submitting you out consistently for work. How exciting is that? How many of you want someone working for you? How many of you know that if you are a part of our elite board and I give you a call and say, hey, let's see here. Let me stop sharing so I can see your faces. Hey, Jessica, I need you tomorrow in Atlanta at 8 a.m. at this address, and go. How many of you know Jessica is going to show up? Deidre, Mrs. Ryan Clapham, Kyle Bear. I just want you guys to understand this. This is something revolutionary for us, because in the past, we've been kind of passive. Okay, someone called, let's do this. Now we're taking it to the next level. We're actually creating a whole platform. We're creating a whole system for casting generators. Okay, so that we can scour and we can provide you guys with castings, and I can be submitting you guys out for castings. And I'm really excited about this, because I know you guys aren't here because you're here because you want to learn and grow. And I love that so much. But one thing I say all the time, and any of our talent can say this, people who take massive action get massive results, right? And you guys being here this weekend, you're taking massive action. For a lot of my talent, you've been working with us for 2, 3, 4 years, you're taking massive action. And now we're going to be able to up-level what we provide for you so that you can start booking more work. Here, I'm going to make you guys make me a promise right now, though. Okay. I know Allie said, okay, I want a commitment, but not this type of commitment. I want a commitment from you. How many of you, if we start giving you the opportunity to go to castings, if we start giving you the opportunity, we're submitting you out for work and you're booking the work, you're landing the role, right? Because you're going through the process. You're putting in so many reps that when you're doing a self-tape now, you don't have to think about it. It's just part of, you're like, okay, my ring light goes here. This is the time of day I do my self-tapes, because this is when I look best. When you are in that mode, how many of you can make a promise to me that what you're going to do is when you start booking those roles, you're going to take some photos and say, hey, VIP Ignite, thank you so much. Hey, Truth Management, you're awesome. How many of you are willing to commit to that? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because let me tell you something. I fight hard for our talent, and I want you guys to be proud of being a part of Truth Management. I want you to be proud of being from VIP Ignite, because let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you guys a little of my story, then we're going to do a challenge. Then we're all going to have a great day, and we're going to come back tomorrow. The reason that I'm standing here in front of you right now is not only because I'm awesome, because I am pretty cool, but I was given an opportunity to do something that scared the bejesus out of me. I was given an opportunity by Michael Fompkin to host a podcast for VIP Ignite. And he called me, and I was working in a dental office at the time. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, I'm working in a dental office. That's what I'm doing. And he's like, okay, well, there's something I need you to do for me. I was like, okay, what do you need me to do? He's like, I need you to host the podcast for my company. And I was like, you need me to do what? He's like, yeah, I need you to host a podcast. And I was like, Mike, I know nothing about the entertainment industry. He was like, uh-huh. I was like, I'm an introvert. Like, introverts don't host podcasts. He was like, uh-huh. And finally I was like, I've never hosted a podcast. I don't even know where to start. He was like, what, you're not up for the challenge? You don't think I'm going to help you? 2 days later, 2 days, not one, 2 days later, I'm interviewing Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue, on a podcast. Can you say, how many of you would be just a little bit intimidated by that? This man has been in the industry his whole entire life. He's never had a job. All he's ever done is the entertainment industry. I'm Deneen White. I manage dental offices. I'm hosting him on a podcast. How many of you would have been sweating out of pores you didn't know you had? Because I was. I was. But you know what? I had to. I could have said, no, I don't want any parts of that. But I leaned into that opportunity. Then what happened was I found myself changing. Okay. The reason that I know what we do works is not only because we have an amazing award, because we have 10,000 success stories, is because I'm proof that what we do works. Like, I've interviewed the former art director of Vogue. You guys met him. Little intimidating. Okay. I've interviewed the man who discovered Lady Gaga. I've interviewed, oh my gosh, Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. My first personal development book I ever read was Chicken Soup for the Soul. I interviewed him. He calls me. He called me the other day. Hey, Deneen, how you doing? I'm like, good, how are you? Like, I grew from, when Mike offered me that opportunity, I had been trying so hard to do things, but I kept breaking my promises to myself. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. Oh, it's too hard. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Oh, it's too hard. I had to work with a mindset coach who asked me to make a huge investment. And I was scared when she asked, she called me out. She's like, this is what you need to do. I was like, I don't know about that. But you know what? I did it. Then Mike offered me the opportunity to host a podcast. Now I've done amazing things. You know who I'm still an introvert, but I used to be so insecure. I used to lack so much confidence. But now I walk into a room and I own the room. And I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm saying this to impress upon you that if an introverted girl who was a dental office manager, who grew up in a small town in South Jersey, who had zero contacts in the world, let alone in the entertainment industry, can be standing here in front of you looking like I do. Like, come on now. And when I say looking like I do, I used to be so insecure. Like, I'll share pictures with you guys. You wouldn't believe it. But I'm standing here in front of you, letting you know that if I can do this, you can do this. And you know what? I've been talking about doing this for a while. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I just had a thought. I'm gonna show you guys how far I've come. Is that okay? Is it okay if I do that real quick? Let's see here. Okay. Oh, I don't even have my updated photo. I'll do this tomorrow. I'm going to update my profile. And then tomorrow, after we talk to you, make sure that you're like, hey, Deneen, show us your truth management profile. Okay. when I first started doing this, I was petrified of the camera. I was petrified of everything. But now I stand in front of you as the person who can champion your career. And I'm not saying this to impress you. I'm letting you know. And how many of you have been on calls with me? How many of you know that like my goal is to make sure that you're successful? That's why I'm so excited about what we're doing with truth management, because I've heard the cries, Denise, can we get more castings? Please, 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 please. And now in 2025, we're going to give you everything you've asked for. But here's my question for you. We're not talking to that fear guy anymore. We're not being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. But let me ask you a question. Are we going to get these guys in alignment so that our subconscious knows which direction we're going in, or we're going to keep running in circles? Because that's your choice. Because you know what? We're going to be starting tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, just like we did today. How many of you are going to be here tomorrow? If you are, type here. Type here. And you're not promising me, because you know what? I'll be here. I'll be here. This is my studio. I'll be here tomorrow. But what I want to know is, are you going to be here tomorrow? Are you going to be here tomorrow? So here's your final challenge, okay? P.S. It's going to be really hard to figure out who won this school challenge, because all of a sudden, like my phone is almost dead. Actually, I should put it on the charger there. I shouldn't tell it to go away. My phone's almost dead because you guys blew up school, and I am so bloody proud of you. So I have one more challenge for you for school for tomorrow, okay? Or for tonight, rather. So what you're going to do is Jemima is going to share our last post in school, which is day 1 takeaways. And what I want you to do is I want you to go into school and I want you to write your takeaways. Like you've been doing it throughout the day, but what I want you to do is come together and like really write a solid takeaway on what you got out of today. What did you learn? What changes happened in you? Maybe why should I choose you to give you the coin? Okay. But I want you to sit down and I want you to process what you've gone through today, because we've given you a lot of information. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. We talked about creating characters. We talked about all of the parts of our brain. We talked about how to make an impact in the world. We talked about castings and auditions and why you need an agent and why your agent is your best friend. You've gotten a lot of information. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a little time and I want you to go to that post that's going to be in school if it's not already. And I want you to post in there, okay, this is what I learned. This is how I've transformed. And I also want you to write a like when you're doing that, do it out of gratitude to yourself for showing up. Okay. Tomorrow we have a big day for you. Let me go over what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Hold on. Okay, friends, you sit there. We'll be right back. Can you tell I like stuffed animals when I was a kid? So weird. Okay, so tomorrow what we're going to do is we're going to open up. Like, I understand that once this Zoom closes, some of you, you're emotionally, yeah, this is so awesome. I'm not going to sleep until tomorrow. Some of your logic is like, whoa, that was a lot of information. That stupid lizard might be like, oh, that is not true. Your subconscious is going to be like, hey guys, this is what we always do. But it's your job to reprogram all of that, okay? So we're literally going to start tomorrow by talking about how the obstacle is the way. How many of you have ever faced an obstacle in your life? Raise your hands. If not, I love you guys so much. Tell me how you lived your life, such a charmed life that you've never had an obstacle. I know you're all lying. It's okay. We're totally cool. But we're going to start off talking about how obstacles are actually opportunities. That sounds like a deep one. Oof. Y'all better caffeinate before we get started tomorrow. We're also going to hear from one of the biggest agents in Los Angeles. Her son was actually on Chris Brown's team, like his development team or his scouting team. That's going to be pretty cool. You're going to love her. Then we're going to hear from a woman who is a model. She's an actor. She's a producer. She actually was one of the stars of the film that we produced called Target the Movie. You're going to have an opportunity to hear from her. You're also going to have Alicia. This is Alicia's favorite part. She's going to put one of the biggest theatrical agents in Hollywood on the hot seat tomorrow. If you thought that she burned Ryan Colby, tomorrow it's going to be fire, straight fire. We're going to talk about qualifying for truth management. How many of you are excited to start taking action? How many of you are like, you know what, Denise? Tell me now. Why do we have to wait till tomorrow, Denise? Well, you know what? Plus you do. I want to make sure you come back tomorrow. Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're going to hear from one of positively, I call him pure joy. We're going to hear from someone who helped to found the Blue Man Group in Las Vegas, who literally being in a Zoom room with him is going to elevate your energy to such heights that your family's probably going to be like, what is going on with you? Okay. After that, we're going to go through a process, a transformation process. I'm going to help you visualize where you are going to be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. Okay. Then we're going to have Ryan Colby come back, and he is going to talk to you about the Vogue method for preparing for your photo shoot. How many of you want the former art director of Vogue tomorrow to help preparing you for your photo shoot? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Right? Yes. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Just let's have a little fun. Look to your right and give your neighbor a high 10. Give him 10. Okay, look to your left. Give your neighbor 10. And you know what? Point at the camera and say, you are amazing. You are successful. I am so grateful you showed up for yourself today. Yes. All right, guys. That's all I have for you. How many was today? Did you learn? Did you grow? Are you excited? Okay. Tomorrow we're actually going to do a dance party. We're going to have to stop streaming so we can like play some music. But tomorrow is transformation day. If you were here today, you have to come back tomorrow, because the person you are at the end of the day tomorrow is going to blow your mind. It's going to be you 2.0. So just to recap, we're going to open the door. It's the same link that you used to get on here today. 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bring your water, bring your notebooks. Make sure you go into school. And I want to know what you learned from today. Like, what changed in you today? All right, so I'm excited. We have so many cool things planned for tomorrow. I just gave you the overview, so make sure you are ready. Uh-oh. Breaking news, breaking news. Alicia K-Back is coming back on set.
For one last scare.
Yeah.
So if you guys enjoyed today, please, please, please go to school. School is cool. It never gets old saying that. But yeah, tomorrow, not only are we going to have a huge agent on, she manages cast members from The Office, Grey's Anatomy, Outer Banks, All American, Stranger Things, some of the showrunners, for those of you guys that love Stranger Things. I want you guys to think about this. So some of you maybe saw an ad on Facebook or Instagram, or you got one of my emails and you're like, should I come on? How many of you guys have totally felt the growth today? Type, I grew, because I want you guys to think about this. Like, you know, recently, and I'm going to tell you a story very quickly. I have a fear of flying, but if you follow my Instagram or Facebook, I currently live in Florida. I was New York and LA based for 8 years. I got pregnant, moved down to Florida during the pandemic, had the baby. And so I currently live in Florida, but I travel somewhere in the world. It feels like every other week, sometimes every 3 weeks. And one day, to get over my fear of flying, we flew private. And the captain said, would you mind sitting up front with me? I'd love to have you. I hear that you're afraid of flying. And I had tears running down my face. Deneen could totally attest for this. I'm literally like the psycho who gets on a plane with tears going, no, I'm scared to death of flying. Once I'm up in the air, I'm good. So I'll never forget, he had this iPad with him. And I was like, ooh, are we going to like Facebook Live? This is what I'm thinking. He said, no, this is where my map is. And I watched the entire time we were on this direct route. We were going from, I think, like Scottsdale to Vegas, or Vegas to Scottsdale. So we were going somewhere. It was just a short little flight. And he made a comment to me. He said, watch the dots. Every dot, we're on the right trajectory path. He said, if this thing even moves over 1 degree, we'll end up in like I forget where he said, like Albuquerque or something. I was like, no, stay on the path. And I think about how often people get my emails or my text messages, my phone calls. They go on Facebook, they go on Instagram, and they didn't stay the path and they did it their own way. Guys, we are Hollywood. We are backed by the biggest names in Hollywood. And if you stay the course, again, we're really good at what we do, but we have a system. A plus B equals C. Stay the course, stay the path, because I promise you, the fear only lies in the unknown. You're not going into a business where I hope this works out for you. These are the biggest names in show business. And the best part is we're doing all this for free this weekend because one, we're showing transparency. We are better than any other company out there. But two, we want you to have access to real people that actually care about giving back. Because I'll tell you what, every single person that we've ever met, including the head of casting for all of Warner Brothers, who's part of our company, he said, where were you when I was getting started? And of course, me, I'm like, I wasn't born yet. But if you're trying to get into show business, do not ask for advice from a navigation system that has no idea how to get from point A to point B. Tomorrow, it is going to be life-changing. And if there's something that you really want to know, how many of you guys love shows like Stranger Things, right? We mentioned you before, or, Emily in Paris, which I'm so excited to catch up on tonight. But imagine it all started from a Zoom call. I want you guys to think about this because tomorrow you're going to get a chance to talk to some of the biggest agents live. Your camera is going to be on everything that you wished for, everything that you prayed for. It's happening. Do you guys feel this? So I'm excited for tomorrow. I hope you guys are too. And you were on that flight with me.
Oh my God. Can I tell my perspective?
Yeah, go ahead. Just in closing, we'll get you all to sign an NDA at the end of this.
And I have to announce the winners too.
So. Yeah. Okay.
So we get on the plane. I'm excited because I love to fly. I'm that person who probably annoys 90% of you. And I might get so mad too. We get on the plane and all of a sudden I'm like I'm passed out cold.
I'm like, what was that?
Happens every time. Like I don't remember taking off from like 90% of the flights because I pass out cold. We get on the plane. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be awesome. I don't have to like
sit on a private jet. Really cool stuff.
She's like,
tears. I don't want to go. I'll just drive.
I'm like,
but you have to fly. Like there was no driving. We had to fly. We had to get somewhere. We had a meeting.
We had turned the car in. Like it's this or you walk, right? And she's like,
my shoes are comfy.
I'm like, you could do this. You can do this.
Mindset coach.
And she's like,
tears.
I don't think that.
Calling my baby. Like trying to talk to Kaden.
Full on like
tears.
And then when the pilot called up front, I was like, no, I should be the one going up. I'm so excited. And she was like, okay.
Tears.
And it was the best thing that ever happened to her.
It's true.
Because now we get on
the obstacle was the way.
Now we get on a flight. She's like, yeah, so
this is normal.
This is what they're gonna do. Okay, that's just an air pocket. It's okay. Like, so the point here, and I want you to take this home with you, is that stupid lizard brain. Just tell it to shut up. We're not even going to acknowledge it anymore. You know why?
Lizards have no brains. Like, come on.
Not only do they have no brains, but that fear part of your brain, it's irrational.
It holds you back from success. What if you knew that you couldn't fail? Would you still go for it?
Yeah, so we're not talking about fear anymore, okay?
No more fear. So fear is gone.
Okay, so the lizard brain, bye-bye. We're making lizard soup tonight. Okay.
I'll be having sushi, but go on.
Raw lizard, that's gross.
Oh,
just kidding. But so now what you're going to do is you know that you control. All you have to do is go like this. Everyone go like this. You feel that? That's you being in control. That's you being in the moment. Ooh. There's no fear when you're in the present moment. Okay. So take that with you. So
hi, Brandon.
Hi, everyone. Now,
coins.
It's coin o'clock.
She made that up, not me. Coin o'clock. Okay, go ahead, Deneen.
It's corneo o'clock. I saw, how do I get a coin? Well, there are 2 winners today, and I was going to do 2 winners for the whole weekend, but Mike was like, no, 2 winners today, 2 winners tomorrow. So, would you guys like to know who the winners of the coins are?
Yeah.
You know? No,
Yeah.
I don't think they do. Deidre's like, I just want to get off the Zoom call to me. Can we just end right now?
Lizard soup. That's what's for dinner.
Okay, so here are the winners of the coins. So it was a tough decision. Okay, but you two literally, my phone is like on like a
It's
5%
literally dead.
charge.
I should
Okay.
charge it.
Yeah, you should charge it.
I would charge it.
My phone is like dying. Okay. So what you're going to do is when I announce your name, you're going to go into school and you're going to DM me your address. Everyone got that? All right. Drum roll, please. So the first person who won a coin is Elizabeth Poe. Elizabeth Poe, congratulations. You have won a coin. My gosh, you were so interactive. You literally, like, I think you blew up like every post that we put up today. So thank you so much. So Elizabeth Poe, please DM me on school your address. Okay. Don't do it here because once this closes, it's all gone. So DM me on school your address. The other one we're awarding this coin to is someone who's he's pretty much a moderator on school. So I feel kind of funny even like saying, hey guy, you won. But the person who won the second coin is for someone who contributed a lot today as well. And all of your contributions were so uplifting to the community. And I want you to know that we saw you. John Norman, you won the second coin. So even though I have your address, please follow directions and DM me your address. So
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate you guys. And when you we're gonna have more opportunities to win coins tomorrow. But everyone in Millionaire Mindset, Mike said very specifically that we're supposed to celebrate people's success. So this is what I want you guys to do. First of all, I want you to celebrate them. Okay, so let's celebrate their success. And thank you guys so much. Hold on.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Wait, let's pull Masharad up really quick.
Oh, hold on, Asherad.
What is going on? He's growing facial hair.
I don't know. I don't know. What's
Where is
going
he?
on?
Spotlight for everyone.
I'm trying. You put me on the
Hi,
pressure.
Masharad.
Hold on, I'll unmute you in one moment. She put me under pressure.
Sorry, it's his birthday.
I don't
Happy
do well under
birthday.
pressure.
I won't sing, but I will call you after and
Well,
sing
we
to
could
you.
sing now, just the two of us, but we
No,
won't.
no,
Love
we
you.
won't do that.
He's like, please don't. I've heard you sing.
Wait, I want to just say this in closing, and I know it's your birthday, and what a cool birthday gift. We're all on here together. Surprise!
He's
but-
like, yay.
Let me ask you a question. How did you find out about VIP really quick? I'm going to put you in the hot seat for your birthday. Go. How'd you find about us? An
So I
email?
found out, no, it was an ad on Instagram.
Was it us doing something really weird, like eating a sushi burrito or something?
No, it was a guy with salt and pepper hair smiling.
Oh, okay. All right, that's cool. So then you came on a boot camp or did you come on my call?
It was a boot camp.
Okay, a boot camp just like this. So you registered for a boot camp. Did you know you wanted to do this, or were you a little bit like, it's probably like one of those other companies. I don't know if I should.
No, well, actually, VIP was actually the first company I did go into because I did always wanted to go into, acting since I was 4 o'clock. Not 4 o'clock, but since I was 4 years old.
Okay. And you live up in San Francisco. So you came onto a Zoom, which I know your time starts really early at 8 a.m. because we start here on the East Coast at 11 a.m. You came onto a Zoom. And then let's talk about your life now that you're part of VIP Ignite, part of Inner Circle, and you're also signed to Colby Models.
No.
What have you done so far?
What I've done is I have walked Fashion Week, which
New
was
York Fashion Week, kids.
New York Fashion Week. That was around 2023. That was after the Miami event that we did last year.
Yeah.
Where
Yes,
you became a production assistant.
You became, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to work with Ryan Colby. He got to see how you work behind the camera. We always ask the photographers, how did they do? Were they easy to work with? Did they follow directions? Did they listen? We asked the makeup artist, the hairstylist, everybody, like, how did everybody do? Because we want to know, like, if you got a chance to go on set or do Fashion Week, are you going to be able to handle this? So you live in San Francisco. You actually got to move to New York City for a while to do Fashion Week and go on set. And what else have you done since VIP? How much has your life changed?
But yeah, my life has changed a lot. Just this spring break, I auditioned for 20 short films. I got into two of them. Well, I mean, I got a call back for about 4 or 5 of them, and I was able to do two of them.
That's huge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I
So,
remember you being very shy when we first met.
Yeah, remember the first time I was like, Masharat, just say hi. And you're like,
And
You're
now
so
who
mad
are
at me.
you? I think
Look
he
at
like
you.
emceed or hosted something.
oh my God, he's a public speaker. Talk about your public speaking engagements.
Who are
Oh,
you?
Oh yeah, my public speaking. Yeah, I did do some public speaking. My first public speaking gig that I did was for a nonprofit organization that I've been working with since 2020. I did it at this little event called Heroes at Work, where pretty much we fundraise money for kids to get into the careers that they want to get into. Um, yeah, we kind of split paths now, because I am putting more focus onto like, my entertainment career, my acting and modeling.
Yeah.
Uh, and so, and yeah, as of right now, I am working right now, just, reading books, reading plays, just, just keep pushing forward pretty much.
Doing the work behind the scenes because you get rewarded in public for what you do in private. You're
Kicking ass in private.
You're kicking butt in private, which is why you're kicking butt in the outside world as well.
And it started from a Zoom call where like we knew you had it the whole time, but you just needed to get in front of the right people. So you've
Yeah.
walked New York Fashion Week. There's obviously talk of you going internationally to Paris. I mean, what do your friends and family think? Are they proud of you? Do they see what you've done?
Okay, so
Tell
I'm
us.
Uh,
This is a closed space. We're all friends here.
Yeah, so my mom, she hasn't really seen any of my photos.
What? Give me
Um,
Mama Swenson's phone number.
So wait, hold on. I've been meaning to show her,
more.
but I always be forgetting.
I mean, you went
So-
to New York Fashion Week. You were going on all these castings. Like, she doesn't follow your Instagram or Facebook and see all the parties and all the really crazy outfits you had to
He
wear.
doesn't post a lot.
Well,
Yeah, I'm gonna be making a post because I did get the short film that I was in, one of them. I'm gonna be making an Instagram post about that. Yeah, I mean,
You're like 007. Like I have to pry stuff out of you.
like, no, she knows
thank
that
God we
I'm
know your
doing this.
agent.
I know, right?
Like, she knows that I'm doing this, but she hasn't really seen like any of the photos.
Okay. What about your friends? Are they proud of you?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, actually one of my friends always be making this joke like, oh, he's gonna be like the next Miles Morales or something like that. But yeah. Yeah, they just be making like little jokes like that. And even my brother, he'd be making like jokes about me being in porn and whatnot. So
But could you imagine if you asked your friends or family for advice versus like who you've met in this industry? Like, did you tell anybody you were going on the Zoom call, or did you kind of just keep it quiet when you ended up working with us at the beginning?
no, I just kept it quiet.
You kept it quiet. So I want you guys to learn from that. Because if you didn't have friends and family like on your side, who cares? Who cares? They're not going with you in auditions. They're not going with you on set. They're not walking next to you holding your hand at Fashion Week. So we're very proud of you and happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What
We
are you
love
doing
you.
to celebrate your birthday? Anything exciting?
Boot camp tomorrow.
Well, I
You
mean,
do.
I kind of just thought like, like spending my birthday with VIP.
Aww, so
Yeah.
sweet.
But in terms of like, after the meeting, might just eat a cake.
Nice.
You're allowed.
So-
We won't tell your agent.
Yeah. I have a fast metabolism, so I mean, you're not gonna notice anything, you know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question. Your photo shoots, when you went to Miami and you've been in New York and you've been all over with us, do you see like a lot of improvement? Do you see like the change in you? Like whether it's like posing or confidence or working with Colby and the photographers, do you see like the change from photo shoot 1 to photo shoot 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, I see a lot of change. Especially from the first photo shoot.
Oh my gosh, I remember your first photo shoot, Mashrad. I think you and I had similar first photo shoots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little stiff. Especially around like the first go around, but when we switched over to other outfits, I was a bit more looser.
Yeah.
But when it came down to the photo shoots we did in Orlando and in New York, I was way more loose, and especially during the time where I went to New York for the first time. You know, like there was like a lot of outfits that are like, you know, I was really excited to do it. And you know, the photo shoot on one of the photo shoots I did, I was there for like about maybe like 6, 8 hours just doing different outfits. Yeah, I mean that was really fun. I mean, it didn't really feel like work to me. It didn't. So
Hopefully this boot camp, you guys felt the same way. How many of you guys felt the same way? There's a reason why our calls are 8 hours long, because when you go on set, it's a typical day. This is a test. Welcome to boot camp. Masharad, you're an inspiration. We love you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. So
Who wants to be the next Masharad?
I know, right? I love talking about Masharad, but I would love some more success stories to talk about. But don't worry, I'll keep talking about you,
We love
Masharad.
you.
Always. All right, guys. So, what a great way to cap off day one of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp.
It works. VIP Ignite works when
It
you
works.
work. So
Yep.
show up.
So I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. I look forward to going through the posts and seeing what you wrote for your biggest takeaways. And I look forward to sending these out on Monday.
So cool. How do I get one of these?
I don't know. I know people.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a great night. Go Puss in School. Tomorrow, what time are we starting? Type it in the comments. Type it in your own time zone. I'd love that. That would make me so happy. Oh, all these birthdays. Woo! 11, 9:45, exactly. The challenge is the challenge is to go into school on the last post. Jemima, if you could post that link here one more time, that would be amazing.
Hi, Trudy.
Hi,
Brandy.
Trudy. Hi. And type in your biggest takeaways. Like, let me know like what your biggest aha moment was, what your biggest takeaway was, and go into a lot of detail because I want you to write this as a letter to yourself more than even to us. All right, 1 a.m. God bless your heart, Trudy. I'll send you coffee somehow. I don't know how to get coffee to you, but we should send coffee.
I'll
to
drink
you.
a shot of espresso in your honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do shots in the morning of espresso. All right. Have an amazing night. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same link. Have a
Day
great
number
night.
1 done. Woo!
All right,
Day
guys.
number 1. Bye,
In the books.
guys.
Bye.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.